because of that. And teachers also want to encourage students to pass exams, and therefore they tend to teach to the test. So if something is examined last year, they won't touch it because it won't be examined this year. So you realize that the learners are being shortchanged, and therefore you need a curriculum which will have a different emphasis, and which is why there's a need for us to have a new curriculum, which will not only tackle the over theoretical aspect of it, but also make sure that it's tailored to the needs of the learners.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how different will this be? At least you talked about the theoretical nature of the previous one, which we are seeking to change. So this particular new one, there are a number of myths and issues about it that we'll get to address briefly on that. But critically, like, how different will this new one be from the previous one?
Oh, to begin with, a number of differences. But to begin with, and I think the key thing is this emphasis is going to be on the 21st century skills. Yes, and so the content, the teaching and the assessment will all be, dictated, so to speak.
So the teaching and the assessment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the content itself.
Okay.
Yes. So there's a need for us to empower our learners or students to be able to develop these 21st century skills, which they would need. First of all, they would need that, to help them do further studies. But the more importantly, they will need this to help them in the world of work and also to live adult life, responsible adult life. So we're looking at these needs, and the curriculum has been tailored in order to help learners or students to develop these skills to help them meet these needs.
Let's talk about the journey to this point. I know it's taking a while, a number of things that has been done over the period for us to get to where we are now. And it's not even done, I'm sure.
No.
Let's talk about the work that has gone into this, the journey so far.
Yeah, so the journey first, so you start, as I said earlier, the first thing was to look at the needs analysis to find what the needs are. Yeah, and of course, that itself involved a lot of, stakeholders, because you've got to make sure that everybody is involved and everybody's saying that, are we sure that what we have now will be able to help us even now or in the near future? And these are the questions you ask. So it's a kind of research that you are doing. So you do that with so many people, different stakeholders, and then at some point, we were all thinking that, no, it's not the right thing that we're doing. And therefore, so the first thing was then to identify the gaps. And one of the gaps that I told you, that it was overly theoretical, and it was so much emphasis on knowledge.
Chew, pass, and forget.
Exactly, chew, pass, and forget. And because of that, the learners could not even apply the things they were learning. And so we realized that there was a need for us to change that. But you can't just change it overnight. Still you have to consult. And NACA has led on this. NACA has actually done a lot of work on this, and it involves so many stakeholders. Make sure that that we get a curriculum that will address the needs, or that will make sure that these gaps that we have identified can be filled, so to speak. And so it's been a long journey. You are right. It's been a long journey. I mean, even recently, thinking about when it was, there was a need for a new curriculum itself. That's taken a long time. Okay. And of course, it should take. So in that case, you go through this process meticulously. It might be slow, but it has to be thorough, so that everybody's ideas will be taken on board. And so that is what has happened. And as I said, we have 2010. Now we are in 2024. That's 14 years already. Yeah. So it's been taking that long for us.
How far-reaching has been the consultation and collaboration in terms of work done to get to this point, you'd say? Yeah,
well, there's so many stakeholders have been consulted. I mean, there's so many. I mean, if you take up Parliamentary Select Committee on Education, you talk about House of Chiefs, you talk about head teachers, you talk about the city associations, you talk about the various education units, you're talking about parents' organizations, and just as I said, the headmasters and mistresses, and even the reps. But as I said, there's still the need to even consult these individuals, because they are the heads and they are going to be leading on this. It's very important that. So the consultation has been wide and far. A lot of a lot of consultations going on,
Oh, okay.
and we're still consulting.
In coming to this point, from you doing the research on why there's a need for a new curriculum up until this point where we are getting ready to roll it out extensively in all the SHSs in the country, I'm sure there are some misconceptions, some myths that you've heard that you're like, this one.
Yeah.
Which ones have you heard so far that you feel that you ought to address?
Yes, exactly. And very good that you asked that. What is new about this curriculum? Of course, anytime you hear that there's going to be a new curriculum, okay, the myth is that everything in that curriculum is going to be new. That is myth. That's a misconception.
Okay.
Okay, it does not mean that you're changing everything.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean some.
Because I thought we were throwing away everything
not at all.
and bringing in something new.
That is a myth.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're not. I mean, and particularly the science subject, from as you rightly said, you did science. You know that you're not going to change the science content. It's still the content.
Okay.
There will be, of course, there will be additions and then there will be things taken out. But for example, you don't need a new periodic table. Exactly. So so some of the content will be retained. Yeah, and the difference that is going to happen is that, in fact, in terms of the breadth of the content, that will be reduced.
Oh, okay.
And instead, you need the depth. So there will be fewer things studied, but they will be studied, deep.
Would it not be more difficult?
I don't think it would be, because what actually happens is that we tend to think that the more content you cover, the more knowledge you get. Yeah, and that is also one of the myths. Yeah, because when you get the knowledge and you don't understand the knowledge and you cannot apply the knowledge, that doesn't become very useful knowledge. So it is better to concentrate on a small area and dive deep. When that happens, you get the understanding, and then you get to apply the concept that you've learned. So, and that is better, because if you've learned 3 concepts and you understand all of them very well, and all of them can be applied in real life situations, that's much, much better than knowing 10 concepts and just knowing them, not understanding them, not applying them. This curriculum will put a lot of emphasis on application. And so it will then mean that the area to be covered will be smaller, but then we've got to dig deeper to understand and be able to apply.
I'm sure, I don't know if you do social media a lot, but most of the time you hear people say that, at least for us science students, for instance, I did science, but see where it ended me.
Right.
I'm not doing science.
That's right.
But they say that they used to ask us to find X all the time.
Yes.
And right now in life, what exactly am I finding X for? They talk about X raised to the power 3, calculus and all that. So it means that this particular new curriculum will help me understand better why I need to find X and how I can apply it in life.
Absolutely, that's the point. Yeah, so exactly, because you are now saying they said find X, and what was the use? So it tells me that you knew how to find X, but you didn't understand why you were finding X.
Yes.
No, this curriculum will let you know why you are finding X, what you are going to do with it when you find it. That's the difference. Yes.
Okay, so it's a deeper thinking.
It's a deeper thinking, exactly. Deeper understanding, So we've been doing surface learning because of the way we've been taught, because of the way our learners are learning. It's really surface. So they cover a wide area, but it's just not deep. And so they don't understand it. And a lot of them actually are not successful, even at exams, writing exams, because they don't understand the concept. They know, but they don't understand. So it's better to look at the key concepts that will help people in life, teach those concepts. They would know the concept, they will understand the concept, and then they will apply the concept.
But this curriculum, though, does it just focus on the students?
Right.
Are the teachers also covered in this? Because most of the time, we've always said that it is how we are taught some of these things. Up to now, I don't like maths because of how I was taught in school. So are you focusing on the teachers as well, or is it just us?
No, that's a very, very good question. Thanks very much for the question. Yeah, the curriculum itself is learner-centered. In other words, it's a curriculum designed to help learners achieve their full potential. Yeah, and and the teachers got to provide something. So the teachers are going to provide opportunities for them to develop 21st century skills, attitudes, and national, values to make them like that holistic education.
Okay.
Yeah, but the teachers cannot do that without support. So this curriculum is doing two things. This curriculum is preparing a curriculum for the learners to be able to develop the skills that I've mentioned.
Okay.
But also the curriculum is looking at ways in which teachers can be helped to develop, to help the students to develop these skills.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I'll just give an example. As you and I speak, in one of the secondary schools in this country, or more, teachers have gathered to look at how they are going to be able to deliver this curriculum.
Okay.
There. So every week in this country, 702 secondary schools, they have professional learning community. Every week, every school is spending about 90 minutes, teachers coming together to discuss issues. And at the moment, teachers are looking at ways in which they can deliver this curriculum successfully. And so if they need support, they get the support before the curriculum is rolled out.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll delve deeper into when exactly we are going to be rolling it out, the dates, the key things that we are supposed to be seeing once we roll out. This is the Edu Talk Show, and Professor Jonathan Fletcher is my guest, and I can see the messages, and it looks like people are following it just like I am. But let's take a quick break, and when we return, we'll get talking more. This is the Edu Talk Show, made possible by the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Education Journal, TEJ. Please do stay with me. Be right back. You're welcome back to the Edu Talk Show. Professor Jonathan Fletcher is my guest, and we are delving into the myths, the facts, misconceptions about the new secondary education curriculum. So we've been talking about what has been done so far, the work that has gone into it, how different this new curriculum will be, and why there's no need for fears, entertaining any fears at this point. But let's talk about the pilot programs. You're talking about the fact that as we speak, in the 702 schools, teachers are meeting 19 minutes every day to ensure that if there are any problems, you work it out. So it tells me that there's a pilot underway.
Yes. So the pilot, there are 33 pilot schools piloting this curriculum, and so that is so this is happening in the 33 schools. Okay. And they in these schools they're piloting all the 38 subjects.
Okay.
Yes, and the teachers in the pilot schools, they're ready, actually, if you like. They're already using the curriculum. They're actually teaching the curriculum, which is very good, But the others are just waiting. That's where I meant the PLC sessions or professional learning community sessions happen in all secondary schools, including the pilot schools. Yeah, but the curriculum itself, as I said, is being piloted in 33 schools. The thing we need to also add to what is new about this curriculum is that apart from our own, the normal subjects that we had, I'll call them traditional subjects. Yeah. I mean, in this curriculum, the emphasis is on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Oh, okay.
So that is the emphasis. And in addition to that, there are schools that have been developed as STEM schools.
Yes.
Yeah. But it does not mean that only these schools are going to do the STEM. The curriculum itself is STEM-based in the sense that whatever school you're in, whatever your area or your studies will be on, you've got to know some STEM. Okay. Yeah, in a way. And as a result of that, there are at least new subjects that have been introduced, which I will call STEM subjects. Okay. Yeah. So, for example, you have engineering, which students will be doing for the first time. Students normally, they do engineering in universities.
Oh, we do that in university.
Absolutely. Yes. Now there'll be engineering. There is biomedical science engineering, which also either through university thing. There's going to be robotics. Okay. There's going to be manufacturing. And then
manufacturing real things.
Yeah, manufacturing real things, and then aerospace and so aviation, and so you see that these 5 are new, completely new. Yeah, and of course,
and it's not just for science students or STEM schools.
For STEM schools, Yes, but other schools will have the opportunity to do this. There are some schools that it depends on what the school is doing. But even if a school is a STEM school, they will still have the opportunity to do some of these subjects. Yeah, and in addition, there's agricultural science, which is also part of it. So that also that is telling us that this curriculum is different from. So you can see that by making this curriculum STEM-based, you're encouraging everybody to be interested in these STEM subjects and be able to achieve, because the STEM subjects are very good subjects that can help us to achieve a lot. And if every Ghanaian learner is given the opportunity to study something that is related to the STEM, then of course everybody is going to be successful.
Agricultural science, is it going to take us back to the days where schools now engage in farming and school farms?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's very true. I think as a nation we have to pay serious.
I missed that. I really
that's
missed
lovely.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Hands
great.
on, yeah.
But the rollout is always the concern, and then also the concerns that will come along the line about teacher workloads.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. First, the rollout, how it's going to be. You've talked about the pilot currently underway where some teachers are already teaching that in special schools.
Yes.
How will the rollout be? Is it the case that those who are in school now will start, or how is it going to be?
Yes, so the rollout, because it would be in October, November, something like that, and current trial schools are using the first year, so they will move. So that, if you like, they have started, and the Ghana Education Center and the Ministry of Education are doing serious monitoring to see how exactly if there's going to be any adjustment at all. So it's very important to learn, the successes and the challenges these schools have, so that when the time comes to roll out, it will be done, efficiently. And so yes, so these 33 schools will continue to run, but then you have all the others joining in, but then they will be doing it for the first time. So by then, as I said, the teachers are now preparing for these learners, and they're preparing every week. Yeah, they've done a number of activities, geared towards preparing for this. So, for example, the curriculum itself. Every secondary school teacher in this country, I can say, that knows all about the curriculum.
Okay.
Yeah, because they have spent a whole semester learning about the curriculum, what the curriculum is about, what subjects are involved, and how teachers are going to teach it, and how schools are going to assess it, and so on. So they've done that.
Most of the time, children are involved, at least you're talking about 21st century trends, amongst others. Children are more involved elsewhere.
Yeah.
Do we have the same case where, at least, you've talked about teachers' involvement, you've talked about the extensive collaboration. To what extent are we involving those who are going to be the key main beneficiaries of this?
Absolutely, and that's a very good question. Thanks for a very good question. Yeah, and again, maybe I missed that out. Yeah, I missed out the learners who actually were part of the writing process. They didn't write it, but then during the writing process, students were brought to and interacted with the writers, and they were asked the things they wanted to see in the curriculum, and so on. And even after that, the curriculum itself was taken to a number of schools, a few schools, even before the trial one. Yeah, it was trying the instruments. And so students were engaged, students, talked about the things they wanted to see in the curriculum, and talked about how the teaching should be done. And so they were the ones who were actually saying, my teacher will come to class and just give us notes. It's not good. And so they have actually influenced that. Yeah. And so the students have spoken. Yeah. And so they're part of it. Yes. And as I said earlier, the curriculum itself is a learner-centered curriculum, which means it belongs to the learners.
Yes.
Yes. And so we had to listen to them and tell them what they want. Yeah.
And so another myth, as I mentioned earlier, is it the case that it looks like we are introducing gradually the Cambridge system, the IGs? Is that really what it is?
No, that is also a myth.
Clear that myth.
That is also a myth, because it's not. The curriculum is based on Ghanaian needs, Ghanaian children, our context. So we are not importing anything. Obviously, when you're doing research like this, curriculum research, you look at different curricula. Okay, so we would have looked at the curriculum, the curriculum in Kenya, curriculum in Nigeria, curriculum in South Africa, curriculum in Rwanda, Okay, but then even beyond, we would have also looked at curriculum from the UK, from the USA, from Canada, from Australia, from Finland, from Norway.
Okay.
But you are not importing anything in situ to Ghana, no. But you look at those curricula and find out ideas that can help. So in a way, if there is something that is happening in a particular country, within that context, you pick that idea and see how it will work in our context. And so then we also make comparisons. We are in a global world. So we're doing all that. We are not importing anything wholesale or in situ into this country now.
Okay, so how does it then fit? Would you say that what we are going to do with the extensive work and the explanation that you've given, it fits perfectly into the current education system that we have as a country?
It does. That's our context.
Okay.
It does. So we are making sure that the right things that we are doing, we keep doing them, and the things that we can do differently, we do differently. But it's still a Ghanaian curriculum.
Okay. Well, but in all this, what are some of the criticisms that you've heard? At least I've heard some sitting from where I sit, that you are the ones making it happen.
Yeah.
What are some of the criticisms that you've heard?
Okay,
and then maybe you can box in the challenges also.
Yes, the challenge. But I would say what I've heard is about the consultation. It's very interesting. If people complain that, we have not been completed, that's good news. Yeah, and I'll tell you a story about Hess, who were very much interested in the thing, wanted to know more about it, and there was kind of consultation.
Yeah.
But then they realized that, okay, we consulted reps of various organizations, and when we met with some heads, I realized it's very important that we consult them directly.
Yeah.
Yes, and so that is, for me, that's one of the criticisms that I've got. And again, that has been taken on board. So as we speak, there's a plan to consult, and the regional levels, all heads and so on. So that is there. And also think about teachers thinking that that will be too much work. Yeah. That is also a myth, because, as I said, if we teachers prepare very well, teaching becomes so easy.
Okay.
Because it's only when they don't prepare, then it becomes difficult. So if they are prepared and they go to the class, and the class, they're teaching the class, they're not speaking for 30, 40 minutes. No, because the learners are ready. So all you have to do is just facilitate. You give them work, and then you facilitate. Yeah, so if they plan very well, then the work will be easier. Yeah.
Okay, then maybe a final word, especially to my younger brothers and sisters, because most of them have been fed with some kind of misconceptions, and maybe they didn't catch it from the very onset. Maybe a brief assurance to them that this ultimately will be for their own good.
Yes, as I said earlier, we are in an era where technology is playing a key role, and they are the ones who are actually leading the charge.
Yes.
And so they would have opportunity to even, sharpen their skills, their technological skills. And learning will be easier and enjoyable. And that's what we want, because you want a child who wants to go to school the following day. They can't wait. This is what, and of course, if we have to make sure that we get the right environment to make it possible for them to come. But if we're able to do that, if you're able to get the right environment, then of course they will benefit in many ways. Yeah, they will come to school, enjoy learning, and develop the skills that will make them employable. I
think you should make up for those of us who had a hard time whilst we were in school because of the way we were taught, so that we can catch up.
Exactly.
Because especially my maths, still I have to count my fingers to count to be able to add. So you owe me. You need to take it back and make it available for us.
I'm happy to be a maths teacher. So anyway,
then you owe me big time. Then thank you so much, Professor Jonathan Fletcher. We are indeed grateful. He's the dean, founding dean of the School of Education and Leadership, University of Ghana, my guest on the EduTalk show today. I definitely know that you've also enjoyed this particular episode. To share the word or spread the word about it and let people understand this particular new curriculum that will be rolled out in the senior high schools in the country. I am Emefa Pau. This has been the EduTalk show made possible by the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Education Journal. Another edition comes your way same time on this channel. Please do stay. Thank you so much.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to Home Tips with Mira. It's all about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. So today we are looking at a home remedy, and that is steam bathing. What is steam bathing? It is subjecting your body to vapor under a blanket. So you can just boil water, add some few drops of either eucalyptus oil, tea tree oil. There are some essential oils that you use for steam bathing. So you just put some few drops into the water and you subject your body. You have to be naked. Subject your body to the vapor that comes out of the heat. Or you can as well boil leaves, and today I have access to neem leaves, so I'm just going to go out, get some leaves, and then I'll boil it and subject my body to heat. So let's take a quick break, and when we come back, I'll share with you some of the benefits that you can derive from steam bathing. Have you ever done a steam bath before? Whilst doing it, how did you feel? And after doing it too, how was the feeling? Well, to me, the benefits are enormous. When I'm feeling feverish, or I have cold or catarrh, or I feel very fatigued and stressed, I do steam bath, and it helps me a lot. It helps me to sleep. So if you also do steam bath, it will help you to sleep. Some people work so hard that at times they have a lot of things on their mind that they are unable to sleep during the night. Steam bath will also help you to sleep. And some people work in offices, and working in offices, it means you are always, in the air condition. Your body is always cold. From the office, you sit in your car, there's AC in your car. You go home, there's also AC in your bedroom. So you are, in fact, living in the AC throughout. From time to time, when you do this steam bath, it helps you, to kind of give a new sensation to your body. It rejuvenates your body. There are many different kinds of leaves that you can use for your steam bath. Our skin is the largest organ of our body with pores. So what you subject your body to, it enters directly into your bloodstream. So even if you are using a certain kind of pomade, just get to know that this pomade that you are using, it will be absorbed into your bloodstream. So I prefer using the neem leaves. You can also use the scent leaves. You can use the eucalyptus leaves. You can use different kinds of leaves, and your body will absorb all the vapor from these herbs, and it will go directly into your bloodstream. So don't just think that you are under the vapor and it is not having any effect on your body. So when you get your leaves, boil them. Use a metal bucket, put it on fire, and use it to boil your leaves. Boil it for about 20 minutes. Please, when you are boiling, do not open it. Try as much as possible to close it. And please do not use a cooking saucepan to boil it, because I am using, and they are very bitter. So if you use a cooking saucepan to boil the leaves, you are sure to have this bitter taste in it if you are to use it again to cook your meal. So find something that you don't use to regularly cook, and then you can use it to boil your leaves. You can also add slices of lime or lemon to it. You can also add ginger to it. All enhances the medicinal qualities of the leaves that you are boiling. In fact, you have to be naked when you are doing steam bathing so that every part of your body can absorb the vapor. So just get a chair that is not too high, because you would have to bend so that your back does not ache. And then you also try and get a towel and put it down before you put the chair on, because as you are going to steam bath, sweat will drip off your body. All those are the toxins that is coming out of your body. They will drip, and if your floor has tiles, when you get up, there's the possibility that you can slip and fall. You bring your medicine, come and put it on it, and get your blanket. Please, you just don't have to use any blanket. You have to use a thick blanket so that the vapor will not escape. So when you get under the blanket, subject your whole body to the vapor. And please, a note of caution, you have to close your eyes when you are doing the steam bath. You don't have to let the vapor enter your eye. Whew. We are ready to battle. This is the real deal. So please, as you go under the blanket, do not fret, do not be anxious, because you are going to subject your body to heat. Okay, so just relax, think about some pleasant things. Okay, so once I open it, I'm just going to go right under, and I have a twig inside. I'm just going to use it to stir it from time to time so that the vapor can come out. If you are going to steam bath, you will dehydrate, because the vapor is going to extract most of the water content from your body in the form of sweat. So you can decide to drink water at least 30 minutes before you go under the blanket to do a steam bath. And immediately you finish steam bathing, if you didn't drink water earlier, you might feel thirsty. I did that some time ago and my heart started beating very fast. So I would advise, once you finish steam bathing and you feel thirsty, wait about 30 minutes and then your body will normalize. Then you can drink water. So I've been under the blanket for like 30 minutes and I think it's enough. You can decide to take the water to the bathroom, dilute it with normal water and use it to wash down. Leave it on your skin to dry. If you are in your room and you are steam bathing and the AC is on, kindly put it off so that the vapor from the steam can really work well. From time to time, please take some, time off and steam bath to rejuvenate your body and to, start your body's clock afresh. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Please go on my YouTube page to subscribe for more videos, and also on my Facebook page, follow me and share this video as well, so that others who have not seen it or haven't learned will equally learn and benefit from it. It's a bye-bye from me, and stay positive.
What makes the AM show worth waking up for?
Well, for starters, we cut incisively into the burning issues. We are thorough with our research, surgical with our analysis.
Every decision you make, whether you're a leader or a citizen, is based on the quality of information you have, your understanding of the various perspectives of the issue.
Sure, we do ruffle some feathers sometimes because we speak the truth.
So when you wake up to the AM show, you're waking up to the most current information and how timely you get that information.
That is why you trust us to deliver independent, fearless, and credible content. That is what makes us number one.
And that's why you should wake up to the AM show.
As the December 7th elections approach, peace is in your hands. It's time to #ChoosePeaceGH. Join JoyNews, Catholic Relief Services, and the National Peace Council for a national dialogue on sustaining peace beyond the elections, the role of the citizens. It's on Saturday, the 21st of September 2024 at 6 p.m. live on JoyNews at Joy 99.7 FM, at joyonline.com, and all our social media handles. Tune in, engage, and let's #ChoosePeaceGH together. Peace is not just a wish, it is a responsibility. #ChoosePeaceGH. This dialogue is brought to you with funding from the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the Prevention of Violent Extremism through Social Accountability Project.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects.
But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander,
that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know.
That's when you will know.
This is Joy News, fearless, independent, and credible.
Imagine a future not too distant where Ghana, once blessed with abundant natural water resources, is forced to import water just to quench the thirst of its people. The turbidity levels in the rivers have risen beyond the capacity of Ghana's water treatment systems, which now strain under the weight of the contamination. The Ghana Water Company draws up mud at intake points, its once efficient filtration systems overwhelmed by the rising tide of pollution. What was once a simple process of purification has turned into a costly, nearly impossible endeavor. This is the Daboase water treatment plant built in the Western region. This plant supplies part of the Western region with water, but today, the treatment system draws mud to process water for the people. The story at the Setrahiman water treatment plant is even worse. The gold-hungry rush of illegal mining has poisoned our rivers with mercury and other harmful substances, seeping deep into the soil, the water, and the future of the nation. With 14,000 NT and still counting, the water company is spared. As the rivers darken, so too does the health of the people. Medical experts and scientists have warned that in a few short years, cases of cancer, liver diseases, and kidney failure are set to rise dramatically, linked directly to the toxic chemicals from galamsey seeping into drinking water sources. Children born into a world where playing by the river was once a joy now face the grim reality of lifelong illness.
Usually in the mining areas, they use chemicals like mercury. Sometimes in some places they also use cyanide, but we also see arsenic, so mercury, arsenic, lead. These are heavy metals, and these heavy metals can form, they can form a kind of complex, which affect, cell activity, cell action, and toxicity, very, very serious toxic levels.
Professor Kwame Ohene-Boabing, clinical pharmacologist and professor of pharmacy practice at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, shares more light on the effects of heavy metals and other chemicals on the health of people in Ghana.
These heavy metals, they can actually affect activities of the brain, the spinal cord, what we call the central nervous system. I mean, accumulation of some of these heavy metals, in the body can lead to, some form of cancers, which can have very significant impact on the health of the individual who consume some of these the water which is actually contaminated.
Today, families in Ghana are now forced to buy sachet water for basic needs, an expensive habit that does little to calm their fears, as even the plastic-wrapped water is met with suspicion. My name is Richard Kwejenyako, and on today's hotline, I explore why you don't drink the water that flows through your tap and patronize sachet and bottled water, and even with that, you drink with suspicion.
Those days that people saw rivers, streams as their gods, they did not venture to destroy them because you cannot destroy your sacred areas. But modernization has come to dilute some of these beliefs. And I also think that it's cultural because people normally do not pay much attention to water, though it's a very critical or a necessity of life.
Managing Director of the Ghana Water Company, Clifford Bryma, bemoaning the lack of respect for the country's rivers and water bodies.
I want to prove to Ghanaians that the water that we treat is wholesome, is up to international standard. Sometimes people get dirty water in their pipes. That is not why we treat it. Our lines are so long. Sometimes your household decides to do connection and they just get a roadside plumber, not certified by Ghana Water. He goes, what he knows is to cut, drain, and during the cutting and draining, debris gets in. If it is a Ghana Water staff, he will flush it and make sure that it doesn't go into your tap. But the other person, all he wants is money, collects, and he's gone because he's not under any obligation to follow some SOPs, our operating procedures. He is not there, but we will not do that.
In towns and cities across the country, taps are running, but the trust in the water that flows through them has evaporated. Consumers are turning to sachet water, a costly alternative. But even this doesn't bring peace of mind. Even as the pollution of the rivers continue unabated, the Managing Director of Ghana Water Company Limited, Clifford Bryma, believes the water they produce is good enough for drinking and that there is no cause for alarm.
It's marketing. The sachet water people want to let them know that, and to your surprise, most of the sachet people fetch our water and bag it. They don't do any treatment process. But they tell them what is in that bag is more wholesome than where they fetched it. Because they fetch it into another container. Probably the container is contaminated. And they now put it in a bag, lose it and sell it to you. So there are marketing issues that is creating trust issues. But we can tell her. That's why I told you that we've done this ISO. Just to tell you, this is not a Ghanaian thing alone, it's an international standard.
But the scientists say Ghana Water Company does not have the capacity to take out the presence of heavy metals in the water that flows through the taps. Professor David Kofi Suman is an environmental scientist at the University of Cape Coast.
Our water company, the mandate they give them is what they are pursuing. No two ways about that. And by all indications, they are doing what they are supposed to do. And by the quality that they are looking for, they get it from the way they treat their water bodies. But it goes beyond that. The fact is that our water treatment system was handed over by our colonial masters during independence. And it does three basic things. You get the water It clarifies the water to make it clean. And then we chlorinate the water to kill germs and pathogens in the water. These are the basic things our water treatment system does. Anything other than that is a problem. And today, mining is done right in the rivers. What it means is that we have added several chemicals to the water, which our treatment system does not take care of them. They do nothing to them. The pesticides, the heavy metals, the endocrine disruptors, they all get into the water body. But our treatment system does not take care of it. It doesn't attempt to take anything out. So they are always in the surface water that is being treated and piped for us.
The question of whether the water flowing from our taps is free from heavy metals and other contaminants is a matter of great sensitivity. It touches on both public health and trust in our infrastructure. At the heart of this issue is the Ghana Water Company, which shoulders the vital responsibility of delivering water to households across the country. Ensuring that this water meets safety standards falls to the Ghana Standards Authority, whose role in inspection, testing, and metrology provides a crucial layer of quality assurance. At the helm of the Ghana Standards Authority is Professor Alexander Dodu, the Director General overseeing efforts to guarantee that the water Ghanaians rely on meets the highest safety and quality standards.
The Ghana Standards for water excludes the presence of heavy metals, period. So any activity which will contribute to the presence of heavy metal in water, because if you're using a borehole, it's going to be surface water. You're going to drill down, but whatever is on the surface will percolate down. So, and heavy metal doesn't go away. So wherever there is heavy metal, it will show up in water. If heavy metal shows up in water, that water is not safe, nor fit for consumption. So I think you can draw the analogy that any activity, whether it's galamsey, whatever activity, leads to lead, mercury, any other heavy metal being present, and being present such that it can be in water, poses a risk to human health. And indeed, we often talk about water, but rarely do we even discuss that these heavy metals can also be present in both livestock and also the food we eat. So really, anything which exposes the environment to an increased level of heavy metals puts everybody in Ghana at risk. Evidence in the areas where the galamsey have caused problems which are so visible, I think it's obvious to say that if you live there, it's dangerous to drink the water and participate in the food unless it's been tested and proven as safe.
In homes across the country, this is the new reality. Even as they pour from sachet, the people of Ghana drink with suspicion. The unseen consequences of galamsey have infiltrated every aspect of life, eroding trust and safety in something as basic as water.
3 reasons why I don't trust the water that flows through my tap. 1, when they close the tap and then they open the tap, the water looks very brownish. And then 3, the water is very, it smells chlorine. And then the third one, when they close the tap and then they open the tap, the water is not good at all. You can't even use it to do anything. You have to wait up like 3 days before you open the tap, then it looks somehow okay before you can use it.
Mabel, a food vendor at Community 25 in Tema, no longer trusts the water flowing through her tap. For her, it's simply undrinkable, tainted and unfit for her or her customers. Despite being connected to a water supply, she remains convinced that what pours into her home is still polluted, its clarity masking hidden dangers. The price of sachet water is high, but the price of trust is even higher. To Ifwa, relying on the tap is not an option anymore.
Sometimes when I fetch the water and I'm going to use it to bath, and then use that same water to wash my underpart, it's very scary. It's the chlorine. And then even there's kind of scent you hear from the water. Yes, it's very hard for you to use that water to touch your body. And I can't use sachet water to be bathing myself every day because the water, I can't use the water to wash my under. When I see the color of the water, I'm scared.
On the street of Accra, the headache of many is the water they consume and what cost it comes with. They believe the Galamsey activities, coupled with other contaminants, have eroded their trust.
I don't take pipe water anymore. The reason why now we pollute the water with Galamsey, so that water we can't take it again because we are afraid to drink it when we get another sickness. So that's why I'm taking off it. Oh, because normally in that water is clean and hygienic, you can drink it. But now, no, when you open the tap, sometimes you study the water is changing the color. It has a different colors because they pollute the water, so we can't take that water.
Nana is deeply troubled by the growing reliance on sachet water, a trend that shouldn't exist in a country where the Ghana Water Company is meant to be one of the primary sources for safe drinking water. He watches in frustration as more and more people turn to bottled and sachet water for survival, a costly alternative to what should be a basic right. For Nana, the root of this issue is clear. Galamsey, until the illegal mining ravaging the nation's water bodies is brought to an end, the hope of restoring trust in tap water feels distant.
I'm not taking it again, so government should do something about it because how the Galamsey is pouring our water is bad. It's bad, it's very, very bad. In the olden days, normally as the Galamsey is not done.
Stories. We go beyond them to bring you the What's a lie? Someone whispered. Where we are going, they are taking us north. They are taking us to die.
I don't know the equivalent of that in Ghana. Will that be pilolo or something?
Nico's character gives you something to look forward to. What is next?
Marjorie, your favorite character?
It's not fair that my favorite character is your favorite.
Is his favorite character?
Yes.
Okay. Sam is pretending to be asleep because he doesn't want to be bothered. You know that thing where he hears sometimes, oh, wobanu su, wobanu, like, did she just wake up and have a baby?
Where will we sleep tonight? What will our children eat? Kofi Mami, my father replied.
But there's one that if you guys don't mention, I'm going to be cross with you. Let's see whether you get to mention.
And I just wondered, so what if she wasn't a virgin? What would have happened then?
Yeah, you may have heard that before, right? This is The Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akapo.
Hello, good evening and welcome to JoyNews Prime. We're live on DSB channel 421, GoTV channel 125. Across all our social media handles, we're JoyNews on TV. My name is Faustina Safa, and coming up in the next 30 minutes, Democracy Hub demands the immediate release of an 8-year-old girl and 15 others whom they say are currently in police custody after a scuffle broke out between the Stop Galamsey Now protesters and personnel of the Ghana Police Service. We have details as the group announces plans to reconvene at the 37 bus terminal to continue their 3-day Stop Galamsey protest. Meanwhile, the police have declared Oliver Bakabomo wanted. We'll tell you why. Thanks for choosing us for your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Democracy Hub, organizers of Stop Galamsey Now and Reoccupy Julobi House protests, are demanding the immediate release of an 8-year-old girl and 15 others who they say are currently in police custody. More than 10 protesters have been arrested following a scuffle with the police. Attempts by the demonstrators to continue day 2 of their protest at the 37 roundabout were thwarted by the police. Let's listen to some of the frustrated protesters after the arrest.
Article 12 and 13 of the Convention on Children's Rights. Article 12, which is on the respect for children's views, states that every child has the right to express their views on matters that affect them, and for these views to be taken into consideration. So if our water bodies are being destroyed and these children come out to join a protest to express these, is it a crime for which they should be arrested? This is question for the authorities to answer. Question for the police service to answer, to respond to. Article 13, which is on the freedom of expression, states that every child has the right to find out and distribute information and to express their ideas through talking, writing, art, and any other form of expression. Is it a crime for these children to express themselves in these forms? It is for our authorities. We have seen the police trying to play PR on all that is happening, releasing press statements upon press statements. We will want them to address one of these if they want to in one of the statements. And in one of those statements, they have indicated that they are looking for Oliver, that he's on the run. Oliver is not on the run. Oliver is here. If they want, they will see him. We're actually ready with our lawyers to come with him to wherever they will designate us to present him. But there is a caveat that they will release these children. These children are innocent. They don't have any problem with the state. They were only expressing their fundamental human rights.
You say these children, how many children were arrested?
It is two of them. It is 2 of them, but one has been released. So we're left with 1 of them actually. But the very fact that these 2 were picked up is very, very improper.
And what's the update on the others who were arrested?
We have no idea where the other child is as we speak now. The police has refused to even disclose where they are being kept, for whatever reason best known to themselves. So if they release these children, we are happy to come with our lawyers, with Oliver, to wherever they will designate to us.
Well, let's get on the phone lines now and speak to our reporter on the ground, Maxwell Kwakwa. You've been reporting this all day. First the scuffle and then the press conference by Democracy Hub. Tell us what's happening where you are as we speak.
Well, Faustina, yesterday when we spoke to the police public relations officer, she told us that they had come with a de-escalation mentality. It appears today they came with, if persuasion fails, force is applied mentality, and that's what we've seen throughout the day as they prevented the protesters from blocking parts of the streets here at the 37 roundabout at this intersection. And you can say that they've achieved their aim. Earlier, they released a statement saying that they would use all legal means possible to ensure the free flow of traffic and also ensure that there's no disruption in traffic flow. I can report that they've succeeded in doing that because on the Gifford Road that I'll be showing to you shortly and the Liberation Road, there's free flow of traffic. Now, guess what? Just in the last 1 hour, some of the demonstrators who were reconvening very close to the 37 military hospital, who were standing on the sidewalks and the pedestrian walkway, were picked up by the police. Notable amongst those who were picked up by the police were co-convener of Democracy Hub, Felicity Nelson, lawyer Elom Abibio, popularly known as Ama Governor, was also picked up by the police. As it stands now, we are not seeing any protesters in sight now. What we can see and what we can report is the heavy police presence still here, although we do not see any protesters here. And some of my police sources have been telling me that that's what happened yesterday. They stayed here throughout the night, and they're still going to maintain their presence here throughout the night. You can see some of them seated in their plastic chairs, with their eagle eyes watching over those barricades. In the last 30 minutes, we saw about 3 buses bringing more police officers in here, and I'm told that they're changing shifts, so those who came in the morning will now have some time to go and rest, and this new batch will take over this evening. And it's not just here, it's not just this road that connects to the Jubilee House and then the 37 Military Hospital to the Central Business District. This is not the only place they are maintaining a presence. Also very close to the Netherlands Embassy, police has mounted barricades there as well. Also an area very close to the Christ the King Church, about 100 meters away from the Christ the King Church also, you would find police barricades with police personnel still stationed there, ensuring that the protesters do not get anywhere close to the Revolution Square, which is opposite the Jubilee House, where they had intended to carry out their protests. So that is what is happening here. Police is still maintaining a strong presence here. There's free flow of traffic. I have a gentleman here who says he's a concerned citizen of Ghana. Let me find out from him why he's still here. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Kamri Tego.
Kamri Tego?
Yes.
You say you're a concerned citizen?
Yes, I am a concerned citizen of this country.
Why? So why are you here?
So I'm here to join the protesters. I actually came early on during the day, and with the way things were moving, I had to go seek refuge. What had happened was a lot of the police had moved onto the people who were protesting. There was some sort of scuffle. A couple of them were actually arrested. And then I moved to the Freedom Center where a press conference was held. I was present. I listened to the protesters and the message they had. And funny enough, immediately I had left this place where I was standing with a couple of protesters, getting ready so that we can make a march towards the Airwork Stadium. All of them were arrested, including Ama Governor. Everybody that had gathered over here, they were all arrested.
And I'm told the area around the Airwork Sports Stadium was one of the designated places police said you can protest.
Exactly.
How true is that?
So, yes. So they had said that we can move towards the Airwork Stadium. But the thing is, we were trying to get people to converge at the 37 lorry station, right? Because the roads have not been blocked at that particular point. So the idea was group them and then there is a march towards Airwork. But that did not happen. And frankly, the main reason why I equally came here is the message is clear. There is serious environmental degradation going on. Galamsey is terrible. The waters, the rivers. Yesterday, you saw how the old woman was showing you water from some of our rivers and asking you, would you drink such water? Probably because we are in Accra, we will not be suffering from such water issues, or we do not see the extent to which this Galamsey is causing trouble to our waters, to our land, to the fishes, to people's livelihoods. And I have to come out and speak because I can't wait till it gets to Accra. And that's the main reason why I came out today. Yes.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So before we wrap up, before we come to you, Faustina, let's show you the long winding queue, or rather the long winding line of police officers here seated in your plastic chair watching over those barricades, ensuring that the protesters do not come anywhere close to the Jubilee House, which is the seat of government. All the way, it stretches all the way to the other side. There are quite a number of them also seated under the trees. There are no street lights there, so they are not visible. Also because of their black uniform, so it's difficult to see them from under the trees. But I can tell you that a lot of them are seated under the trees. They tell me they're going to be here till tomorrow. The protesters had notified them that it's a 3-day protest, which is going to end at 11:59 p.m. tomorrow. So until then, they're still going to keep a presence here. So that's what is happening here. Faustina, over to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maxwell Agbagba. We've just given you updates on the Democracy House protest earlier today. We told you carefully erupted as the protesters tried to push through a human barricade created by the police. Some of them were arrested. This is JoyNews Prime. We'll be back after this break.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Make money. Want more money? More moolah. More sika? Then win more moolah with 30 Ghana Cedis free credit when you play Game Park's Pick 1 and Pick 4 games for the first time. Just dial star 946 hash, get your first bet and win on us with a 30 Ghana Cedi welcome bonus. Win more moolah with Game Park today. Go to GameParkGames.com for more information. Game Park is licensed by the NLA. Play responsibly. Not suitable for persons under 18 years.
My name is Kenneth Ashigbe. I am the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. It is important that we all support media freedom. We need to realize the fact that media freedom is our freedom. What the media does for us is to hold that in trust for us, and especially as we get close to the elections. It is important for all players to notice that journalism is not a crime. The journalists doing their jobs need to be given the protections that are required.
The media houses also need to come together and put together schemes to ensure the protection of all journalists. Let's all make sure that we support media freedoms and ensure that by the end of these elections, no journalist will be attacked. Hashtag defend media freedom GH.
From the South Atlantic Ocean comes the finest beach resort in the oil city, the Groove Esipong Beach Resort. Unwind in 53 beautifully appointed rooms and suites, including our presidential suite, each offering breathtaking views and unparalleled comfort. Be hosted in our elegant Nana Frimpong the First restaurant and experience our local and continental dishes. Visit us today and experience a taste of Africa. The Groove Esipong Beach Resort, where luxury meets adventure.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
We are indeed your election headquarters. Now, running mate of the New Patriotic Party's flag bearer, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, has called on the National Association of Ghana Students, NUGS, to use their collective voice to push for policies that promote sustainable mining and protect Ghana's natural resources. Addressing the union at the 58th Annual Congress in Kumasi, Dr. Prempeh emphasized the need for students to take an enlightening position on illegal mining and hold politicians accountable for their actions. Nana Wachi Yadom has more in the following report.
The National Union of Ghana Students held its 58th Congress at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh addressed the gathering. In his keynote speech, the former Minister of Education lamented the devastating effects of illegal mining on Ghana's environment, economy, and communities. Stressing on the destruction of water bodies, he called for a more collaborative efforts from all stakeholders, including government, civil society, and student unions.
One of the most topical conversations as we head into the 2024 elections, whether you like it or not, the preacher man said it, or one of the speakers said it. It's got them say, nooks, we should hear from nooks. You must have an enlightened position on it. Like I told the men's fellowship, as politicians, no politician will come up with a policy that will let him lose the votes of the people he wants to represent. After all, like my good friend.
Let's take you now live to UPSA here in Accra, where the flag bearer for APC, Dr. Hassan Ayariga, is launching his manifesto.
And leader of our great party, I have the national youth organizer of the All People's Congress here. And we're going to have a little conversation whilst we get ready. All right, okay. Welcome.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Today is a big day, is that not it?
Sure.
Why would you tell somebody to be part of the great APC?
You see, in Ghana today, we are all fed up with both MPP and NDC.
Very true.
We have seen what they have done. We see what the NDC did when they were ruling. And we've equally seen what MPP is currently doing. Obviously, we really need a change from the MPP to APC, because it can't go back to NDC, which we have seen. We've seen what they have done before. So obviously, we know how we do. We listen to people. You know, every Ghanaian is fed up. It is not just easy, and we need a vibrant young man with an insightful policies that can keep Ghana moving. So if you look at APC, the ideology surrounding APC, because it has always been winner takes all. At any point the NDC or the MPP is in power, you realize that they concentrate on only people that belongs to their party card. If you are not part of them, then you are seen not to have any ideas. But there are a lot of ideas from others. So
thank you very much. That is the youth organizer of the party, King Hassan. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's rise on our feet and welcome the founder,
Your Excellency,
the leader,
Your Excellency,
the flag bearer,
Your Excellency,
of the All People's Congress,
Your Excellency,
His Excellency,
Dr.
Hassan Ayariga. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is here. Number 9 on the ball's paper. Number 9 on the ball sheet. The flag bearer of the great All People's Congress, the APC. Let's welcome Dr. Hassan Ayariga. APC. 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 Let's take it one more time. APC. 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 Yes, indeed, it is power to the people. A round of applause for our incoming president, who just walked into the auditorium, Dr. Hassan Ayara. You and I know this is the only man that can save the country from the mess that has been created. This is the only man that can save the country out of corruption. This is the man that can save the country out of the injustice and the mess created by the current government. APC. APC.
Sorry that.
APC.
APC. APC. APC. Thank you. With all humility, shall we bow down our heads for prayer? Precious God, Jehovah Almighty, Jehovah Elohim El Shaddai, we give you all the glory, we give you all the praise, that it please you to gather all of us together today for this very important occasion of the manifesto of APC. We thank you for the leadership. We thank you for the life of His Excellency, Dr. Hassan Ayariga and Mrs. Ayariga. We thank you for the running mate, His Excellency, Reverend Dr. Walanyo Mensah, and his beloved wife, Second Lady. We thank you once again for the leadership who put together this program. Father, precious God, we pray whatever activity that will go on here, we commit it into your hands. We pray for your divine guidance, your divine leadership, wisdom, power, and understanding. We pray that let there be peace. We pray that let not be any confusion, troublemaking agent in this place. Because APC, power to people, freedom to people, who will take this country to another level. Jehovah Almighty God, we thank you now and forever. In Jesus' name, shout a big amen.
Put your hands together once again for Reverend Brown Adjema. APC, we have got men of God, we have got chiefs, we have got traditional rulers, people that have come far and wide and are gathered in here because we believe in the man Dr. Hassan Ayariga, that we are all going to support him to be the next president of our nation, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are watching us from, this is an ongoing launch of the Nation Manifesto. The manifesto that is about to save the country. The manifesto that is about to bring a change. We are going to present to you the savior of this land. Without wasting much time, I would want to welcome the National Women's Organizer of the All People's Congress to come and then give us a welcome address. Put your hands together for Bliss Sosu. APC. Keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen. The only powerful National Women's Organizer in Ghana.
APC. 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 Good evening, everyone. Honorable guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's event. My name is Bliss Sosu, the National Women Organizer of APC, that is the biggest opposition party in Ghana. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests, chiefs throughout the whole country, the clergy, for taking time to join us today. Your presence is a testimony to our commitment to chase the elephant into the bush. I would also like to recognize the efforts of the founder and leader of the party, Dr. Hassan Ayariga. Her beautiful wife, Mrs. Anita Ayariga. His running mates, the national executives, regional executives, constituency executives, members of the party, and the media for working tirelessly to make this event possible. Your dedication and support also helped us to qualify for the presidential race, where we are the number 9 on the ballot box. Yes. Number 9, not number 1, number 9. The broom is also our symbol. As you already know, we have gathered here to witness the launch of the APC manifesto. The APC have very good plans for the people of Ghana. One way is by sweeping the corrupt leaders with our broom. I know after our manifesto launch today, Ghanaians will be convinced to give the APC a chance come December 7th. Thank you again for being here, and I wish you all a productive and enjoyable experience. I welcome you all.
APC, APC. Put your hands together for the National Women's Organizer of the All People's Congress, all the way from the Volta region. Voltarians, are you in the building? Are you in the building? The All People Congress loves you so much. After the campaign, after the manifesto launch, we are going to storm the Volta region. Nothing can stop us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got some dignitaries in our mess here, and we would want to introduce them. We have some of their names here, but before I go further, we are live on JoyNews and live on GTV. Wherever you are watching us from, you are watching the live telecast of the launching of the nation's manifesto of the All People's Congress, APC. With us here is the leader of the People's National Convention, Mr. Apasera is in our midst. We have the former National Treasurer of the People's National Convention, Mr. Adam Zakani. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's election is going to be the survival of the fittest, because APC has become more stronger, because we have an alliance of various independent candidates who actually wanted to contest as presidential candidates and has thought it very well to join an alliance with the All People's Congress.
So we are going to soon be introducing the various independent presidential candidates that are here with us and then aligned with us for the 2024 general elections. As you can see, we have the chiefs who are here, and very soon we would be introducing them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the nation's manifesto. In our midst here, we have Dr. Seth Intim Ejako. He is the leader and founder of the Liberation Front of the Ghana Youth for Change. Thank you very much for coming. And to all of you who are seated here, we welcome you so much for coming. And give a wave. People are watching you. Beautiful women and handsome men, thank you very much for coming. We would keep introducing the people as and when the names comes in. APC, 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 APC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to sit down quietly and listen to the keynote address from our vice presidential candidate. He is not here alone. He is as well here with the wife, the second lady of the next APC government. Without wasting much time, with a round of applause, help me welcome Reverend Dr. Samuel Walayo Mensah. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Reverend Dr. Samuel Walayo Mensah. This is the running mate of the All People's Congress for the 2024 general election.
Thank you very much, Reverend MC. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the All People Congress, distinguished traditional leaders, the media, fellow Ghanaians, all protocol observed. As we gather here today, we stand at a crucial juncture in our nation's history. The upcoming 2024 elections present us with an opportunity to reflect on the past and envision a brighter future for all Ghanaians. I'm honored to address you as the running mate to the noble presidential candidate Dr. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga. And I want to speak directly about the pressing issues of economic mismanagement, hardship, and corruption that have plunged this country into uncertainties. Economic mismanagement and hardship. Ghana has long been recognized as a beacon of hope in West Africa, but today, we find ourselves grappling with the consequences of poor governance and economic mismanagement. The current administration has failed to implement policies that foster sustainable growth, leading to the staggering increase in public debt and inflation. The cost of living has skyrocketed while wages have stagnated, forcing many into poverty and total despair. Families are now struggling to put food on their table, and our middle class is being squeezed into a precarious existence. The mismanagement of our economy is evident in the recent failures of key institutions like the Bank of Ghana. The inability of its risk management subcommittee to foresee the repercussions of reckless fiscal policies has resulted in significant financial losses, jeopardizing our economic stability. We cannot afford to ignore these failures any longer. There are direct results of leadership that prioritizes political survival over the well-being of general Ghanaians. The impact of this economic mismanagement is felt most acutely by ordinary Ghanaians. As inflation reaches unprecedented levels, purchasing power diminishes, and essential goods become increasingly unaffordable. The reality is that many Ghanaians are living on the edge of a cliff, struggling to meet basic needs while witnesses their dreams slip away. This leadership is not just a statistics. It represents real lives affected by decisions made in government offices far removed from their daily struggles. We must recognize that these hardships are not merely unfortunate circumstances, but are rooted in symbolic failures that requires urgent economic redress. Our citizens deserve better than empty promises. They deserve actionable plans that will restore their dignity and provide them with opportunities to prosper. On the economy, data from the Bank of Ghana indicates the following. Debt. Ghana's public debt reaches about 761 billion Ghana cedis, and debt to GDP is around 70%. And I believe that that is a situation no country wants to experience. With inflation, the inflation rate is expected to ease to 19% in these very months, down from 20.4% in August, the last month. Inflation is still very high, and I believe that only during the time of the former president, late Mills, he was able to reduce inflation to single digits. Ever since, Ghana continued to struggle to achieve single-digit inflation. Policy rate. The Bank of Ghana's monetary policy rate is currently around 30%. The policy rate is the rate at which Bank of Ghana lends money to various commercial banks. So the assumption is that if the various commercial banks will borrow from Bank of Ghana at the rate of 30%, can you just imagine how much the various commercial banks will charge the consuming public on monies that has been lent to them? Forcing the interest rate to be between 40 and 60%, depending on the kind of financial transactions that one engage in. So most people spend their profits to service debts, and I believe it has really led to collapse of many businesses. The growth rates. Ghana's GDP grew by 6.9% in the second quarter of 2024, the fastest pace in 5 years. So all these 5 years, Ghana was struggling. Even with this 6.9% is still questionable. Exchange rates today, cedi to a dollar is about 16.10 pesos to a dollar. How can we survive as a country? How can our productive sectors survive as a country? Ghana is simply joking. And this is affecting clearing of goods in our ports and harbors, thereby increasing the cost of goods and services, thereby increasing the cost of living, reducing the standard of living. With exports, as of the first quarter of 2024, Ghana's total trade value was 107.6 billion Ghana cedis, approximately 8.8 billion United States dollars, with exports amounting to 59.5 billion, also amounting to 4.8 billion United States dollars, and imports totaling 48.1 billion Ghana cedis, approximately 3.9 United States dollars. This resulted in a trade surplus of 11.5 billion, approximately 940 million United States dollars. Is a 6.9 GDP growth cosmetic or real? The current 6.9 GDP growth can be attributed to several key factors as follows. Macroeconomic stability. The government's efforts to stabilize the economy through the IMF-supported post-COVID-19 program for economic growth have been crucial. Debt restructuring. Completing the domestic debt restructuring in 2023 and progressing with the external debt restructuring has provided a more stable financial environment for Ghana. But still, government is struggling to survive. And we believe that government must stop the crime against humanity. People who have really worked. I mean gallant Ghanaian workers who are really on retirements, who have served this country that deserves better treatment. We are using the monies that is meant for pensioners, for their medicines and for their survivors to offset government debts. And I believe that government also fails to even settle these debts accurately and timely. So all our debt services and payments have been deferred to 2025. Both individual bonds, corporate bonds, and commercial bond holders have been deferred. And as a matter of fact, life from 2025 will be more crucial and more difficult than what we are seeing today. Sectorial contributions. With industry, the industrial sector saw an average growth of 8% in the first half of 2024, driven by significant growth in both mining and quarrying sectors, amounting to 13.9%, oil and gas 9.9%, construction 8.3%, manufacturing 2.8%. Agriculture continual investments and favorable weather conditions have boosted agriculture output. Even with that, the government finds it very difficult to be able to align its policies and programs to be able to promote agribusinesses and agro-processing. The services sector has also shown robust growth, supported by increased activities in trade, tourism, and financial services. The private consumption and investment. Increased public expenditure, particularly related to the upcoming elections, has boosted household purchasing power and consumer confidence. The global economic conditions. Despite global economic challenges, Ghana's strategic economic policies have helped mitigate adverse effects and leverage opportunities for growth. We can do better as a country. APC will placate the country back on total development and growth with positive and sustainable macro and microeconomic indicators. I think APC deserves a round of applause. Corruption. The latest report in January 2024, Ghana is ranked 70th out of 180 countries on the Corruption Perception Index, with a score of 43 out of 100. That is just a little pass. This score indicates a moderate level of perceived public sector corruption and has remained unchanged from the previous year. Corruption has become endemic in our political landscape, eroding trust in public institutions and hindering economic progress. The current regime has transformed Ghana into a model of corruption. I repeat, the current regime has transformed Ghana into a model of corruption, where resources meant for development are shipped and siphoned off by a privileged few. This culture of impunity has created a vicious cycle where those in power prioritize personal gain over public service and state interest. And so we ask ourselves, if you look at the Auditor General's report alone, the monies that have been misappropriated, mismanaged, misapplied is quite more than the monies that we seek as a relief from the IMF as a bailout. And I believe that if really government wants it to have value for money, then government should be able to support and develop the capacities of the various anti-corruption agencies. taking the mantle, taking the bull by the horn, so that we're able to search out people who have engaged in corrupt practices and have been able to embezzle state resources and funds, being able to recoup these monies into the consolidated fund, using these monies for the public interest, sustainable development, and growth. Unemployment. Let me pause a while as we also welcome our great people. I think we can put our hands together for them. Your clapping is too small. Do it bigger and mightier. APC, 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 power to the people. APC equally believes in developing our cultural values. And our cultural identity must be key. There is no way you can develop as a nation without your cultural values. That's so beautiful, that's so nice. I think they deserve another round of applause. Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much. With unemployment, according to records sourced from the annual household income and expenditure survey Q3 labor bulletin by the Ghana Statistical Service, unemployment in this country has risen to 14.7% in the first 3 quarters of 2023. I hope we are all enjoying this wonderful display. Thank you very much. We continue. Unemployment. According to record source from the annual household income and expenditure survey, Q3 labor bulletin by the Ghana Statistical Service, unemployment in this country, Ghana, has risen to 14.7% in the first 3 quarters of 2023. So we need to develop the capacities and the potentials of the rural areas. We need to really stop rural-urban migration. The energy sector. Ghana's energy sector debt has surpassed $2 billion United States dollars. This debt has accumulated over 7 years, and this often refers to as legacy debt. So anytime you hear about legacy debt, they are talking about energy sector debt. The debt burden has significant implications, including challenges in purchasing fuel for power production and paying independent power producers, which can lead to intermittent power outages. Have you heard that ECG is bankrupt? All sectors of Ghanaian economy are in tatters. Ghana needs APC than more ever. We as a party, we as a government in waiting, have advised the government of Ghana to abrogate gold for oil deal transaction because it is fraudulent. We create the platform for the middlemen to steal the resources of this country. We must not allow that to happen. Gold for oil deal must be dropped. Healthcare delivery. How effective is access to healthcare and its affordability? Is the National Health Insurance Scheme able to care for the poor and vulnerable in society, especially people living with non-communicable diseases? Out-of-pocket payments is still here with us. Ghana's efforts of universal health coverage is woefully inadequate. The APC will look at a policy of championing and developing traditional herbal medicine in this country. And currently we have over 150,000 practitioners nationwide, largely in the informal sector. We believe that it's time for us to formalize the informal sector. We will support the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, MAMPON, to be able to develop the capacities of traditional herbal medicines that will create more than 2 million jobs nationwide. We believe that based on that, we are going to build 16 herbal hospitals across Ghana. Education. Education. Free SHS is here, but needs review. There are so many challenges associated with free SHS. Issues of classrooms, issues of dormitories, issues of science laboratories, issues of libraries, issues of accommodations and bungalows for teachers, issues of security for the schools, and issues about the general well-being of educational workers. Free SHS must not only be limited to tuition and feeding. We believe that government should rather review the free SHS. And if Ghanaians have given us the power from January 2025, APC, under the leadership of Dr. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga, will review the free SHS policy, championing the technical vocational education, rebrand it as industrial education in Ghana, creating more jobs for socioeconomic development. We believe that when we develop the manpower base of this country, we should be able to address the teeming rates of unemployment. This is a policy that Germany, Korea, India, Japan have adopted, and it has really worked for them. We need to really champion technical and vocational education. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach these elections, let us remember that change is not just necessary, it is imperative. The All People Congress stands committed to restoring integrity in governance, promoting transparency and ensuring that public funds are utilized for the benefit of all citizens, not just a selected few. We want to build a egalitarian society. The interesting thing we want to do about our education, and that is really going to transform the African economy, is that the APC, under the leadership of Dr. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga, will put the necessary structures in place. And we are going to translate the first-class scientific books into our local languages. The greatest knowledge that a white man has hid from us is the knowledge of industrialization. And we believe that the shortest way we can do that is to translate modern scientific books into our local languages. Can you just imagine if we should translate scientific books that talks about how you should manufacture a car, how a plane is manufactured, how a train is manufactured, how wheelbarrow is manufactured, how we can manufacture water pumping machines, how we can manufacture generator sets. We translate this into our local languages. By the time our children are 6 years, by the time they are 12 years, they'll be able to manufacture water pumping machines. Industrialization, 24-hour economy is a policy for Dr. Hassan Ayariga. It is in his manifesto in 2016 and 2020. It is not a manifesto for NDC. It's a stolen manifesto. We in the APC envision a Ghana where economic policies are designed with the people in mind, where every citizen has access to opportunities for growth and success. We must prioritize ethical governance that fosters trust among our citizens and encourage investments in our economy. And now I have something to show you. Mr. Martin, I want my data. I want to speak to data. I hope you like such a person to be your next vice president. So we have a data like this. And so this talks about the quarterly trade newsletter. And it's talking about Ghana's import and export. That instead of Ghana to be able to develop domestic economy and for us to reduce importation drastically, we are still struggling as an economy. For us to be able to industrialize, then we need to look at the petrochemical industry. We need to look at the pharmaceutical industry. We need to look at the agribusinesses and agro-processing. We need to look at the digital economy. And I believe that these are key areas where government fails. If really government wanted to make life better for each Ghanaians, then government should be able to moderate the cost of fuel. And for us to be able to do that and control fuel prices that invariably translate to the cost of transportations, and transportations also influences cost of living and cost of goods and services. What we needed to do now at this juncture is to be able to establish and expand the capacities of the oil refinery. At least 70% of our domestic oils should be right processed and refined in Ghana. By so doing, Ghana will be smiling at the right side of its mouth. We have seen over the years, over the ages, that Ghana is struggling, and we must be able to profess good solutions to it. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I urge each one of you to reflect on the past years under current leadership. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes that have led us here. Let us unite for a future where economic mismanagement, hardship, and corruptions are reliefs of the past, where every Ghanaian can strive and contribute to a prosperous nation. Together, let us vote for change. Together, let us all vote APC. Together, let us all vote Dr. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga. Thank you all, and may God Almighty bless us all. APC, 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 power to the people. Thank you, thank you. God bless us all. Yadamasi.
APC, APC. Thank you, incoming Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Reverend Dr. Mensah Walayo Samuel. Without wasting much time, we would want to introduce some chiefs that have their names here. We have with us here the regent of the Kusasis in Greater Accra, Alhaji Inusa Mahama Abugri. If you are here, we acknowledge your presence. We have the Kusasi chief, again from Labadi, Naba Alhaji Adamu Audu. Just give us a wave. And again, we have the Madina Kusasi chief with us here, Osman Awune. Thank you for coming. We have the Kusasi chief, Asambo Elijah from Kantai. We have the Sapema Kusasi Naba here with us, Aboki Martin. We have Abugri Musa, the Naba secretary, is in our midst. We have the Greater Accra Kusasi Youth Chief, Adede George Akparibo. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are live on JoyNews TV, on Channel 1 TV, GBC, and TV Africa. As time goes on and as the names comes, we would get to introduce the various dignitaries that are with us here. Without wasting my time, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to sit down comfortably on your seat as you watch a documentary from the All People's Congress. APC, APC, APC.
Hassan Ayariga hails from Boku in the Upper East region of Ghana. He was born on September 4, 1972. His father, Frank Abdullah Ayariga, was the first member of parliament for Boku during the Third Republic of Ghana under the regime of Dr. Hila Liman. The younger brother of Hassan Ayariga is the current Boku MP, Honorable Mahama Ayariga. Hassan Ayariga is a professional accountant and business consultant. Aside from being a politician and a philanthropist, whilst in Germany, he was the PNC European chairman. Hassan Ayariga first emerged in the Ghanaian political landscape in 2012 as the presidential candidate and leader of the People's National Convention after successfully defeating the veteran politician and then leader of the PNC, Dr. Edward Nasigri Mahama. In 2016, he formed the All People's Congress (APC) political party. Hassan Ayariga was on the same ballot with former President Mahama and current President Akufo-Addo in 2012 and 2020. He made history in 2012 as the first ever Muslim presidential candidate in Ghana and the youngest ever at age 40. Hassan is a transformational leader who believes in political tolerance and democratic governance. He believes that Ghana and Africa are not poor, but poor leadership is the cause of our current sufferings. Hassan believes that APC has innovative ideas that can help change and shape the future of our beloved country.
For all of you, Hassan Ayariga and the APC, we will campaign in peace. We will make sure that this election is peaceful, and we will support the Electoral Commission with all our resources to make sure that they give us a perfect, clean, credible, and fair election. And I'm also calling on the police and all other institutions to support the Electoral Commission to make sure that they deliver a peaceful election. Besides that, there's nothing more, there's nothing less. Ghana Day in Niagara-Koso.
Hassan is married to Anita Ayariga, a graduate of the University of Science and Technology in Kumasi. They have 5 children, 3 girls and 2 boys. He lives in Accra with his family. Ayariga leadership style is an all-inclusive governance system.
APC, APC, APC. That is a brief documentary of the incoming president of our republic, Ghana. This is the manifesto launch of the All People's Congress. A brief reminder again that we are live on JoyNews, live on Channel 1, live on GTV, and live on TV Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got our parliamentary candidates from various constituencies who are here and would want to acknowledge their presence briefly. We have Simon Paul, the parliamentary candidate of the All People's Congress in Pusiga constituency. Wave your hands as the people see you. We have our Binduri parliamentary candidate, Amadou Alale. It's here as well. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Francis, that is a parliamentary candidate. And then we have another parliamentary candidate again, that is all the way from the northern region, Tolong. Thank you very much for coming. With us here is Abdul Rauf Mumuni Abugri, Ayawaso West Wagon independent parliamentary candidate. Thank you for coming. APC. The major reason of our gathering here is coming. It is time for us to invite the man of the moment, the man who is the flag bearer of the All People's Congress, the only flag bearer with the most beautiful wife among all the presidential candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, this time round, the manifesto launch of the All People's Congress is being very strategic, because we are going to highlight some key points for you to see, because history has got it that some political parties have stolen our major policies, that the people of Ghana didn't know that it was policies that belonged to the APC. But today we are making it clear to the good people of Ghana the good policies of the All People's Congress by Dr. Hassan Ayarga. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have the traditional drummers here. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be on our feet as we welcome Dr. Hassan Ayarga, the flag bearer of the All People's Congress, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Hassan Ayarga. First Lady, Mrs. Anita Ayarga, please join your husband on the dancing floor. Join your husband. Let the nation see you. That's right. That is Mrs. Anita Ayarga on the dancing floor. Mrs. Anita Ayarga, the incoming First Lady. Very gorgeous. Very beautiful. Thank you. At the moment, Dr. Hassan Ayarga is exchanging some pleasantries with the chiefs that are in support with the All People's Congress, who have come to witness the manifesto launch of the All People's Congress. Yes, Mrs. Anita Ayarga, we would want you to go with your husband, the incoming president of the Republic. Running mate, please join the president. Vice President, please join him as you exchange the pleasantries with the good people of Ghana. Yes, what is going on here is still an exchange of pleasantries with the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Hassan Ayarga. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want to remind you that the All People's Congress is number 9 on the ballot. Don't forget, the APC is the striker for the 2024 general election. Number 9 on the ballot box. Number 9 on the ballot box. When you pass number 1, ignore number 2, ignore number 3, ignore number 4, ignore number 5, ignore number 6, ignore number 7, ignore number 8, and then number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dr. Hassan Ayarga. Dr. Hassan Ayarga is on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the flag bearer of the All People's Congress, Dr. Hassan Ayarga, is now exchanging some pleasantries with the leadership of the People's National Convention, the youth president. Dr. Hassan Ayarga, people of Ghana is in love with you, the incoming president of our Republic, Ghana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would want to acknowledge the presence of the APC parliamentary candidate of the Boku constituency, Boku Central, Anaba Emmanuel. Put your hands together for him. I want to remind you once again that we are live on JoyNews, live on Channel 1, live on GBC, and live on TV Africa. Be reminded that this year's election, Dr. Hassan Ayarga is the striker for the election. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1 away, number 2 out, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. Let's take it one more time, because the good people of Ghana must know our ballot number. Are you ready? APC, APC, APC. Let's take it. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. At this moment, before we call on the incoming president to unveil and give us some highlights of what we have in our manifesto, I would want to appeal to all disqualified independent candidates who have not been able to sail through and to be cleared by the Electoral Commission. I am using this particular medium to welcome you to join the All People's Congress as we travel towards winning the election 2024. We all know that some political parties were as well disqualified, some reasons being that they haven't been able to fill their forms very well. We want to empathize and sympathize with them, but that notwithstanding, we want to call on them, PNC, PNP, PPP. There's no need to challenge. Don't go to court. Come and then join the APC. Come and join the APC, and let's strike together. We have the PNC here, which means that they are cooperating with us. The leader of the PNC, Mr. Apasera, is here with his former national treasurer. Thank you. APC, APC, APC. Number 9, all the way. Number 9, number 9, number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, let's welcome the incoming president, Dr. Hassan Ayarga. I want Mrs. Anita Ayarga to accompany the husband to the audience here. Mrs. Anita Ayarga, the people of Ghana wants to see you. Yes, majestically walking. It's the incoming president alongside with his wife. And the vice presidential candidate is here as well with the second lady. Dr. Hassan Ayarga, the man of the moment, the incoming president. Number 9, number 1, away. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. Incoming president, your people of Ghana, your incoming president. God bless you.
Please sit down. Please sit. Please sit. Please sit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. APC. 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 You see? Chobai! 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 I love the spirit. I love the spirit. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have our traditional leaders here from various clients, various tribes, representing Mother Ghana here, representing our tradition and our culture. I say, welcome, ya kin, ya kin. Nanama, ya kin. First lady. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. First lady, I want to thank you for everything. That I'm here because of you. That I'm strong because of you. I am powerful because of you. And then I will become president because of you as well. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. My running mate, Ayuko. Well done and congratulations. Madam Second Lady, you deserve it. Well done, well done, well done. General Secretary. General Secretary. General Secretary. General Secretary. Number 9. We shall, the point here is that, you see, if you're playing a football match, the number 1 is the goalkeeper. And today, number 1 is the MPP, and they are in power. So they are supposed to defend. So they are the goalkeepers. But the point is that when the number 9 is coming, when the number 9 is coming, when the number 9 is coming, the ball is there and then you kick it. So they should be careful. If I get the ball from number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9 will do what? So this year election is not going to be easy. Anyway, thank you. So today, Honorable Apasara is here, the leader of the PNC. We are thankful and grateful for you gracing our occasion. We pray for long life for you. Our independent presidential candidates too are here. Our big brother, Doctor, is here. He has come also to join us. You see, the APC is a united party, and we believe in unity. And a party that can put together different independent candidates to fight for the unity and build a country like Ghana, I think that person deserves the power. The one who brings them together deserves the power. So our time is very short, but I want to start with a keynote address, policies of the APC. The APC is presenting to you the nation's manifesto. A manifesto for the nation. This is the manifesto we want to build this nation. It is not a manifesto that we're going to promise people and lie to them and win elections and we give them excuses. This is not our way. This could never be our way. So all those listening from homes, from their offices, from Europe and everywhere, listen very carefully. The APC is bringing policies and not promises. The Ghanaian people are looking for hope, looking for a leader they can trust, looking for a leader they can believe in. They are tired. They've been voting, changing from the NDC, MPP, MPP, NDC, NDC, NPP. Now they are tired. They are tired. They are tired of NDC, they are tired of NPP, and they want a change. The APC is bringing that change. We are transforming Ghana and restoring hope. This is the theme of our manifesto. So our manifesto is centered on 7 major areas. It's centered on 7 major areas. As you can see, if they can put the slides. APC, APC, APC. Good. As you can see here, nationalization, number 1. Number 2, modernization. Number 3, industrialization. Number 4, commercialization. Number 5, domestication. Number 6, digitalization. And number 7, globalization. These policies, if you take them one after the other, you will see that we have captured what is so important for this country to stand on its feet. These are the policies of the APC. The first policy of the APC is change of mindset, attitudinal change. As citizens, we've lost it all. If we do not change the way we think, the way we do things, the way we believe in ourselves, the act of trusting ourselves and becoming patriotic citizens and doing the right thing and not the wrong thing, even sorry if the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam come back, he will not be able to rule Muslims if we don't change our mindset. If Jesus comes back, he will not be able to manage Christians if we don't change our mindset. So change of mindset is very important in our life. We behave some way, sometimes some way, that you cannot understand. That is the mentality, the attitudinal change of Ghanaian citizens must change. We cannot continue to be doing the wrong thing and expect to have the right answers. We don't trust our politicians anymore. And how can we change our mindset towards them? How can we believe in them? Yesterday, whilst we were in the office working on the manifesto, I watched video that the Ghanaian citizens are demonstrating on the streets of Accra. Yes, we have the right to demonstrate. We have the ability to demonstrate. But we should not go against breaking rules and regulations of this country. That people could not access the 37 military hospital when people were in ambulances. Why are we behaving in this way? When you say government A is not good, work towards changing the government, not destroying what we have. The only country we have is Ghana. And we cannot allow anybody, anyone, no matter who you are, to destroy this country. The peace we are enjoying in this country is the reason why we are seated here. And if we cannot change our mindset in accepting things and doing things differently, then I don't think that we will be able to become future leaders. We need to be transparent with ourselves, with our members, with our parties, with our country leaders, with our citizens. And we need to engage them to know their rules and rights and responsibilities. And if we don't do that, I don't think that we can manage this country. If you think that while you are in opposition, you can misbehave and break the rules and become indisciplined, then remember that when you come to power too, somebody too is going to do the same. So we must believe that this mindset that we have, it teaches us, it tells us you can do this, you cannot do that, you can pass your exam, you can read and do that. But if you don't want to be a good student, your mind will change you too. If you want to be a good student, that mindset is the most important tools that we have in this country and in this world. So we believe that change of mindset is an important tool. So when I say APC, they say change of what? Change your mindset. APC. 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 Very important. Our number 2 policy is Ghana and Ghanaians first. We are in this country, we're losing almost everything to the foreigners. Our gold is gone. Our bauxite is in the hands of foreigners. Our diamond in the hands of foreigners. Our oil in the hands of foreigners. Our land in the hands of foreigners. Our housing in the hands of foreigners. Our banking sector in the hands of foreigners. We have become 21st century slaves. We must begin to believe in ourselves first. Ghanaians first and Ghana first. And then we must protect our national interest. The interests of the young ones, the interests of the upcoming youth, and the interests of the old men. We cannot give our sovereignty out to foreigners and call it PPP. We cannot give our oil out to the foreigners and say we are looking for some kind of royalties. Meanwhile, our youth are unemployed. Our women do not have jobs. Our fathers don't have jobs. Our brothers do not have jobs. But the jobs have been given to all the foreigners. The oil sector is under the foreigners. Mining, gold, diamond, bauxite. Mention it. Ghanaians must come first. We must prioritize Ghanaian contractors and companies. Give jobs to the Ghanaian contractors. Contracts are given to foreigners in this country. Businesses are given to foreigners. Tax incentives is given to foreigners. Meanwhile, this is our country. We must believe in national unity and pride. We must believe in ourselves and be proud of ourselves that Ghana is ours and that we cannot continue to be slaves in our own country. So we must empower Ghanaian businesses, and I'm calling on all government institutions that when a Ghanaian is looking for a job, he comes first before any other foreigner, because this is his country. When a Ghanaian young man is looking for loan, he comes first before any other citizen. We must invest in our history and our culture and tradition, so that we teach the young ones the history of Ghana and the tradition of Ghana. We cannot continue to leave our country to be managed by foreigners who do not even know our culture and tradition and our values. So Ghana first is very important. Ghana is for Ghanaians, and we must be the citizens. We must hold and control every resources. So under my leadership, all the resources in Ghana will be managed by Ghanaians and not by foreigners. No sector of the economy will be given to a foreigner. This is your country, and you must be owners of this country. You must drive economic growth and not become slaves in your country. The policy number 3 is a national database and system. As we sit here, we don't know each other. We don't have a database that collects information of Ghanaians. We do not have database that can give us good management and efficiency or transparency and accountability. So we need to build a serious, unique database that will capture your fingerprint, your facial recognition, your blood sample, where you work, your salary will be captured, your properties will be captured, whether you have 2 cars or 1 car, whether you are married or not, whether you are working or not, whether you have children or not. All this information will be captured in a database. And this will help us to manage our country so well and efficiently. The data collection, we have to have a data infrastructure collections. And this country must be driven by data policies. And we must have data management and efficiency and economic growth. We have to enhance decision making through data. And definitely, we need a national data identification, which we already have. So this data will be given to national identification authorities and other authorities to be able to manage their data so well. So like a national health insurance card, they will get the data from them. Ghana card will get the data from the central data system. The police will get the data from the central data system. The national security will get every data from the national data system. This data system will make us unique. It will help us to plan well. Because right now, we don't know the number of students in school. We can't tell. We don't know those who are in the hospital. We cannot tell. We don't know those who are in homeless or have homes. We can't tell. So we are just a banana economy without data. So in order to build this country and improve on everything, national data system is important. The national data system will give us the opportunity to go into the next plan of the APC, which is a national development plan. Because with the national data system, you are able to plan properly. It gives you enough room in decision making. So our next policy after the national data system will be national development plan. What is a national development plan? When you collect the data is able to tell you your deficiency in every sector. It will tell you a deficiency in the agri sector. It will tell you the deficiency in the mining sector. It will tell you the deficiency in job creation. It will tell you the deficiency. Everything about your economy, this data will give you a perfect information. Now with this data, the next policy will be to implement a national development plan. That national development plan, then you begin to plan what you want to have as a country. You now look at your economic growth, you look at diversification and reduce over-reliance on primary product. You promote other sectors like manufacturing, technology, tourism, and recreational services. With the national development plan, you plan on education, what you want to do on education, health, agriculture, and food security. It will also help you to plan on youth empowerment and infrastructure development through the youth, very important. So under our national development plan, we will begin to plan on so many factors. And that Gary the course. So we are coming to the Gary sector. So under the national development plan, it will now give birth to our economic planning policies. And that will be our first policy, which will be a production hub. We don't produce in this country. We spend over $1.2 billion in the importation of rice. We spend over $800 million in the importation of fresh tomatoes and oil. We spend over $900 million importing frozen fish, frozen items, chicken, fish, and all that. Meanwhile, look at what we have in this country. We have the sea, yet we import frozen fish. We have farmlands, yet we import rice. We have coconut, palm nut, shea butter, granules, soya bean, yet we import cooking oil. So we cannot have all these things and then we keep importing all the time. So as a country, the most important thing is to turn our country into a production hub so that we produce what we consume and consume what we produce. The production hub will help us increase local poultry production to feed Ghanaians and export. Through the production hub, we will be able to build fertilizers on our own. Right now, we import fertilizers throughout the whole country. And fertilizers are becoming very expensive. The farmers here will tell you that they can't buy fertilizer. Fertilizer is about, I think, 400 Ghana cedis or 600 Ghana cedis today. So under that, we'll promote value addition to our own produce. We will begin to ensure one important thing that we need to have, food security. When we locked down, we did not have enough food to feed our country. Prices of food went high, and we could not sustain our economy. Because we don't produce. We import almost everything in this country, thereby putting so much pressure on our city, and the city is suffering. We cannot continue to be an import nation and expect to have economical independence. I believe in one district, one factory. I believe in planting for food and agriculture. but it was not properly implemented. That is why there's so much food rotting. Review, we will do that. There's so much food rotting in the farmlands. So we improve on raw materials and create employment opportunity for jobs. We improve and promote transportation network and invest in technology under the production hub. I realize that you have the slides are not going so that the Ghanaian citizens will see what we are talking about. Then we move into the next one, which is a manufacturing hub. Ghana needs to become a manufacturing nation. We want to build our own cars. We want to build our own gadgets. We want to build televisions. We want to be able to build phones. We import so much phones in this country. And this country has become a damn site for mobile phones. Almost every Ghanaian has 2 or 3 mobile phones. You imagine that if we were producing phones and manufacturing phones in this country, the amount of money we will save as a nation. But because we are not producing, we are not manufacturing, we are importing almost everything. So under our manufacturing hub, we will create infrastructure development and increase productivity in the manufacturing sector. We will revamp the Ghanaian textile, cotton, and garment industry as well, and create more pharmaceutical industries, and support with financing packages for businesses to thrive, and as well increase productivity in the manufacturing sector. This will help us sustain our currency so that the Ghana cedi will gain its strength again. After manufacturing, the most important factor is industrial hub. We have to begin to be an industrial nation. We talk about industries, but look at what is happening. So the APC, the first thing we'll do is to revive all collapsed major factories in Ghana and continuation of all abandoned government projects. We will create factories in every constituency. In every constituency, we'll create a factory. We will put up new policies on job creation, and we'll set up investment bank for financing needs and increase infrastructure development in the industrial sector. We invest in transportation, roads, rail, and port infrastructure, and as well invest in energy to ensure reliability, affordability, and sustainability. We'll continue to invest in technology, communication to strengthen digital infrastructure, as well establish industrial zones and special economic zones. We'll promote investment incentives, e.g. tax breaks, improve energy production, and regulate land acquisition, and as well focus on key economic sectors such as agriculture and transportation. The industrial hub will help us to enhance workforce development. Somebody spoke about technical and vocational, so we'll continue to give technical and vocational training for the workforce to be able to fit into the industrial hub. We'll boost finance and access to finance for affordable financing, and develop export markets and take advantages of the trade agreement. We'll continue to make sure that we ensure regulatory and policy support to protect the environment and ensure industrial policy implementation. It takes me to the policy number 6, my favorite policy, economic lockdown. Economic lockdown. In 2019, 2020, the whole world was under a serious pandemic. That pandemic was called COVID-19 pandemic. And the COVID-19 pandemic, we locked down 2 cities in Ghana. 1, Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi. Within 2 weeks, we could not feed Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi. and we had to come out of the lockdown. What it tells us is that we do not have food security as a nation, and that if this pandemic had continued, Ghanaians would have suffered, and probably many would have died aside the pandemic challenges. Some would have died because of poverty. Some would have died because of lack of food. What have we learned from the economic lockdown, from the pandemic lockdown? This is what we have learned from the APC. And we think that based on the challenges that we face under the pandemic, we need to introduce what is called economic lockdown. What is the purpose of the economic lockdown? The purpose of the economic lockdown is to make Ghanaians work and produce food enough to have food security, to be self-sufficient in their own country, to be able to stop the dependency on foreign goods such as rice, chicken, frozen foods. We can produce that. Why are we not doing that, and then we keep importing, and then we say no jobs? The youth, they don't have jobs, but yet we are importing. So under the economic lockdown, the APC economic policy will have self-sufficient and reliance. We stop the importation of the foreign goods, e.g. rice, cooking oil, and frozen items. It will help us increase productivity and stabilize the city. It will give us economic growth, create jobs, and reduce dependency on foreign goods. We will help, through the economic lockdown, promote made in Ghana goods and build local infrastructure and industries and improve the standard of living. And we will have what is called economic independence. The APC lockdown policy is one policy that will give us the best food security in our country. We are a dependent nation. The economic lockdown will make us self-sufficient, and we will become a nation that other countries can come and also buy from us. Ladies and gentlemen, when you lock down your economy, something very important must happen. When you want to become a production hub, something very important must happen. If you want to become a manufacturing hub, something very important must happen. If you want to become an industrial hub, something very important must happen. And that is the major policy of the APC, the 24-hour economy, that we have to work around the clock. Joboy, you cannot lock down and sleep. When you lock down, you have to work 24 hours. This country, the purpose of the 24-hour economy, we want this country to be vibrant in the day and at night. Ghanaians work 6 hours in a day, not 8. Because the 8 hours that we have, we spend 1 hour to go to work, 1 hour to come back in the same 8 hours. The 6 hours they have, they go to work, they use another 1 hour to play betting, cha-cha, lotto, and use the 5 hours to gossip. So, we work only 6 hours and we sleep 18 hours. Under the 24-hour economy of the APC, what we want to do is that we want to work 24 hours around the clock. The purpose of the 24-hour economy is to be able to become a self-sufficient and reliable and resilient nation. The purpose of it is to have 3-shift system. 8 hours in the morning for production, 8 hours in the afternoon for manufacturing, 8 hours in the evening for industrialization. That gives you the 24-hour cycle. So Ghanaians will be working 8 hours, 8 hours, and 8 hours. When you put the 3 8 hours together, you have a 24-hour economy. But in order to be able to implement this 24-hour economy, there are other structures and important things that you have to look at. You have to look at security. You have to look at energy.
My guest on Syllabus today is a prominent face who usually leaves you spellbound with his captivating performances on the silver screen. We all know him as that fine actor, and he doesn't hesitate to let people know that outside acting, he usually lives a boring life. So it came as a surprise when I found out he's into this business. Well, let's welcome the finest Maulana.
Joboy, APC, APC. So under the 24-hour economy, many people will say that, what are we implementing a 24-hour economy? When you lock down your economy and you want to become a self-sufficient economy within 1 year, you have to work 24 hours. And if you don't work 24 hours, your lockdown will be useless. You cannot also become a manufacturing, industrial, and a productive nation if you sleep 16 hours. Because your industry will be sleeping. Your manufacturing sector will be sleeping. Your industrial sector will be sleeping. So for us in the APC, we put this policy in 2016 and 2020. But because our politicians and our media men, let me not bash them, that they don't look at the policies of minor political parties. They are always interested in policies of the NDC and the MPP. So when APC spoke about 24-hour economy in 2016, they did not listen. When we spoke about it in 2020, they did not listen. Now that the NDC is talking about it, let me tell you, the NDC have adapted the APC 2024 policy, and we are grateful that they adapted it. Yabre, Joboy, believe me not, if we become the production and manufacturing hub, the 24-hour economy that we intend to implement, the 3-shift system, we will need to get workers from the neighboring countries. Because we will be so busy to the extent that our labor force will not be able to help us effectively run 24-hour economy. I have experienced 24-hour economy in Germany. I used to work 22 hours and sleep 2 hours. 22 hours and sleep 2 hours for 8 years. So if you see me standing here today, then know that I've gone through a lot. That environment is the environment we must give our young people. These young people are very brilliant. We have turned their future to gambling, that they do not know what to do. They learn, they come out of school, and there are no jobs. The streets are dirty. The gutters are dirty. We don't even have proper roads. We cannot feed ourselves. We import rice, cooking oil, and everything. And then we talk about job creation. How can we create jobs if we keep importing? So eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Joboy, when you have that workforce and build a very strong workforce under the 24-hour economy, We are in crisis today. The economy is tough. Ghanaian citizens understand the suffering. They now believe that the hardship is real. That our 1 month's salary now cannot sustain us. So the APC has thought of this and decided to implement something new in our system called the bi-weekly salary policy. Bi-weekly salary policy means that instead of taking salary every 1 month, no, Ghanaians are suffering too much. The resources, the salary is not even enough for them for a week. So now, under my government, I'm going to implement 2-week salary structures. Every 2 weeks, you get salary. So Ghanaians will now be taking salary every 2 weeks. Because you can imagine taking your salary every 1 month. 30 days you have to wait to get another salary. Look at this economy today. It's very tough. So we will ensure also, once we implement the 2-weekly salary structure, which is called the bi-weekly salary, we will make sure that salary increment and restructuring for industrial workers will go up. So your salary now will not just be only every 2 weeks. You see, the minimum wage in Ghana is now 18 cedis 50 pesos. Under the APC government, the minimum wage will be between 150 Ghana to 300 Ghana cedis. And Choboy, APC, APC, APC. So you see, we have to give power back to the people. And by giving power back to the people, we will review the Ghana Labor Act 2003-651 and make sure that a minimum wage salary in Ghana, the minimum salary a person must take is 5,000 Ghana cedis. 5,000 Ghana cedis. That is the minimum salary a Ghanaian must have in Ghana. Our city has become so useless. When you take 1,000 cedis, you cannot buy anything. And then people's salary are less than 1,000 cedis. How can you say a minimum wage, a daily minimum wage of 18 cedis? What is 18 cedis? How can even water bottle, when you want to buy a pack of water today, the 12 pieces is 24 Ghana cedis. So that means that you work a whole day to go and buy pure water. I don't think that Ghanaians want to continue to have this kind of systems. And then we'll set up efficient payroll system to make sure that this happens, and also provide mandatory minimum wage and ensure that salaries are paid on time. There are workers who are here who do not get their salary every month. And they have to work. Choboy, we will not do carry forward. We will do payment in advance. Another policy of the APC, what we are practicing in Ghana is called winner takes it all kind of policy. In the APC, we do not believe in winner takes it all. Our manifesto talks about all-inclusive governance concept. APC, 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 APC. I love you guys. Yeah, yes. So, another policy is an inclusive governance concept. We've been running this country under the system or the disguise of winner takes it all kind of political syndrome. This system divides our front and we lose the strength. This system does not permit us to be able to become the real Ghanaians with the best talent to build our country. So what happens is that if you vote for NDC and NDC in power, only NDC people will work. The other parties will not work. We cannot divide our front all the time and expect to have strong institutions. We cannot divide our front all the time and expect to have a nation that has the best brains. Because we are dividing the brains. We're dividing the force. So under our government, the Hassan Ayariga government, I don't care whether you voted for me or you voted against me. What is more important to me and most important to me is to make sure that you are given jobs based on merits and not based on political callous. We cannot do that. Our country has seen that for years, and we have suffered the consequences of it. And moving forward, all these young people are the assets of this nation. You cannot say because you have won power, everybody should go and sleep. We will not do that in this country. Under the APC leadership, there will be an all-inclusive governance concept. I will hire ministers, even if it is necessary, from the LPG. I've seen the leader of the LPG here, Kofi Akwalu. Please, hand of applause. Can you stand up, Mr. Kofi Akwalu? Your Excellency. You're welcome. Thank you. And his secretary, I guess. Yes. So, under our leadership, you see that in front of us, there's LPG leader and flag bearer. There's PNC, leader of the PNC. There's an independent candidate. There are other independent candidates. Our running mate is an independent presidential candidate who has come from 3 different movements. So you see, we are already practicing an all-inclusive governance concept, even in opposition. So what it means is that when we become government, this country will get the best brains to develop our country, and not APC members. The next policy is jobs creation. More jobs. We intend to put what is called job centers nationwide. Our young girls and women have suffered under employers. That you are looking for a job and you have to sacrifice yourself in order to get a job. You're looking for a job, and the job giver says, look, before I give you the job, you have to lie on my bed. We cannot continue to have this kind of attitude in our country. So because of that, the APC is going to enroll nationwide job centers in every district. That every district, there will be a job center. And we're going to create a network between job seekers and employers and provide training and support services for the job seekers. We will establish job centers through the districts in the country. We will create jobs through our economic lockdown. We will create jobs through our manufacturing hub. We will create jobs through our industrial hub. We will create jobs through our industrial hub. We will create jobs through our 24-hour economy policy. And then we will continue to create jobs through mining and construction. Job creation is very important. My good brother Akwalu said he's going to invest $10 billion to create jobs. We are investing more than $10 billion to create the jobs. So, under this job creation, I have lived in Germany before. And the policy was that if you're looking for a job, you don't have to go around scouting looking for a job. You go to the job centers and you will key in the kind of job you're looking for. Every information is there. Because when we roll out our national data system, the national data system will give us the statistics and the data to be able to create job centers. And through that national data system, every company in Ghana seeking for employees will put into that system, will key his data into that system, and you go there looking for it, and then all you need to do is to make a call. And you can be in Baku and seek for a job in Accra. You can be in Accra and seek for a job in Baku. So once your application is uploaded and you have the best qualification, you'll be interviewed and you go for your job, and no more wahala in job creation. Our next policy is free port. Free port. You know, many will agree with me and some will disagree with me. What is free port? We are burdened in this country because of huge taxes. We buy the most expensive commodity in the world is in Ghana. The most expensive thing in this world, you find it in Ghana. Go to Europe, go to Germany, and buy a car. $10,000. When you bring that car here in Ghana, you will pay $30,000 to clear the car. My last experience, 2 months ago, I imported a vehicle into Ghana. This vehicle was just $10,000. I went to the airport, to the port, wanting to clear the car. I spent 4,400,000 Ghana cedis. 400,000 Ghana cedis to clear the car. Now let's ask ourselves, how many of us had 400,000 Ghana cedis? The clearance, the duty of the car was 10 times the value of the car. So we cannot be giving ourselves hardship through our own policies. Why is it that Ghanaians are paying so much duty in the world than any other country? Why? So if you want to cushion the economy, we have to begin to reduce taxes and cut down duties on commodities that are raw material that we bring in to do the production, manufacturing, and industrialization. Because when we cut down the duties, take off the duties, the manufacturing companies, the production companies will be producing at a lesser cost. And thereby, commodities in the market will be cheaper. But when we increase the prices of goods through importation, they will be produced at a high cost. And when they are produced at a high cost, what it means that they are shifting it to you, the consumer. So prices of goods and services in Ghana is high. So if we are talking about national cake, we should be able to cut down certain duties and have duty-free economy for goods and necessities. And remove taxes of imported raw materials for production and manufacturing and industrial sector. That will help us produce at a lower cost, and our country and our citizens will enjoy low cost of goods and services in our country. So under the APC leadership, duty-free. Duty-free. Somebody will be asking, How are you going to raise revenue? There are so many ways of raising revenue. When you burden the country with huge taxes, a little of them will pay. Now go to the ports of Ghana. They are empty. People have moved from Ghana to Togo. And Togo is making so much money and Ghana ports are empty. And nobody can talk. Not Hassan Ayerga. I will say it under my leadership, free port. Joboy! Joboy! The next policy, the next policy of the APC is an interesting one. And I know a lot of people will want to know about that. The next policy is different passport and identity. We are fast losing our sovereignty to foreigners. Foreigners are buying everything in this country. They're buying our lands. They're buying houses. Everything. They go to the markets. Chinese have taken over the markets. Our young men do not have future anymore. Today, they have hijacked our country. And we have become slaves in our own country. Mr. Akpalu, I want to tell you something. Mark it down. If we do not implement this policy, Honorable David Apasara, you are here. My running mate, you are here. If we do not change the identification of our citizenship, tomorrow we'll lose the presidency to foreigners. We will lose the presidency to foreigners. It is coming. So the APC, under Hassan Ayerga, I'm going to amend the constitution on Ghanaian citizenship and provide unique identity for different passports. The first passport is the green passport. The green passport, only a Ghanaian by birth, father and mother, grandmother and grandparents, has the audacity to hold that passport. And that passport, the holder of those passports are the only people allowed to contest for presidency, to contest for parliamentary elections, assembly elections, and any other elections. If you don't hold that passport, you cannot become a president of the Republic of Ghana. If you don't hold that passport, you can never be a minister in Ghana. If you don't hold that passport, you can never be a parliamentarian in Ghana. If you don't hold that passport, you can never buy property in Ghana. It includes properties. Go to China. No matter how rich you are, you can buy property there. But we have given our sovereignty out to foreigners. Foreigners have bought properties in Ghana owing them. Very soon, they will even give you some kind of backing. You are not allowed to come to this community in this country. It's going to happen. So under my leadership, I am not a Nazi, but I'm protecting the sovereignty of this Ghana to my citizens, my brothers and sisters, my children, that it is their country. The second passport, the blue passport, that passport is going to be given to those who are half Ghanaian and half foreigners. You are entitled to those passports. And don't forget, under our national database, your name will be in there. Somebody will be asking, how do you control that? I will control that through the national data system. Because we are building a data system that is going to be efficient and transparent and clear. So when you hold that passport you think will not know, you buying a property will show this is your name, this is the kind of passport you hold. You can't buy the passport, you can't buy. Because we are losing our country. We are losing this country. Selling of state land, say it again. To foreigners, not even to Ghanaians. Why will you give your sovereignty to somebody else? The last passport, the red passport. As for that passport, when you hold it, you can't do anything. You are just holding it. Just hold it for the sake, hold it. And those are for those who want to naturalize. Like Lebanese who come to Ghana and want to naturalize, foreigners who come to Ghana and want to naturalize. That passport, you can just hold it. You cannot buy anything. You cannot acquire anything. You cannot run for anything. You are just there. Citizen of Ghana by right. Many countries will not agree with me, but I am the President of the Republic of Ghana. I will protect my citizens. They will agree with me. I don't care what other countries will say. This is my policy. Americans can accept it if they want, or yeah. If they don't like it, they can go back. Europeans can accept it. If they don't like it, they can go back. This is my policy. This is Hassan Ayerega managing Ghana. Choboy! Choboy! So let's be mindful. All those holding properties, foreigners who have properties in this country, they should pray hard I don't become president. They should pray hard I don't become president. Because I'm taking back what belongs to Caesar. I am taking what belongs to you back to you. This is your country. This is what you must protect. This is your nation. You cannot be slaves in your own country. Look at our go to all the big communities and important communities and look. Legon, Airport, Trasaco, East Legon, all are foreigners. But go to the slums. That's where you see our citizens. Why? If we are poor, doesn't mean we are stupid. We are not. And if we are, I will not accept. I will remove my cap and throw it away. My leaders are here. They are the owners of the land. So I am pleading with them today. I am begging you, do not sell our lands to foreigners again. That is your land, that is your property, that is your future, that is your wealth. That is our identity. We will give it away. The next minute, you cannot come to that land again. When you sell it to the foreigner, he buys it from you. Tomorrow, you, the chief, you can't even walk there. Chinese have bought all our farmlands. Why? What is left for our children? What is left for our grandchildren? So I'm pleading with my chiefs, those who are here and those who are watching from home, that under Hassan Ayerega's leadership, no chief will sell any land to anybody except the one who holds a blue passport. A green passport. Except the Ghanaian citizen who holds a green passport. And no foreigner. Let me repeat it again. If they want to listen, they should. If they want, they can close their TVs. Turn it off. No foreigner will own property in Ghana under my leadership. Joboy, we'll move to the next topic. Agriculture. Agriculture. We want to have food security. Eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Modernization of agriculture will begin to modernize how we farm, thereby introducing all year-round farming, doing mechanized farming as well as providing affordable loans facilities and ready market for agro farmers and fisher folks. Whoop. Joboy! Joboy! APC! 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 I love you guys. We provide farm subsidies, farm tools, and farm equipment to farmers, and employ science and technology to increase yield and productivity. We provide new seedlings. That is what our farmers are suffering from. New seedlings and pesticides. Today, our farmers cannot spray their farmlands because of the cost of pesticides. And sometimes we are losing the traditional yield and the traditional, seedlings. I know we used to farm, kayaba, kayaba, kusala, nada, zaga, bit, zina de lemkai. Now we can't farm all those things. It's the naya, nada lembe, nada be, zabe, kibe. Joboy! 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 So, we'll make sure that we don't lose those crops. Those seedlings, we have to bring them back because they are more nutritional and healthy than now what we spray and we think that we are eating good food. But what are we eating? Sugar, rubber. So we shall provide pension schemes and affordable housing for farmers. We establish University of Agriculture in the northern, eastern, and western part of Ghana. And we provide educational scholarship scheme to farmers' ward. Because farmers' ward are suffering. So we provide that. It takes us to our next policy. Unemployment benefit. Unemployment benefit. My good brother, Akwalu, in 2020, when we were championing our case, and I told him about unemployment benefit, he said it's also in his policy. So I said, okay, I understand. We can all have one policy. It's not a problem. It's good for Ghanaians. So under the APC, we are going to, because of a national data system, the national data system will show those who are working and those who are not working. It will show those who are having houses and those who do not live in homes. It will show those who are in school and not out of school. So every information of every Ghanaian will be captured under the national database. That will give us the perfect structure and information and details of every citizen in this country. Through that, we are able to implement the policy of unemployment benefit to those who do not have jobs. So those Ghanaians who do not have jobs will get what is called unemployment benefits. And the policy will include providing food and clothing benefits to the unemployed Ghanaians. It also includes providing housing, that you will have accommodation, and also provide health insurance. Our system will give you a perfect health insurance, where Ghanaian citizens will ensure your life is the most important thing to us. Most important thing to us. So under that, we'll give you health insurance benefit, not the one that is collapsed, the new one, the new improved version of the APC National Health Insurance Scheme. And then we'll link unemployed citizens to the job centers. So once we are taking care of you as a citizen, we are also giving you an opportunity to go to our nationwide job centers to look for jobs through it. So when you get jobs, we'll take you out of the unemployment benefit structure and give you a better life. But under the unemployment benefit policy, you who is a beneficiary of the unemployment benefit policy, you will not be entitled to buy a car. Because we are feeding you. We cannot be feeding you and you own a car. You will not be entitled to have a motorbike. You will not be entitled to have your own house. If you build a house for yourself and you are unemployed, you will sell that house for food. Joboy, you will sell that house for your food. Because if you want to continue to keep that house, then you must look for a job. I, as your father, I will feed you. I, as your father, I will take care of you. I, as of your father, I will school you. I, as your father, will provide you health care. But you must also be an obedient child for me to do that. So this policy is going to support every Ghanaian. So no Ghanaian will sleep hungry under my leadership. No Ghanaian. No Ghanaian child will go to bed hungry. Not under my leadership. I am the father, and I cannot stand my children going hungry at night or in the day. No way. Joboy, it takes us to our next policy. Graduate Project Financing Fund. The students, this is your policy. Joboy, Joboy. Most graduates in this country, they are unable to access funds whilst in school, undergrads, to do their projects. They suffer in looking for that. So the APC thought of it, that once we are implementing the policies of free education and upgrading it, then we should upgrade it with certain kinds of policies that will cushion their educational studies and their lives. So we thought of Graduate Project Financing Fund. So you access this fund for your project work. For those, don't forget, for those who are undergraduate, and also support those who are doing masters and PhD as well. You have this access to this fund. And we'll create convenient opportunities and business relationships for you guys. Under it, we'll continue to invent another policy that is called the Startup Fund for Nationwide Entrepreneurs. We give money, we give sovereign guarantees to foreigners. And they come and rape us and go away. But we cannot give funds to our young entrepreneurs to build Ghana for us. So under my leadership, I will create a fund that will allow graduates, when you come out of school, you have ready access to fund that can help you build your future and not become a beggar or a burden to us. No graduate will be a burden to Ghana after completion of school. No graduate. And we will also provide support for technical and vocational workers to build their careers. Don't forget, most of you are very, very good. You have project works that when you come out of school, you are looking for funds to build those project work. And no funds. So you sleep with your policy, you die with it. Do you know how many graduates have died because of frustration in this country? We can count them. We are losing our citizens, our graduates, because we have not put up an innovative policy and a creative one for them to come out of school and become. They become out of school, and instead of supporting their families, they become another burden to the families. So the APC will change that curriculum of education to make them more creative and innovative in their study of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another change. The next policy, price guarantee and control system. Price guarantee and control system. Ladies and gentlemen, we get up in the morning and prices of goods keep going up, skyrocketing without justification. They tell you that the duties of goods and services are high. They give you all sorts of excuses. But you cannot be a government that cannot control your market. We say we have an open market. Of course we have an open market, but you can only practice an open market when you're a production hub, when you are producing. You don't practice an open market when you are importing. Because you want to practice an open market with importation, that means you burden the citizens with high cost of goods and services. Everybody in this country increase the prices of goods anyhow. Anyhow. You buy water 2 cedis today. Tomorrow you go to the market, it's 3 cedis. Our cities, inflation has gone so high, and government cannot take serious steps to curb it. This is the step. The step is to have a price control and guarantee system for every goods in the market. So that people, before they can increase prices of goods and services, must be determined by the state. So if you are selling cement at 30 cedis, you cannot get up the next day and say cement is 50 cedis. No, you don't have the power. We are not running a banana economy. We are not under my leadership. You can have it under NDC and MPP. But APC, we are different. We are not implementing promises. We are implementing policies. And policies must take precedence over everything. I don't want to promise you something and win power and I cannot put up a policy. I want to tell you a policy that will make me sustain the economy and grow the economy. So that after my tenure as president, anybody who comes becomes a ceremonial president. Because I put the strong institutions for you to be able to become a ceremonial president. You have nothing to do again. The work has been done. So I am creating a sustainable economy that is backed by policies and not by promises. We cannot continue to give promises to our people and fail them. Promises have failed us over the years. Over the years, promises have failed us. So we are not looking for any party, any government that is coming to give us promises. We are looking for a society where policies and institutions are stronger than men. So we regulate prices of goods and services. We roll out prices control system and ensure the legal limits on prices of goods and services. And also make sure that there's availability of essential goods in the market. Because sometimes when you are controlling the prices of goods and services, people want to back off. No, it will happen. There are legal limits to what you can do in this country. It is not a banana economy. We cannot allow people to take control of our lives without justifications. So you are voting for a leader who understands the economic situation. My running mate is an economist. I understand it, he does. So we are not coming here to play. We will tell you the truth. If you want, vote for us. If you don't want, vote against us. But the truth is only one. One pair. APC. 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 Why do you think that our slogan is power to the people? It's because we want the people to have the power. That is the most important thing. So price guarantee and control system is going to happen in this country. The next policy of the APC under energy, listen very carefully. ECG is killing almost everyone. ECG is part of the reason why prices of goods and services in the market are high. ECG is the reason why cost of production, manufacturing, and industrialization is high. ECG is the reason why many businesses have closed down. And ECG is the reason why many companies cannot grow. It is only in Ghana that we pay so much for electricity. But because, reason is that we do not have an efficient way of collection, revenue from the ECG. We do not have an efficient way of producing. We are produced at a very high cost. So Ghanaians are tired of the high cost ECG is giving them. One time, I said that I wanted to buy ECG. People didn't understand. Today, I will give you the statistics of what I intend to do as president. That under my leadership, I am going to have flat tariffs. Flat tariffs for ECG. The tariffs are high. So under the leadership, nobody is going to have a meter. That the meter is manipulating your this thing, what do you call it? Your consumption. No Chinese meter, no meters. Under our national data system, we are going to have effective mechanism to capture these revenues. And we are going to have effective policy to bill every person. This is the billing. This is the billing under ECG. Under our flat rate, for instance, for example, a single-story building will pay 200 Ghana cedis every month. Not more, not less. A standard building will pay 150 Ghana cedis every month. A compound house, the billing will be 200 Ghana cedis every month. Saloons in Ghana will pay 60 Ghana cedis every month. Barbering shops will pay 50 Ghana cedis every month. Containers, your bill is 30 Ghana cedis every month. Single offices, 60 Ghana cedis every month. Let me do the calculation for you. This will not burden the Ghanaian society. In Ghana, we are over 30 million Ghanaians. Give or take, we have more than 1 million story buildings, single-story buildings. Multiply 1 million. Hey, we have more than 10 million story buildings, not one. Multiply 10 million story buildings by 200 Ghana cedis a month and see how much you are making. We have more than 10 to 15 million standard homes in this country. Multiply it by 150. Containers, I think we have more than 30 million containers in this country. Multiply it by 30 cities. Barbering shop, we have more than 5 million barbering shop in this country. Multiply it by 50 Ghana cedis. Saloons, we have more than 10 million saloons in this country. Multiply it by 60 Ghana cedis. At the end of the day, you'll be making so much money that the EC cannot make now. The ECG with the high tariffs cannot make in 1 month. Because when you reduce the tariffs, people will pay flat rate and they will not feel the pain. They will not even be bothered again. Because the most important factor that is draining the revenue of ECG is illegal connection. The illegal connection is also as a result of high tariffs. And because of the high tariffs, many Ghanaians are capturing and running away from paying legal fees. So why don't you subsidize it so that every Ghanaian will pay? Little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. Under the same policy, we are going to pay for water. Single-story building under APC government will pay 50 Ghana cedis for water. Standard building will pay 40 Ghana cedis for water. Compound house, the whole compound house, 50 Ghana cedis. Saloons, 25 Ghana cedis, because they use more water. Barbering shop, 25 Ghana cedis. Containers, 15 Ghana cedis. Single office, 20 Ghana cedis. This policy will make Ghana Water Company rich, make the electricity company rich. Meanwhile, Ghanaians will also be producing and manufacturing at a very lower cost. Under the same policy, for the industries, manufacturing and production hub, their policy, the more you consume, the less you pay. The more you consume, the less you pay, this policy. So the more you consume electricity under the production hub, the less you pay the tariffs. The more you consume at the manufacturing hub, the less you pay tariffs. The more you consume in the industrial hub, the less you pay tariffs. Reason is that we want them to produce at a lower cost so that goods and services in the market will be subsidized and cushion the life of Ghanaian citizens. Why can't we do that? Why are we burdening and making hardship real and the suffering increasing on the Ghanaian economy, people? What is the essence of our leadership? Are we leaders to lead and let our people have a better life? Or are we leaders that will lead and put our people in hard condition and serious condition? This is what I see. That the governments upon government do not understand economic fundamentals. They don't. Yes, he doesn't understand economic fundamentals. So my leadership is a different kind of leadership. Not that of the NDC and the MPP who want to lure you to vote for them. I want to tell you the truth and build a sustainable economy based on institutions, strong institutions, based on policies. That after, I do not want to be a two-term president. I have a lot of things to do. I want to be a one-term president. I'm not running for another presidency. I am not interested in it. After my one-term president, my running mate, if he becomes a president, he will only become a ceremonial president. He's not going to do any work again. The work will have been done. If Akpalu becomes president after me, or my brother, Honorable Apasara, or my son, Adam Akani, they will only be ceremonial presidents and not a president to come and work, because I've finished the work. I have finished the work. Let's begin to do that. Over the years, look at our roads. Look at our roads. 67 years of independence. This is Accra, the capital of Ghana. Go and look at your road. Turn back and look at yourself. Are you happy with your life the last 8 years, the last 16 years, the last 24 years? No even street lights. And you want us to vote you. When the dollar was 4 cedis, President Mahama was booted out. Today the dollar is 17 cedis. Somebody want to be president. APC. Chiefs, elders, Reverend Mensah, my brother and good friend, Honorable Apasara, and my colleague, presidential candidate, Mr. Akpalu. The APC is going to put up another policy. Those of you who think you are corrupt, and those of you who think that you can do away with anything, we are going to implement a monitoring, evaluation, and implementation policy. We will monitor everything happening in this country. We will put Inspector General Office, not General Office of Police, but it's going to be an Inspector General Office, will be created to monitor and evaluate work performance of public services and public institutions. You can't just be paid salary and you go and sit down there. We'll audit you. We cannot have institutions in Ghana, offices in Ghana, and we are borrowing money to pay their workers. Ghana government is borrowing money to pay every institution. Ghana government is borrowing money to pay workers. Why? If you have a company that cannot pay workers, close it down. If Ghana cannot pay its citizens, close Ghana down. So we must learn to take care of ourselves. Then we are important to ourselves. But if we are not important, then don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. We are not worth who we are. We cannot have an economy where we borrow to do everything. Look at our debt stock today. 680 billion, yet we cannot pay interest on it. We've done haircuts. Ghanaians are dying because of haircuts, because of their investments, and you tell me why, Ayariga? No, my sister, not why. I will implement it and put people in jail. For this country to be good, some people must go to hell and others can go to heaven. In this country, people must go to jail for some of you to sleep. If you steal, you go to jail. If you rob, you go to jail. If you mismanage, you go to jail. If you do corruption, you go to jail. Wastage, you go to jail. Don't forget, when you are corrupt under my leadership, you are not going to jail alone. If you're a man, you go with your family. You go with your wife and children, so that you know that when you are corrupt, you think about your wife and children. If you are a woman and you are corrupt, you think about your husband and children. When you are corrupt, you are going to jail, they will follow you there. We are not jokers here anymore. This country, we must be serious. We cannot be playing with the lives of 30 million Ghanaians. No. 30 million Ghanaians have given their lives and everything to you, and you want to play with it? It will never happen. Not under my leadership. How can we, a country like Ghana with 30 million citizens, we have over 670 billion. Do you know how much you are owing as an individual? 100,000 Ghana cedis. The next leader, the next policy, land and property digitalization. My chiefs and elders are suffering when it comes to their registration of their lands. We have land guards fighting over lands every day. You want to buy land in Ghana, you are not sure of buying the land, that whether after paying for the land, you own that land. You buy one land, 10 people have been sold to the same land. We cannot live in a country like this. We cannot live in a country like this. So we will ensure that there will not be any land guards anymore. And we will make sure that all properties, including government properties, are secured and not for sale. Nobody will buy any government property. Not under my leadership. Government must be able to own certain properties. And chiefs, as you are aware, the national data system will capture every land in Ghana. Every land. And every land will have an owner. Nobody can say this land is a no man's land. No. It will be regulated. And make sure that every chief, whether it's what you call stew land or whatever land it is, they must be owners of it. So that when you are buying land, you buy the land and know that your money is safe. When you are building, and don't forget, like I said, no land to foreigners. No way. It will never happen. Lie. The next policy. This is the policy that it is happening in Ghana today. Joboy! APC! Ghanaians should listen very well. This policy is mining. Mining. Media, take note of this policy. Mining. The APC will ban all mining activities, including large scale, small scale, galamsey. No concession for foreign companies. No foreigner will mine in this country again. No foreigner. No foreign company will mine in this country again. No company will engage in drilling of oil. No foreign company or individual company will engage in foreign drilling of oil. We will create mechanisms and do auditing into the mining sector to ban all mining activities in this country and make sure royalties are received on behalf of Ghana. Chaboy, under the mining, you see, we talk about sovereignty. we talk about revenue. We talk about government owning properties. But see, nobody in this world or any country that has ever given their heart to a foreigner. We as Ghanaians, we remove our cap and put it on the foreigners to wear, and we bow down and salute them. We bow that way and salute them. You know why? Mining under my leadership, only government has the authority and the audacity and the power to mine, not any institution. When we talk about government properties, how can we have mining concession worth billions of dollars? This is the ideology. This is the mindset, actually, change of mindset. Be worth of billions of dollars, and then we give it out to foreign companies and call it PPP, and in return get 6 to 10% royalties, and give away all this wealth. In the 60s, Ghana used to mine gold, and we had our own gold reserves. Today, Ghana is poor because we have given our resources to foreigners to mine, and we take 10% of royalties. Besides taking the 10% of royalties, do we know the destruction it does to our country? Our youth children are dying in mining pits. Our water bodies have been destroyed. Our farmlands have been destroyed. Our children are drinking cyanide water. In return of 10%, are we serious? In return of 10%. Why are we thinking this way? Why do we give our wealth to foreigners and get 10%? How much does it cost to mine? Heavy duty equipment and fuel and technology. Can't we do that for our country? As citizens, can't we do that? So under my leadership, the mining concession should listen. They can be funding political parties. They don't fund me. No mining company gives me money for any campaign. I speak my mind, and I don't want their money. I want the welfare of my citizens, not money. At my age, I should not be looking for wealth. At my age, I should be building youth, creating opportunities for them. So the only institution that is going to mine under my leadership will be the state. And through that, we are going to put up mining institutions. And all the galamseys, boys and girls, will be enrolled into those institutions and be trained to become mining workers under the government policy. And they will be getting the highest salary in Ghana. Same will happen with oil. Same will happen with bauxite. Same will happen with cocoa. Same will happen with any mineral resource that belongs to government. We are giving out our sovereignty out. And what do? We take the debris. The debris. Who is the leader of this country? Why will we allow foreigners to take over our wealth and in return give us 10% royalties? Mr. Akani, can we accept this? Be careful, you are the lawyer, so get prepared. We don't care where we go with any kind of judgment debts. It is better to fight them here and get our sovereignty back for our people than to let them take our wealth away. So we will preserve water bodies and our environment. Like I said, set up institutions. And we will review all mining contracts and laws. All of them. Nobody will mine again under leadership of Hassan Ayerga and the APC. Number 9, that's the striker. So I'm going to strike. Maybe strike it. And yeah, it's not going to be anything small. You are giving me the power, I will give back the power to you. Joy, APC, APC. We will support small, medium, and large-scale businesses to strive and empower and support indigenous banks. We have closed all the indigenous banks. We have collapsed our own banks. And then we are bringing in foreign banks. This is our mindset. APC. No, APC. 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 So we have to change our mindset. Now the economy. The economy is in distress. We're suffering. Ghanaians are facing hardship. The suffering is real. Teachers are suffering. Nurses are suffering. Everyone, the students are suffering. Even the politicians themselves are suffering. The pensioners are suffering. Ladies and gentlemen. You say what? The pensioners are dying. You see? Clap hands for him, clap hands for him, clap hands for him. So this is our policy under the economy. We'll stabilize the economy, promote economic growth, as well as reduce public debt stock. The debt stock is too high. We have to stop the borrowing. We are borrowing too much. And I don't know what we are borrowing for. We are borrowing for consumption, mismanagement, and wastage. There are no institutions tracking how we spend money borrowed. So every politician will come and borrow and spend. Meanwhile, we can generate all these monies through mining sector, through revenue from oil sector, through revenue from the bauxite sector. Why are we borrowing? When we can turn all these sectors into our favor and produce and make more money. Poor governance, wicked governance, unintelligent governance, Zuku governance. So we will improve social welfare of every Ghanaian. We also mobilize revenue mobilization through taxes and through royalties of music industries from our children. They have to get some more money. Our boys are suffering. I will come to the music industry. We will strengthen fiscal responsibility laws and establish an independent fiscal council, as well as improve public financial management system. We tighten control on government expenditure. Government expenditure is so huge. We are spending without justification. We are spending without projects. We inflate prices of projects and take back 10-15% of it. And we say we are governors. We are a government that is building a country. We are not building the country, we are destroying the country. So we enhance efficient revenue mobilization, broaden the tax base in a way, reduce tax exemptions as well, and enhance revenue collections efficiency. No borrowing. I don't want to borrow. I have never borrowed as a businessman. I have never borrowed as a family man. I have never borrowed as an entrepreneur. I have never borrowed as a father. And I will never borrow as president. I will never borrow as president. Borrowing is when you do not have any other option. But we have many options. We have gone to IMF 17 times. Why? Can somebody give that gentleman Coke or Fanta to drink, please? His voice is coming down. Give him some drink. Please give him some drink. Thank you. Thank you. We have effective debt restructuring to pay back our debts. And I tell you, we have 3 of our brothers who are running for president. The 3 brothers are running for president. If President Mahama becomes president, the economy will be worse under the situation. Under the situation, if President Mahama becomes president, the economy will be worse. Under the same situation, if Bawumia becomes president, the economy will be disastrous. Come again? But you see, under the situation that we find ourselves today, if Hassan Ayaraga becomes president, the economy will grow. 1, our debtors will cut off our debts. Citizens will begin to have hope in the leadership of Hassan Ayaraga. Many citizens will have confidence. Businessmen and stakeholders from outside will begin to build confidence that, look, we have a new president we don't know. We have a young man who is coming, who is going to restore hope and transform this country. So let's support him. Let's back him. And the Ghanaian citizens will see a different kind of leadership. And we are going to build Ghana to the extent that Ghanaians will say, now then a long time, this will be the mark. I am not coming to joke with Ghana. I am not coming to spend Ghana's money. I am not coming to make indiscipline, mismanagement, and corruption be the center of Ghana. I will never ever do that. In this hall, I am the only presidential candidate in Ghana who has all his children schooling and living in Ghana. Joboy. And as I sit here with you, 4 of my children are here. Please, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. So these are my children. So this is evidence-based. I am not telling you lies. If I want Ghana to be good, then my children will be good. If I destroy Ghana, my children will be destroyed. If I build Ghana and Ghana is good, my children will be proud of me. I will not send my children outside and destroy your children. They should be here too. If I lead and it's good, they will enjoy the benefit tomorrow. They will lead better than me. We will curb wasteful spending, ensure procurement reforms, improve efficient fiscal decentralization, enhance audit and oversight mechanisms, create an enabling environment to promote industrial revolution, establish refineries to refine our crude oil. How can we be talking about oil, prices of oil, when we send crude outside and go and buy refined product? Haba. Like a farmer, you produce, you farm, and then you send your farm inputs, your rice, your granules, to go and sell to a restaurant owner. And this restaurant owner buys it, and in return cook it, prepare the food, and you go there and buy the food to eat. APC. We need to change our mindset. I don't know why we are making so many mistakes in this country. I don't know those who are leading us. The mistakes are too many. There are too many. I can't understand it. Is it intentional or lack of or ignorance? All right. The next policy is security for all. Security for all. We shall restructure all security agencies and institutions. The minimum standard requirement for recruitment as officer into any security institution will be first degree. Will be first degree. We are not going to allow our police, our institutions, security institutions, to be messed up by so-called party vigilante boys. We cannot do that. Security institutions are supposed to be intelligent institutions. They are institutions that are supposed to save your life, protect you, put mechanisms to handle whatever is happening in this country. But we have security institutions. Yes, Amasa. Me pacho, one city, go to Germany, the where I grew up. Go to US, and if you meet a security officer, he is 10 times intelligent than you. No matter who you are, he knows how to handle you. Even when you throw your passport on the floor, he says, control, passport, and you throw it on the ground. He will pick the passport on the ground. Make sure he controls what he wants to. And when you are right, he will handle it to you and say, thank you. He will not throw it on the floor. This is intelligence. But what do we have in this country? Job for the boys. Job for the boys. How can then will we have intelligent national security? National security is full of both, what do you call it, party boys. 90% of it is party boys. So, we are disgraced every day in the international communities. We are disgraced every day. A white man meets our police officer on the street or our national security man on the street. We beg. We're losing it. We are losing it. Those already in the police will go for training. All of them. You will not lose your job if you are already there. We will train you, give you skill training. If you haven't been to school, we'll send you back to school so that you can maintain your job. Now, secondly, under my national leadership policy and national data system, students who intend to become security officers, right from your third degree, your level 300, you'll be getting your post. If you want to be a police officer, the slot will come, those who want to be police officers. Because we are building a society where graduates are now going to fit into the system. We're not going to produce graduates that are going to be avoidable and become dependent on us. The system will allow us to train every person in this country that will fit into the society. So students are no more going to be students who come out looking for jobs. No. Before you come out of school, level 300, you already know where you are going. Because we have built the systems to absorb you into the system. No more graduate unemployed youth. No way. We must continue to build a country based on restructuring, based on transforming it, based on restructuring, and based on transforming our country. And we need to do that. We restructured our security agencies. Listen very carefully. Under the APC leadership, no foreigner will possess a weapon or armed. No foreigner in this country. Foreigners are killing our citizens. They are holding weapons, demonstrating in this country. I have been to China. No foreigner is allowed to hold a weapon or pistol in China. But Ghana here, the foreigners are the ones holding weapons. To kill who? My citizens? Are you serious? The security agencies are there. If you have a problem, go to them. I will ban any foreigner from holding any weapon in this country. Chaboy. And under the same security, we are going to set up fine policies for offenders of law. When you offend the law, you pay a fine. Because now, trotro drivers and all these drivers, they come and do guru and walk away, and they don't pay fine. Now, no fine is paid to any policeman has bribed. You will be given a ticket. When you pay, it goes to the police fund, government fund. So every time you break a law, you pay money for it. Because the national data system will have your information. You can't run away. Visibility and safety. Under the same policy, we will ensure 2 policemen to 1 vehicle policy. In Ghana, our policemen will have 1 vehicle to 2 policemen to patrol the whole town and be monitoring and have a data system under it that when they key your name inside, because of the data system, even your phone number is enough to track whatever you are doing or whoever you are. We shall also provide effective data system for the police to be able to handle crime and all sorts of crimes. And we shall also provide additional motorbikes and motorcycles for police visibility. Right now, they have a lot of police motorbikes. We increase it so that there will be visibility of the police everywhere. And we shall give free internet data for security institutions and personnel. And enhance police infrastructure development, and as well give loan facilities for policemen to own their own homes. Because the policemen too are suffering and they do not have homes. Accommodation is a big problem for them. So we'll create a fund to make sure that that happens. Another policy, the controversial one, the Ghana City. The Ghana City. Ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of the APC, we shall regulate the operation of black foreign currency exchange forex bureaus. In regulating it, this is the policy. 1, I will ban the operation of foreign currency accounts in Ghana. Nobody will have a foreign currency account. Not in dollars, not in euros, not in pounds. No bank will operate any foreign currency account for anybody, whether company, individual, or whatever. It's banned. Number 2, we shall ban the award of contracts in foreign currencies. No foreign currency, no contract will be awarded in foreign currency. All contracts will be awarded in Ghana cedis. Number 3, we shall ban the buying and selling of properties in foreign currency. Nobody will buy property or sell properties in foreign currency. Number 4, we shall ban visa fees and other fees to be quoted in Ghana cedis. No embassy is allowed to quote anything in foreign currencies. You quote it in the Ghana cedi because we are going to pay Ghana cedi. We shall ban rentals of properties, as I've said that one. We shall ban school fees in foreign currency. This is the only country people take school fees in dollars and pounds. It will never happen under my leadership. We shall ban hotels from quoting in foreign currencies. And no hotel will quote in foreign currency. Under transportation, we are going to build concrete roads throughout the country. Our roads are so bad, we are building roads with just tiny asphalt. It will be 6 inches depth. So we are going to begin to build concrete roads. These concrete roads will last for 100, 200 years. And no more graveling, tomorrow graveling, next year graveling, every year we are graveling roads. What is this? That is the reason why we can't pay our debts, because we are wasting it. We will expand and modernize roads infrastructure. We will build dual and 4-lane roads linking major cities, upgrade and maintain road network, and as well introduce light rail systems. In addition, upgrade trotro and other transportation systems. Trotro must be all brand new. Nobody is going to use a trotro that is old. We will give you a facility to buy brand new trotros and work and pay. The old trottoir will not happen anymore. We'll send them to scrap. No more 207. Chaboy. We will expand air transportation. Right now, under air transportation, people cannot fly to Kumasi. You have to pay 1,500 Ghana cedis for a flight to Kumasi. Meanwhile, your salary is less than 800 Ghana cedis. So we'll make sure that airfare systems are reviewed. We'll reduce airfare system in this country. We'll develop water transportation system. We'll provide digital ticketing for public transportation and promote electronic vehicles that will make transportation cheaper. So that trotro, taxis, Ubers will all be electronic vehicles. We'll build tram and modern train systems. We'll build trams. You see what do you call it? Motorway, the middle of the motorway. I'm going to build railway stations linking from Tema to Malam Junction. So that those who are coming from Tema, you don't need to drive cars through to Tema. Just take the train and you go there. So we'll build sky trains. I don't know what is wrong with this our leaders. These simple things we can do. Are they? Oh, God. There will be, under the system, we'll have free transportation for students, children, police, military, and disabled people. All of them will have tickets to be able to use the train, the buses system in our country, that students do not have to pay for transportation until they are out of school. We will provide loan facilities for taxis and bus drivers to buy new cars, and provide intercity railway system and rail and transport system. And the housing, we are already in deficit of over 2 million housing projects. So the APC, Sagleme, if I win Sagleme, if I win the election, Sagleme will be given to Ghanaians to occupy. Sagleme, the first award of contract that I will give out to Ghanaians will be Sagleme. Go and occupy it. Tell me how much you can pay, and then be there. Pay bit by bit to government. It's better than leaving it to lie down there. So the day I win power, first award of contract is Sagleme. Guys, occupy Sagleme. Hashtag occupy. Hashtag occupy. Hashtag occupy. Hashtag occupy. I will provide 2 million affordable housing for all Ghanaians. We have allowed Sagleme to get rotted. Rotted. What is wrong with our leaders? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We shall turn Nima, Mamobi, Kasua, Malata to high-rise buildings. Yes. We shall build high-rise housing buildings for them. Not the small huts they have in there. We will change it and make it a unique city. We shall ensure that in rentals, nobody is going to pay more than 3 months' rent at advance. If you're going to get a building, you pay 3 months and not 2 years. 2 years is too much. 3 months is enough. 3 months will be the minimum money you pay at rent advance. Nobody has money to pay 2 years. The economy is hard. So people, Ghanaians, are suffering when it comes to, housing. Then debt stock. We shall reduce Ghana debt stock growth, strengthen the revenue system, and establish national debt recovery policy. Under civil servant, the APC will provide friendly interest loan guarantees for civil servants and public sector workers. We shall provide accommodation for public sector and civil servant workers, increase and regulate pension scheme for civil and public servant fund. My policy, this is the best of my policy. We will light the nation, clean the nation, green the nation, and flag the nation. So everywhere in Ghana will be light. I will not see darkness anywhere in Ghana. Every city in Ghana shall be clean. Every city in Ghana shall become green. And lastly, every city in Ghana shall have Ghana flag. Every house shall have Ghana flag. If you come to my house, there's a Ghana flag there. This shows identity and patriotism. Love your country. I have a Ghana flag in my house. That's the assurance of the love I have for my country. Youth and sports. Our youth are suffering. So under youth and sports, we provide infrastructure development and upgrade all sports facilities. We promote arts and sports educational curriculum. We ensure policy changes on sports and as well increase funding and incentives. We start establish youth centers in communities and set up talent academies. Talent academies. We shall promote mentorship and capacity building, engage professionals and train coaches. We shall have football coaches trained in Ghana here and not only abroad. We shall also encourage rural outreach. Many of our people in the rural areas should be able to reach out here and also have some kind of, talent. And then as well, partner with the private sector for sports development. Under the APC Entertainment Industry Policy, we will create a music production fund of royalties for musicians. We will create platform in each region to mentor upcoming musicians from infancy to adulthood. We will create an online platform for the upcoming artists to sing and rap through the mic policy for presenters. We will create behind the mic policy for presenters. So behind the mic, you can sit from your house and then they'll call you and you rap through the radio and people will listen to you and your talent will be harnessed. We will create platform to exchange talent and knowledge among countries. Ghana and other countries and Ghana will put that platform to exchange knowledge. We build modern studios and infrastructure to support the industry, create market opportunities for musicians and film actors. We shall provide huge platform for easy collaboration with foreign partners and provide legal support for licensing, contracts, royalties for the industry. And as well put measures in place to identify various talent in the creative arts industry. We must provide apps to upload music for interested markets. So you need to have apps that people can upload your music and play. We'll build systems, modern infrastructure to support the industry. We'll support artist development and capacity building as well, and establish a robust music and industry infrastructure. Foster collaboration and partnership between musicians and investors. And we shall establish a music royalty collection agencies to ensure fair compensation for artists. We will develop a national music industry database to track industry growth and trends. Under education, we will create entrepreneurship and innovation management strategy training. We shall abolish double track system. We shall abolish double track system. And we shall introduce the shift system. The shift system. The shift system of 24-hour economy. Why do we keep running away from certain things that we can do? Students have to go 3 months home and 3 months away. Why don't we run a shift system? Their students will go to school in the morning. By 2 o'clock, they close. Borders will start from 2 o'clock and close 8 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, they go to their dormitories and sleep. Simple. Simple. But lack of wisdom, my people perish. We shall change curriculum of education to make it more creative and innovative, and ensure infrastructure development, and as well enhance STEM education. We will continue to promote BEC to tertiary education reforms and improve free education policy from basic to tertiary. From basic to tertiary. And establish funds for teachers' housing. Teachers are suffering. The teachers are suffering. The teachers do not have accommodation. They are suffering. So we will establish a fund where teachers will be able to access the fund to build their homes, loan homes. Governance. Lands not to be sold outright to foreigners. Already I spoke about it. It's cancelled. Ensure that traditional leaders are part of our local governance. At least 50% of our traditional leaders must now be part of local governance. Because you cannot come to my community as a traditional leader and dictate to me what I should do. And I'm not part of that decision. I don't believe in that. I believe our leaders here, our chiefs, must have hand in our governance system at the local levels. They must be part of it. Decision making. So my chiefs, under my leadership, you will not sit at home and government will make decisions for you. You'll be part of that decision making so that we'll build a better Ghana. We will ensure that election of assembly members should not be politicized. At the assembly level, people should pick nomination and contest as assembly members, not as party members. Important thing. Ashanti region shall be divided into two. So boy, Ashanti region shall be divided into two. Because the region is big, but they are not getting the requisite kind of investment they need. It's limited. So, in as much as they want more investment, they want more development, they should divide it so that they will have double access of government funding to build that region very well. We have those who call themselves the Comericans, am I right? And those who call themselves the Ashantis. Am I right? We will divide the region into two. Ashanti Hini should understand. I am coming to divide this region into two. Upper East. We shall divide Upper East into two as well, so that we can have a broader understanding of traditional reliefs. No more conflicts. Thank you. Then one district assemble 3 lawyer policies. At the district level, we shall have 3 lawyer policies. We shall introduce a proposal for one district assemble 3 lawyers policy initiative after winning the 2024 presidential election. This initiative will see that the APC government in 2025 recruit a total of 800 professional, permanent, and in-house lawyers for over 250 district and municipal assemblies across the country. This policy is geared towards improving the policy compliance, education, regulation requirement for our Ghanaian district assemblies. Under health, I'm almost done. We shall build ultra-modern hospital nationwide in every constituency. We cannot only have 37. Kolebu, Rich, and that everyone who is sick in the northern parts must run there. Everyone who is sick in the eastern part must run there. Everyone who is sick in the western part must run there. Every district must have a nationwide hospital, ultra-modern ones. We shall train more nurses and doctors to meet WHO standards, and as well strengthen national health insurance scheme and enhance production of traditional medicines. The traditional medicines, my vice said it earlier on. The white man produced the medicine for his people. He did not produce it for the black man. So the medication that we are buying from the white country is not meant for us. So we should begin to investigate our systems, our body structure, and create or build or produce medicines that fits us as humans, so that we have 100% perfection of every medicine we take in. We cannot allow our traditional medicine to get rotten, and then we keep buying something that is not meant for us. We must help the traditional leaders to enhance medicine in tradition, in the traditional form. So we'll build mechanisms and put up ultra-modern laboratories for the traditional medicines to be produced. We shall enhance production of traditional medicine and provide free treatment for non-chemical diseases. Integrate NCD, that's non-chemical diseases, and mental health services into the National Health Insurance Scheme. There shall be free dialysis, free childbirth policy, free diabetic care and education. We shall adapt a review policy to protect the Ghanaian society and adapt a sustainable financing mechanism to address healthcare financing gaps. We will create a traditional alternative medicine fund to improve local production and export of supplies to neighboring countries. We will establish funds for nurses and doctors' housing. Nurses and doctors they are suffering for accommodation, especially the nurses. Most nurses do not know where to sleep. They are hanging around their friends, colleagues, families, boyfriends, girlfriends, and their ghetto boys. So we will make sure that the people who take care of our lives, we must also take care of their accommodation. E-governance will promote digitalization and enhance information and communication technology, improve service delivery, increase public transparency, and ensure cost efficiency, create e-governance convenience, and ensure faster decision making. Corruption. Joy, APC. Under corruption, the national database is to check corruption. And the national database, if your salary is 100,000 Ghana cedis, you cannot own over $1 million house. If your salary is 10,000 Ghana cedis, you cannot have a car that is over 200,000 to 300,000 Ghana cedis. The data system will show us your income, your salary structure, your expenditure, your expenses, and everything. So that will allow us to track every corrupt individual in Ghana. So we improve reforms and public participation, ensure inclusivity and political commitment and leadership, strengthen public institutions, empower public anti-corruption agencies, promote public transparency and accountability, provide legal framework and enforcement to ensure civic education and public participation against corruption. We shall ensure international collaboration to recover stolen monies and empower civil society and the media, enhance whistleblowers' protection. Last but not the least, foreign policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of the program. We are about to launch the manifesto of APC called the Nation Manifesto, Transforming Ghana and Restoring Hope. Under it is the last policy, the foreign policy, foreign affairs policy. This is the last policy. We shall review visa fees policies. The visa fees in Ghana is unbearable. It's so expensive that the Ghanaian worker cannot afford it. You cannot come to my country and want to give me visas and charge me the amount more than what I earn. So all embassies shall review their visa fees policy. Number two, we shall make sure that the embassy review waiting period for visa appointment. Today in Ghana, If you are looking for a visa to go to the US, you have to wait 1 year. It doesn't happen anywhere. Our leaders are adamant and mute about it. The US Embassy cannot be giving us 1 year visa appointments and tell you that you should apply for emergency. Every visa appointment is emergency. So, visa appointment cannot be more than 24 days. No way. If you cannot stand it, you can pack and leave. We shall ensure that attitudinal change of foreign embassies are checked. The embassies do not respect our citizens. The embassies do not value our citizens. They treat our men and women like trash. They do not even have proper accommodation and sitting places for our Ghanaian citizens to sit and wait for visa turn. So you go to the embassies and you will see Ghanaians, especially the American embassy, standing in front of the runabout there, as if they are beggars. This is our country. I would not accept that kind of attitude. I would not. You must treat my people like you treat yours. You must respect my people like you respect yours. You cannot put my leaders, my citizens, my youth under the scorching sun and want them to sit down there and wait 3 hours before you call them in. Meanwhile, they are paying you in dollars. We shall ensure 50% refund of visa fees to applicants who are denied visa. When you go and apply for a visa and you pay the money and you are denied visa, they must return 50% of it to you. They cannot take all the money. And we shall ensure that no foreigner will own properties in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, Joy! We have come to the end of the program, and the next policy is to launch the manifesto. So I'm calling First Lady, Honorable Apasara, Mr. Where's Akalu? Mr. Adabakani, Reverend
Ghana APC, oh, power to the people. Ghana the APC, there will be a coin. Ghana APC, oh, for all APC. I am Ghana APC, there will be a coin. Ghana APC, oh, power to the people. There will be a coin. Ghana APC, oh, for all APC. When I need vote to Hala, vote to Hala. When I need vote to Hala, vote to Hala. When I need vote to Hala, vote to Hala. Vote to Hala, vote to Hala. Use your power.
The media.
Use your power. APC on power. Yes. Use your power. No promoting power. Use your power. Ayariga on power.
The whole manifesto entails a lot. It entails a lot of policies. We are not making promises like we said. We are putting up policies and not promises. And these policies have been captured in an excerpt of 30 pages that you will get access of it, software copies of it, on your phones after this. Go home and read it properly. I explain some directly from the excerpts and explain some from my head because I invented this manifesto. So I know what I was talking about. But this manifesto is to be launched today, the 22nd of September 2024 at exactly
10? 10? Are you serious? Chabai! So I've been talking for how many hours? My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Don't worry. Before you go, there is snacks for everyone. I think even the snack is more than the crowd. It's more than all of you. So everybody will get something. And let me be very honest with you. Whatever you are going to eat or drink today was produced by my wife. So if you eat it and you like it, then know that it is the first lady that produced it. It was not, we did not buy it anywhere. The first lady took her time to make sure that it was properly prepared under hygienic condition so that everybody will get a piece of it and enjoy it. Approved by the FDA. So ladies and gentlemen, everybody put your hand. Let's everybody put his hand. I think, no, one is enough, one is enough. Yes. We should come forward? Okay, let's go. Lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the 2024 Manifesto of the All People's Congress, APC, and duly lunch.
APC! 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 The People's Manifesto has got the line. This is the beginning.
Highly appreciated. Number nine.
No yelling. Stay calm and cool. Stay calm and polite when talking about politics, like how we do in fun games with our friends. I might win or my friend might, and that's cool.
Good conduct, great life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
Colgate Herbal is formulated from unique natural herbs to strengthen teeth and keep gums healthy. Try Colgate Herbal, scientifically proven for strong teeth and healthy gums. This advert is FDA approved.
How do you keep thieves out of your house? You get a dog. How do you keep hunger out of your belly? You eat food. How do you keep sand out of your room? You sweep it out. How do you keep unwanted roaches, ants, and mosquitoes out of your house? You use Out multi-purpose insecticide spray and coils formulated with enough power to kill and drive pesky insects out of your house. Out multi-purpose insecticide and coils. Secure protection from pets. Get out. Out mosquito spray and coil. Sawiya Bua Faha. This advert is FDA approved. How do you keep thieves out of your house? You get a dog. How do you keep hunger out of your belly? You eat food. How do you keep sand out of your room? You sweep it out. How do you keep unwanted roaches, ants, and mosquitoes out of your house? You use Out multi-purpose insecticide spray and coils formulated with enough power to kill and drive pesky insects out of your house. Out multi-purpose insecticide and coils. Secure protection from pets. Get out. Out mosquito spray and coil. Sawia bois. Faha. This advert is FDA approved.
The Fantapim Old Boys Association MOBA presents the 9th edition of the MOBA Annual Engagement Series. Theme, Hen Nananom Botaimpa, 148 years of advancing educational excellence in Ghana. The future. Date, Wednesday the 25th of September 2024. Venue is the EcoBank Ghana Head Office Auditorium at Ridge. The time is 4:30 p.m. Panelists include Dr. Kenneth Shelton Akins, MOBA 1974, Innovations in Pedagogy and Curriculum Development. J. Kweku Beduado, MOBA 1984, Addressing Educational Inequality and Facilities. Dr. Kweku Innocent, MOBA 1994, Investments in Educational Infrastructure and Facilities. Jonas Menu Isamwa, MOBA 2004, Preparing Students for the Workforce of Tomorrow. The moderator is Abu Suleimana, MOBA 1985. Sponsors, Prudential Life Insurance, EcoBank Ghana Limited. Media partners, Joy FM, JoyNews, Asase Radio, and Graphic Communications Group Limited. For more information, contact 050-318-6258 or 055-643-9873. Kwabuchi, Jane Shekan.
Ghana's young minds are stepping up to shape a sustainable future, a future where renewable energy solutions will drive environmental progress and transform communities for generations to come. The Energy Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy, Ghana Education Service, and Ghana TVET Service, proudly presents the 5th Energy Commission Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge. This year's theme, Application of Renewable Energy Technologies in Solving Land Degradation and Water Pollution, has inspired creative solutions to these pressing environmental challenges. With an initial 109 participating schools, 6 exceptional schools have earned their spot in the grand finale. Obuasi SHTS, St. James Seminary SHS, Ola Girls SHS, Ahantaman Girls SHS, Pandu SHS, and Daboba Technical Institute, who will rise to the top. Mark your calendar for 8 October 2024 at the Accra International Conference Center.
Years, and I also learned, we're all just different people, but we can learn from each other. Yeah. Nigeria taught me I wouldn't say the hustle mentality, but Nigerians are a lot more on it. Just by nature. Yeah. I guess it's Nigeria, I think, overtook India as one of the poorest countries recently, but it's also one of the most fertile places for opportunity. Yeah. So they have the best of both worlds. It's up to you now to decide how am I going to leverage this and do that. So Nigeria taught me that you can't sit around and wait for things to come to you. You have to go out there and make it and make it happen yourself, which I personally believe Ghanaians can learn a lot from. Definitely. Because say what you want about us, we're very peaceful, we're very hospitable, we have amazing personalities, but if we're being real with ourselves, we are not go-getters. Yeah. And the sooner we realize that, and the sooner we start to acknowledge it and say, okay, we have all these amazing qualities, how do we add some other things to it, the better for all of us. We spend all of our time in Ghana planning and forming. We love to form committee. Oh, so let's form a committee. Yeah, let's form a committee and let's talk next week. Yeah. Send me the proposal. I'll talk to my boss. And let's meet in 2 weeks. And then we meet in 2 weeks. So we are discussing it, and then let's sort of. I mean, what is all of that? Yeah. Are you going to do it or are you not going to do it? In Nigeria, we talk about things, and in 2 seconds, when we're talking about building this club, my partner Charles called me one day and said, "Hey, bro, what do you think? Let's do this." And let's do it. When we're adding the rooftop, the restaurant section, called me and what do you think? Okay, let's do it. Nigerians might not necessarily know how they're going to do it, but do you want to do it? Do you have that will? You will definitely find a way. So it's part of what we're trying to bring, or I personally am trying to bring to Ghana, not even just in the club space, but in the film industry space specifically, because it's part of the reason I got into film. Yeah. It wasn't my background. Yeah. It wasn't my training per se, but I was still working in an accounting firm when I switched. But the whole point was that I feel like in Ghana we do this thing where all we do is point and like laugh or make fun. You know, ha ha ha, the music is not good. Ha ha ha, look at how look at how the video is doing it. But look at what's going on with Sarkodie. Why are we always doing that? Why, like, rather than saying, oh, how are we also going to elevate our own people to reach the same way the Nigerians elevated their people? It didn't happen by luck.
Yeah.
They put that effort into it. You know, their film industry, it didn't happen by luck. They go to watch their own films. So for me, getting into the film industry, it's more. We all grew up saying, ha ha ha, look at how bad the film is. I can see the boom, I can see the mic. Oh, they made this mistake, they made that mistake. Fantastic, problem no day. They've made mistakes, it's all good. That's what they had available to them at that point.
Yeah.
How about we as Ghanaians going to decide, how about we also going to improve our own films?
Yeah.
Because who's going to do it for us?
Exactly.
Or are we going to do the films and expect that other people should like the films? If Ghanaians aren't the ones liking it, who in the world are we expecting to like our things for us? So rather than continue to just point and laugh, I figured, let's all decide how are we going to make it better. So I also joined the acting industry. If anything, let them also laugh at me. That's okay. I will also be part of the people who are trying to raise. And as you can see, over the last couple of years, there's people who are doing incredible things with raising the profile, music part, but the acting and everything. So, I won't lie. Like, we can all learn from everybody.
Yeah.
So that's what I gained from just having lived in different spaces and whatnot. Don't get me wrong. Nigeria has a lot of problems.
I know.
They have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
But they also have a lot of things that are going well for them. So I'm sure they're also learning something from us, how to be more circumspect, how to, I guess, be more patient and make some decisions in certain ways. They can also learn a lot from us, but we can also learn tons from them.
I love the fact that you touched on that comparison bit that goes on lately in our industry, our creative industry. And I appreciate the fact that you're someone who loves to collaborate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, I think that comparison thing is getting sickening.
It is.
If you ask me.
It is.
Because every day, and Nigeria has done this, they came to learn for us, we had the owners.
What about Ghana?
Yeah, you know. So for you as a Ghanaian, I know Nigeria has some local content policies that are really strong and going hard for them. Yes. They really love to promote their own.
Yeah, it's not by luck.
How did you get to, fuse in as a Ghanaian? How were you accepted?
Oh, as for that one, like I said, waiting for you never go if you lose. If it's your time, it's your time. There's absolutely nobody who can ever stop that. And that's just the way it is. So with my case, it just so happened that that's what God decided. That's how your story should pan out. It's not like me, myself, I'm able to say, oh, I'm so amazing and I did this all by myself. That's not the case.
You never faced any criticism in any way, like, oh, he's a Ghanaian, why are we giving him so many opportunities? No.
But you see, that's the beautiful thing about Nigeria that we can all learn from, man. If they decide that they're going to accept you and blow you, they will blow you. It doesn't matter where you're from. They will love you and they will do whatever you want. But the thing is, they have to decide. So you can't be arrogant about it. I was fortunate because the people who took me in I went to Nigeria to work for Mnet.
Okay.
I was hosting. I was an Mnet employee for a little bit, and I was also shooting a TV series with them. That was Hush. We shot for almost 1 year straight, and that's where I met RMD. He played my father in Hush, and we spent every day together for about 1 year, about 297 days in like shooting straight back to back to back to back. So that obviously built a relationship, and having somebody like that as your person, he sort of took me under his wing and made sure that no matter what, I would always be okay. The people who brought me, the Mnet guys, took me under their wing. I had people like Mo Abudu, who took me under their wing. Roger's a female. It's crazy. That's why I keep saying it's not like I did it by myself. It's not like I sat there and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so amazing. I just happened to be fortunate enough to have people around me who were willing to take me in and to allow me to flourish. And if the Nigerians allow you to do that, you will be absolutely fine. Unfortunately, if they also decide that you know go blow, if they decide that they're going to tear you down,
you can do.
There's also another matter altogether.
Absolutely.
So I consider myself blessed, and that's just how my career went. I got there and things happened to go well. The first show I did, Hush, ended up blowing up. I ended up doing some of the big films, the Chief Daddies and the rest, and then Netflix came to town, and then that also blew things up. So now Nigerian films are on Netflix, and I believe Chief Daddy was the second film that was big on Netflix, because Lionheart was the first one, and then Chief Daddy, and then we started to go from there. Sugar Rush, all of these other things. If it's your time, it's your time. You just have to be grateful for it and decide, okay, how am I going to use what God has given me now, and then sort of take it on from there. So I'm not going to claim responsibility for that. I had a lot of people who were instrumental, I had a lot of people who helped me out, and God fortunately was on my side. So.
Awesome, awesome. Many people shy away from describing our movie industry here in Ghana as dead. They say we are struggling. I mean, there's more room for improvement. We are struggling. I mean, people are talking about distribution and all that, the Netflix deals and all that, but we see Nigerians, the likes of Ruth, Chini Love, leveraging on YouTube's.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, they're putting their movies out there on YouTube, and they are gaining that traction.
Yes.
So for that movie maker in Ghana or filmmaker in Ghana who is eyeing that Netflix deal that hasn't happened yet, what can be done to, let me say, pump some more energy into our movie industry or revitalize our movie industry here?
I guess that goes back to the point I was making about Ghanaians needing to acknowledge the fact that we need to be more assertive in the things that we want. There's nobody in this world who's going to walk from their house and come and give you success and give it, oh yeah, Ghana, take it, because we're who? You think there's not other countries who want their film industry to do well? No one's going to come and give it to you. So Nigeria didn't get there because they were waving their hands and twiddling their thumbs. They got there because they had a dedication to doing the work, regardless of whether the opportunities were there. Like I said, when we filmed Chief Daddy, there was no African film on Netflix. There were no Nigerian films on Netflix. It wasn't a thing. But we filmed it anyway. Spent a lot of money. Moabudu invested a lot of money to make sure that they would do it. When they did Wedding Party, Netflix wasn't showing African films. But they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to shoot Wedding Party. They came together, different units, to say, Omo, we're all going to come together and do this thing. And then that's how Wedding Parties and the rest of those things came about, which meant that when the opportunities opened, you say the luck is just when opportunity meets preparation. So they're prepared, and then eventually the opportunity now came. So the doors opened, and now, oh my God, the doors are open. I have this content. I have Chief Daddy. I have Lionheart. I have this. Take it to Netflix. What we did was that we were waiting for the doors to open before we'll start doing all the things. So now we're like, oh my God, the doors are open. What can we do now? It doesn't really work like that. So what I can say to the people who are trying to make a name for themselves right now, you can't wait for anybody. Nobody's going to come hand you success. If you truly believe that you want to make great films, go out there and do it. You're not sure where you're going to get the money from, that's okay. Collaborate with other people. Find different ways. But my point is, don't sit at home and believe that somebody's going to hand it to you. It's never going to happen. So we have incredible talents. We have all these opportunities. We have everything that we need to build our own industry in our own way. Yes, we have our problems. Yes, we have distribution problems and whatnot. But those are just excuses. Like you said, other people are finding ways to leverage around the things that might not work in your favor. So it's more about just focus on the fact that, do I want to do it? Don't form a committee. Don't form a committee and plan.
Enough of the talking,
don't set a meeting for 2 months from now for us to discuss. Don't do that. Do I want to do it? Yes, I want to do it. I will gather some people. Tomorrow, we will start. We might not start filming tomorrow. Maybe all we'll do is we'll start planning tomorrow. But tomorrow, we will start. If I have 10 CDs, I will put 9 CDs in it. I'll put my money where my mouth is, and I will go for the best. Rather than spend 6 months planning and then last start. We can't do it because, I've spoken to my boss and it's timid. And I don't believe being timid in business will get you anywhere.
Exactly.
So if we want to be big on the world stage, let's go for it.
There's been this conversation in the country about the creative industry and sponsorship from the corporate side.
Yes.
As you said, we shouldn't be timid. We have to make a move. People have made that move, but the sponsorship is still not coming.
Yes.
Corporate Ghana is interested in sponsoring creative stuff in this country. What do you think about that? What's the problem?
Yeah, but when I say we're not serious, who do you think I'm talking about? It is corporate Ghana. No. Let's be real with ourselves and let's call each other out. And maybe I'm going to get into trouble for this, but let's call each other out on the things that we're doing and let's be real with ourselves. Nigerians aren't idiots for doing the things that they did to get to where they are. So when they're successful, don't sit around and say, oh my God, why didn't this happen? No. GT Bank, it's a whole bank, it's a finance industry. They saw the potential in entertainment. They formed an entertainment wing in Dani TV, produced their own content, produced their own things, pushed it out. I did Rumor Has It with them and I saw the structure and everything. I thought, this is fantastic. This is a bank doing that. Access Bank, so that there is potential in entertainment. We will form Accelerate TV. We will create our own content and we will push it out there. UBA saw that there's entertainment opportunities. We will form Red TV and we will do our own thing and we will go from there. UBA gives so much money to WizKid and whatnot to do all sorts of different things. All the drink companies, all the people who invest and everything. It's not that they're idiots. It's that they see the potential. Is anybody going to sit here and tell me that there's a bigger potential than entertainment right now in the world? How? Between films, music, and arts, what is more captivating? What is a bigger draw for anything? What has a bigger global approach?
Yeah.
So my wish is that us in Ghana, the businessmen who claim to be serious, who claim to want money and everything, let's not be naive and let's not pretend not to see the opportunities that are right in front of us. Entertainment makes huge money. So if you think that these big banks, GTA, UBA, Access Bank, all these people, if you think that they're silly and maybe you are the one who know what you're doing, no problem, that's fine. They will continue to thrive and we will continue to be here and we will make excuses.
Yeah.
So that's part of what we do with Fight Night, for instance. We approach corporate bodies and we say, listen, come and see for yourself.
Yeah.
Come and see. You come,
what's going on
see
here?
for yourself what's going on, and then you decide if it's something that you want to be a part of. And usually when they come and they see, oh, wow, you guys are actually putting in the effort. Wow, I think we actually want to, because they see the potential.
Yeah.
So it's up to us to see the potential in ourselves. We're always looking for, Ghanaians have incredible talent, man. What are we talking about? Our music, our food, our arts, we have so much potential that with a little bit of investment, I'm not even talking $10 million type of thing. So I will invite corporate Ghana to be real with ourselves and to explore different opportunities. We've tried everything. We've done the farming, we've done all these other things. We've never truly supported entertainment.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for that one Ghanaian company who is going to make the kinds of moves that the GT banks and the UBAs, who can also say, you know what, I see that there is business potential in this and I'm also going to support it heavily. I know there's people doing some things, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's nobody in Ghana who's supporting, but it is very hard in Ghana to get corporate support for the arts and for the creative side. But maybe we're not visionary enough to see the potential there. I can't force a business entity to see the potential in it. We will see it for ourselves and we will do it for ourselves. Once again, what we're doing at Play, not just the club, for instance, we're deciding that we're also going to invest our own money, or not our money, we have partners and everything. We will find the investment, try to raise as much as $1 million and push it towards the Ghanaian film industry specifically. If anybody wants to join us and bring 2 million more, absolutely, no problem. But that is our commitment to say we will also try to do it in this way. We won't wait for corporate Ghana. We won't wait for a single bank or anybody else. If they won't bring us the money, it's absolutely okay. We'll do it by ourselves. We welcome the help. We need the help. But we're not going to wait for anybody to see that there's potential and then later on they're going to, no.
So you don't believe it's a people problem in the sense that some people think we, let's say creatives, are the same people sabotaging themselves.
Oh, that's absolutely true. No two ways. Like I said, let's call each other out and let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, let's not even joke with us. We don't support our own. We discuss the whole comparison and everything. We don't spend enough time supporting ourselves. So I'm not going to pretend like we're also not part of the problem. We spend so much time pulling each other down, but it's all the same thing that I'm talking about. If we as a people, corporate Ghana, creative Ghana, everybody, if we can't figure out a way to see that there is money in entertainment and we can all come together to make that money, or more. As for that one, I cannot force. No be me kill Jesus. I'm not here to save the world.
I like that.
I'm not here to save the world. So if people want to see it, let them see it. If people don't want to see it, we will stick to what we're doing and we will just focus. If the government wants to help, fine. They don't want to help, problem no day. We'll do it regardless. But the people are the problem.
Yeah.
We point, ha. Why is he not like this? Why is he not? What are you doing to help out? What did we just have people do the whole Accra to London trip?
Road trip, yeah.
Barely anybody talked about it. Yes, a couple of tweets here and there and whatnot. But the reality is, people don't realize that these opportunities have incredible ways to catapult not just the people, but the country in an amazing way. When people were supporting Hilda Bassi for cooking, it's not because they like food that much. It's not because they even like Hilda per se that much. But what she was doing was embodying something that was bigger than just her.
Yeah.
It's a way to say this country, we can all come together. You saw everybody troop and everything, not because they're idiots.
They know what's in it.
They know what's in it for them. And now because of that, every day, Guinness World Record, they held something. Because there was effort put into it. We had a golden opportunity to do something like that, and we missed it. Problem no day. There will be another opportunity. So Ghanaians, when you have an opportunity, I beg you, support your own people, man. I don't know who you're waiting to come and support. I don't know who you're waiting for to come and support. But if we have an opportunity, let's just support our own people. Whatever comes of it, we'll accept it like that. But if we don't support, it's ridiculous that we keep expecting the world to come and support us when we're not supporting ourselves.
Yeah. So, I mean, Mauli Gavo as a brand,
yes.
How do you ensure sustainability and relevance?
Hey, God, oh. That's tough. But I think it's about consistency and dedication to remaining who you are. So like I said, the things that I'm saying here, I've felt forever, and I don't think I'm ever going to change. I believe collaboration is key. I believe that you should never wait for anybody to come and hand you success. So I'm never going to do that. I will keep doing things the way I know how to do it. And if I fail, problem no day. I wouldn't be the first, I wouldn't be the last, but I would at least try to do it my own way. So that is what I believe has been key to my success. I can only speak for myself. I don't know how other people are going to do it, but consistency and just that dedication to continue to, want to improve, because it's not really up to you.
Yeah.
It's not up to you. Sometimes people do their best and then no more. It's just
extent.
Not. How many of our artists were super big back in the day, and now there's nobody demanding like that. So let's say, wait till I do you guys and everything. But at the end of the day, you can't rely on what other people are going to do. You do your part. If it works out for you and that was your story, sure. It's possible that it might not work out and that it's just not your story. It doesn't mean you failed in life, but at least you tried in your own way. So I'm not too worried about that. I'll just keep doing me. For as long as people want to accept me for who I am and they think it's relevant and they want to keep putting me on that, I wouldn't say pedestal, but to put me in a space where I'm considered that person, absolutely fine. The day they decide that they don't need me like that again, the problem no day. They say monkey no fine, but your mother like I'll go back to my mother's house and
please like mama's house.
I'll go back to my mother's house and I'll drink tea and I'll relax myself. So it's not a problem. I'm grateful for the love. I absolutely love the fact that there's people who support me when they don't even know me. People who like fans, and it's crazy that I even have someone like fans. So I'm always going to be grateful for that. But the same way they came, if they decide to go, there's nothing that I can do about that. So I'm just going to say I'm grateful for them. If they stay forever, I mean, God bless.
What have been your biggest lessons so far?
It's never really up to you. Yeah, it's never really up to you. And this, waiting I see for this industry, waiting I see for this life. Like, it's not, I'm telling you. We keep doing this thing where it's all about, oh my God, my life, oh my God, man. It'll be only you get a problem. You're not the only one with a problem.
Yeah.
We are all, every single person is facing some level of yawa in one way or the other. So I use this analogy that life is like it's like a tap as dropping L's, like losses. And everybody, we're all in line with our own little calabash. And when we get there, we're not sure the type of L that's going to drop into our calabash. It might be financial, it might be emotional, it might be health, it might be all sorts of things. So when you get there and then your L drops, you look at it, oh, it's a financial problem. Oh yeah, I guess this is my own burden. You walk away, oh, I guess this is my own burden. It's not up to you. You can only do your best, and what life will give you, you will take it. And then we go, when I was starting to build and dollar was 1 to 6, I didn't think I was going to end at dollar was 1 to 14.6, because it wasn't up to me. I didn't control COVID. I didn't have anything to do with the pandemic or the lockdown or the this or the that. I was sitting in my own cool corner and then you posted COVID-19 and here we are.
Yeah.
So my biggest lesson, truly, do what you can and then the rest or more. Now God go decide. Yeah, God go decide everything will happen to you. And it's worked out for me and it also hasn't worked out for me in a lot of ways. For every success that you see, there's probably 10 rejections and 10 failures and whatnot. But problem no, that I wouldn't be the first person to fail. I will not be the last.
Definitely.
Hopefully failure won't be the end for me. Hopefully success will be the end of my story. So continue to try and then we go from there. But stop forming committees.
The talking part is where you don't like. Interested. I mean, but let's get real. Fame can be chaotic.
Of course.
Quite chaotic.
Yeah.
And considering your reserved nature, how do you manage to stay sane, protecting your mental space?
Fortunately for me, a lot of people probably don't believe, but I'm super introverted, which means I'm able to come out and do my job and able to come out and host in front of thousands of people and do all of those things and be that. But after that, I'm running back to my room to go sit in my corner and like either read or watch some anime or do something random. Because that's just a way for me to recharge and that's just a way for me to withdraw into myself. So my friends and my family, they're sort of like my peace. You know, my wife, my baby, like everything. It's just a way for me to withdraw from. So I don't live in the industry.
Yeah.
I work in the industry. So the industry is not my life. Exactly. The industry is not my life.
Yeah.
Which is why I say no matter what happens with the fans or whatever, that's a place that I work. Last I will still go home to my baby. Still go home to my beautiful daughter.
Cyberbullying doesn't move you?
I'm human. So it's not like some things won't affect you. I won't lie. When you see, there's times where I've trended all over Africa and people saying all sorts of different things and everything.
I mean, those were, I think your time in Nigeria though. Yeah, some stories that
for
came up.
multiple, for all sorts of. I'm sitting in my corner somewhere and people tell me, bro, you're trending in. So I'm just like, what the hell is happening? But what you learn is that, like I said, it's not up to you.
Yeah.
Of course, some things go choke you small, but I'm not gonna lie and say it doesn't get to me. What I do say is, it's not gonna affect my life in one way or the other. How many actors does Nicolas Cage?
Yeah.
I don't really like him that much.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't really like him that much. I can see all sorts of, I think he's this, I think he's that. Nicolas Cage doesn't know me.
Yeah, there's that.
He doesn't know me from anywhere. No matter what I think of him, he will still always be a multi-award-winning, $1 million making, whatever. My opinions of him have no bearing on his life whatsoever.
Yeah.
Whether I like him, whether I don't like him, he's already done his things, he's already been successful, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. So I look at it the same way. There's going to be somebody sitting in Kaswa or in Lagos or in this thing who is saying, oh, this guy will type with their data and this guy something. Problem no day. It's all good. As long as you're not paying my bills, as long as you're not affecting my life in any particular way, I think you should be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, you might say that, yes, it might hurt me, but it's not really going to affect my life in any way, shape, or form. So I wouldn't say I'm not moved, but I acknowledge that it's irrelevant to my real life. Social media is not real life. So as long as I can go back to my family and hug my daughter and kiss her, problem no day.
That's awesome. I mean, you mentioned RMD, Richard Mofe-Domijo, as one of your mentors in the film industry. Yes. But when we come to the business aspect, who do you look up to?
Probably my older brother, first of all.
Okay.
Sebastian. He's we both study the same things, business, finance. So like my dad is the one. My dad is a finance person, so that's how we all came up. But I feel like maybe he's the one who taught me that dedication to, I wouldn't say excellence, but your eye for it. If you just have to have that, go get it. So I have other people. One of my business partners in this, Lawrence Aite. It's just a bunch of people who inspire me to just want to continue to do better. My main partner in this establishment, that's Charles of Play, Charles of Balike from Nigeria and everything. Also another huge inspiration because despite being a young, I'm never going to stop. I'm always going to keep going forward, which is how we ended up building this space. When we were building, I won't lie, everybody said, why are you making it so big? Ghanaians don't like big clubs. Why are your ceilings so tall? You won't be able, why are you spending so much money on lights? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing a rooftop? Why are you doing, everybody had all these reasons why we shouldn't do it in this particular way. Nobody thought we would open in time. Nobody. Everybody thought, why? And we said, hey, no problem.
How long did it take to put this up?
It took about 5 months to do everything.
Wow.
But we did most of it in 2 months.
That's impressive.
Yes, so it took 1 month to finish I have videos of how the whole place was set up. We built for about 5 months. The first 3 months were horrible because we were fighting all these different problems and everything. But so the actual work took about 2 months. So everything that you see here was erected in less than 2 months.
Wow.
But again, nobody thought it was possible because it's not supposed to be done like that.
I know, right?
But I'll tell you this, anything is possible if you rely on the fact that we all have. Let me make a small confession. When I built this particular place, I had to bring in a lot of employees from outside. Let me be honest. You know why?
You had a bad experience with the local ones?
Let me put it like this. When we were building sometimes, some of my Ghanaian artisans, the construction workers, by 2 p.m. they close, they've gone home.
Wow.
Yeah, I can show up by 2 p.m. We say they buff already, they shower. He's already won his shirt. He's going home. 2 p.m. he's already finished. He's finished his work for the day. He's going home. Wow. And I'm thinking to myself, how? Hey, God, oh, you guys are going to kill me. Then eventually we had to invest and bring in a couple of other people. We still kept the same Ghanaian workers, but just to show them that you guys need to be. And these other people came. I brought some people from Nigeria. They would work till 10 p.m. sometimes if they needed to. Just to show that if you truly want to get it done, you have to just be gingered. Yeah, that's all. So it's more just that for me than anything else. But everybody should see what they're good at and find ways to leverage on it. That's all.
Since you touched on the building part, how much money went into this?
Like the exact number?
An approximation, sort of.
Let me put it like this. We spent over $500,000.
Okay.
Mainly because, not because that was the plan per se. Like I said, when we started, the economy was one thing.
Yeah.
So it probably would have cost me less than half if everything had stayed the same. But to go from dollars to 1 to 6 to dollars to 1 to 14.6, I used to buy cement at 40 something cedis. I think I ended up buying it at 110 cedis. Do you know what it is to buy one bag of cement for 40 cedis one day and 110 cedis the other day?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
So that obviously ballooned our costs. But that's just putting the whole thing together. You've seen our light system.
Yeah.
You've seen the amount of metal. Take one thing and go ask the price of that metal in town, and then use that and just calculate how much you think. So we tried to put our money where our mouths are. We said we wanted to do something big. It's not about, I won't lie, when we started, we didn't know where the money was going to come from. We just knew that we were going to get it done. So we spent quite a lot, not just on building, but on promotions. You saw in December we had almost everybody here. We had to do all these activations and have the Dave Chappelles and the Wiz and the Aerostars and everybody come through and have all these big events and everything. Do you know what it is to open a club and to start throwing huge events from your marketing budget, flying people in and everything? So I can't even talk about the numbers because apart from the building, what we spent on just doing everything properly has been something else. But like I said, we were fortunate. I have incredible partners, and we all found a way to do it together. So unfortunately, I can't give you an actual number. I can't say we spent more than $500,000 in our efforts, and we will continue to spend. And let's see what God will do for us.
Awesome. I mean, touching on the part where the attitude of the local artisans put you over the point in time.
Yes.
Shuffling between, let's say, Nigeria, Ghana, working around, how do you tend to manage this place along with your movie life, or let me say acting life and family?
I won't lie, it's taken a toll. So if anybody has noticed, I actually haven't done any proper filming in about over a year.
So when was, I think I watched, was it Single and Not Searching?
So Single Not Searching is actually the very last thing that I did before I embarked on this project, which was another incredible project from Michael Jabba and the rest of them. So that was the very last thing I did, and then I started doing this. My plan was to continue to do this and to just be going back and forth. But if you've ever done any business, you know that you can't be somewhere and be building. I learned that the hard way.
One has to suffer in the way.
You can't be somewhere and be throwing money and think that everything is going to go on. So like I said, the first 3 months we were messing around a little. It was when I came to Ghana, I used to come and sit on site with the workers and pull up a chair and just sit down the whole day. Last night we go here together. If you then we'll see. And then people stopped leaving at 2 p.m. People started doing their work and everything. So it's been impossible to run this properly and still have my normal acting career. Something had to give. But I did spend 5-6 years building an incredible career, and I was able to do so much. So maybe it's time to just spend some time doing some other things, because I still act, I still do the films. I run my own production company. I collaborate and we produce our own films.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, we started about 6 years. I started in Nigeria. My second year in Nigeria, we formed a production company. Again, not alone. I formed it with my brother and a couple of other people. So one step at a time. You can't do everything. I now have a wife and a baby. So that also takes a lot of my time. It's impossible to do everything at the same time. So I'm just taking it one day at a time. Currently, I'm focusing on this business, which has been open for about 6-7 months. We're trying to get it to a space where I don't need to be here all the time, but it's sort of running on autopilot. And by God's grace, we're going to be there very soon. And that's pretty much it. As to how I'm balancing it, Tomo, I don't think I'm doing a very good job yet. It's insane. Most days my wife wants to beat me, but last we go survive.
Definitely. How's your net worth looking like?
Liquidity right now. Look at all of this.
Has to speak for itself.
So the thing is, Play Club is one of the, there's Play Club, there's Lupita. I have a bunch of different real estate investments and everything that we're doing. So in terms of liquidity, like I said, I put my money where my mouth is. But in terms of assets, it's looking pretty amazing right now. So I still have my liquidity, and I still have now a bunch of different. I have my film production company. I have this. I have the restaurant upstairs. I have a couple of other businesses that, by God's grace, will all thrive. So I have put. Gonna say, I throw leg. Yeah, I've thrown my leg. So we'll see what happens from there. Awesome. But based on the way the economy is and everything, it's not like I have $1 million sitting at home.
Yeah.
If you get some $1 million for me, we won't put my pocket inside. I don't mind.
Definitely. No,
I don't mind at all. Yeah, I don't mind at all.
Happens. Exactly.
It's by God's grace, we're still looking very good. I'm not gonna pretend like because that would be disingenuous of me. I am very grateful for the things that have happened to me. I'm very grateful for everything that I happen to have right now and everything that God has blessed me with. So let me not lie and be like, oh, nothing there.
Yeah,
something small there, but we need more. So if you get some for me, I beg you.
Well, that one, yeah, I'll hit you up.
I'll go send you my Momo number.
Definitely.
Yes.
I look forward to that one. What has been that role of education in your career? Because we see so many creatives who are complacent. They just keep putting the work and are a bit relaxed on the education side.
Yes.
They don't get educated. They are just where they are, nothing really. What do you think? How important is education in this industry?
I would not have been able to do anything without that level of education. It's in my experience, I wouldn't say it's not possible, but you have to invest in education.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying you have to go and do PhD or masters, or you don't even have to do university if you don't want to, but you have to educate yourself in one way or the other. That one, I don't think there's any way around it. For me, what has helped me is the fact that I do have a background in computer science and finance and all these other things, which means that for my businesses, I do my own records, I do my own accounting, I do my own financial planning, I do my own business strategies, financial modeling, I do all of those things myself. I spend half the day looking at Excel sheets. I happen to have an incredible network. I told you, my brother, my partner Lawrence, we literally sit down and we do our own, we do our own risk analysis, we do all of these different things by ourselves because we happen to have that knowledge to be able to handle it by ourselves. My partner, Charles, did biomedical science. He has, I believe, a law degree. He has all these other degrees that inform how he's able to move in life. So it's not just about gem. Sometimes you see people and you see the bottles and you see the gem and you believe that, or you see an actor and you believe that. No, the reality is people have invested in themselves. You see people now, I believe Abeku Santana went and got it. I don't know if it's I saw he got some degree from somewhere.
I think he's doing his master's in marketing as well.
I saw that, people invest in themselves. Again, he's not an idiot. He knows the value that he's getting from all these things. He knows that no matter, and he was huge before he went to do all of those things, but he knows, Samini is doing a course, I believe.
Yeah, he's graduated recently.
He just
Project
graduated.
management,
He's not a silly person. He knows exactly what he's doing. Samini is one of our biggest, but he still found the time to take a break and to go do this. So I will never encourage people to not invest in education. That is a very silly thing to do. However, no go just they follow school as if not school alone, because especially in Ghana, what we teach in school sometimes is not very practical. We teach rote learning, so we're teaching what is an eye. An eye is what is a computer. A computer is, that's absolutely ridiculous. But if we can learn to teach people to, I guess, to survive more, maybe, but that's a discussion for another day. Educational curriculum, how we can also inspire the youth to think outside of the box.
Critical thinking and all that.
You guys are working in media and you're doing amazing things. You have cameramen, you have sound technicians, you have colorists, you have all these things that can pay incredibly high wages if we invest in it. Not everybody has to be a doctor, not everybody has to be a lawyer. Somebody can become the best sound engineer in Africa. You can be the best lighting technician, you can be the best cinematographer, you can be a visual artist if you want. There's so many other avenues that we might want to explore outside of the regular ones. But hopefully we'll get there. Like I said, no, we make you Jesus. I can't save the world, man.
I think that's your favorite quote, right?
Man, because I can't kill myself. I can't come and kill myself. I'm not here to solve the world's problem. It's not like I have the answers to the world's problems. I have my perspective based on my life experiences and what I believe life has shown me. But that's gonna save the world. That's not really my business. So I will talk my own. If you believe me, you take out. If you don't believe me, to not take out.
So, I mean, what's that philosophy you live by?
Just that one philosophy that's literally it. It's not always about you. And my dad taught me that. One of the biggest pieces of advice he gave me, he said, Marley, you have to learn to deal with disappointments. And I carry that with me everywhere that I go because the disappointments will come. You are lying to yourself if you believe that they're not going to come. They will come in whatever way, shape, or form. But when they do come, it's important for you not to say, oh my God, woe is me. What you can say is, wow, I guess this is my own portion. And then you take it like that. Because at the end of the day, I'll give you a practical example. If you saw me today and you said hi to me, and maybe I didn't mind you or I did something, you walk away thinking, my God, Marley doesn't like me.
He's snobbish.
I wonder, Marley, I wonder what does he not like about me? What did he not disagree. There's something about you relative saying me. What makes you think it has anything to do with
you? Yeah.
What makes you think you even factored into the
Probably
equation?
you're dealing with something I have no idea.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So it's not always going to be about us. We love to make this, all the life's problems are we, me. My brothers, my sisters, sometimes it's not you. So you can't take things personal. The disappointments will come. When they come, you chest it and then you move forward. And you just pray that it's not the kind of disappointment that will hurt your life or that will be too damaging. But like I said, that's also not up to you. I just had a friend who lost his father. That's Jimmy Odukoya. He was in The Woman King.
Yeah.
He just lost his father.
Oh.
He just lost his stepmother before.
Whoa.
And he had just lost his natural mom in a plane crash. And this is one human being.
Whoa.
You lose your mom in a plane crash, you lose your stepmother, and you lose your father.
That's a lot to take.
So people saw, you see him, yes, he's in The Woman King, he's with Viola Davis and everything, and everybody, but the reality is, everybody has to have some level. Look, can you imagine the strength that it takes to have all of this happen to you and to still move on and whatnot? So those are the people who inspire me in life, because I still see him strong and still moving and everything. And I'm thinking, my God, I haven't even experienced.
How does he do it?
Thank you so much. So it's not always about you. You will have your problems. You better take them, because you definitely don't want to wish for other people's problems. You do not know what other people are going through. It might be way worse than what you're going through.
I know, right?
So take your own, the way God give them to you.
I mean, that analogy where they said we are all to throw our issues in a bin or basket. When you see others, you just quietly pick yours.
You go take your and go home. You go package them and say, Baba, I beg you, I'm going home. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. I won't lie.
People are going through it.
I'm always humbled by what some other people have had to endure. And I think to myself, my goodness, let's be grateful for what we have.
Exactly.
And then whatever God decides will be our path, we'll take it from there.
Definitely. What is that one advice you're going to give anyone who aspires to equally be a creative entrepreneur or go into business?
One piece of advice.
Yeah.
Nigerians will say, life no get rehearsal. There's only one life that we're ever going to live. It is impossible that you should ever allow someone else to determine how you are going to live your life. It doesn't mean don't take advice. It doesn't mean don't listen to other people. You can't allow somebody else to determine it. So whatever it is that you're going to do, make sure it is that's what you want to do, and then you do your best. If it works out, if it doesn't work out, you know that you used your life in the way that you wanted to use it. Because it's your life. Everybody else has their own problems. If today you're here, tomorrow you're not there, the question is, did you use your life in the way that you wanted to do it? When I was quitting and I was going to do acting, everybody thought I was crazy. People used to call my parents, is Marley okay? Like, is he... Because again, back then to leave, I was in one of the top 4 accounting companies. To leave that and say, he's going to do acting. You know, that's how he's doing what? Acting. What? Like, you know, is he crazy? Is he this and that? But the reality is, the fulfillment and everything that I was getting from doing my accounting job, sitting in that office doing, I wouldn't say doing nothing, but my spirit didn't connect to that. Now, if people who love it, great for you.
Yeah.
The people who don't love it, why should I be doing it? Because those are the expectations from other people. I decided that I can do something else that might also enjoy, I might be good at, and I might use that to create a different impact. So somebody might use law to create an impact, somebody might use medicine to create an impact. I just happen to be in the path of using the creative side to create my own personal impact. So I'm gonna live your own life.
Yeah.
Do what you go for do, and then whatever comes out of it, I guarantee it's not up to you. People don't succeed because you succeed because that's what God wanted to happen. So you do your part, and then that's pretty much it. I don't have the answers for anybody, but as a general rule of thumb, do what you can. Yeah. The rest of it is not up to you. But don't let anybody else decide for you, because when life is all over, the question is, did you do what you wanted to do with your life? That's all.
I mean, it's been amazing tapping into your wealth of knowledge today.
Hey, no be small matter. Say wealth of knowledge.
Professor.
No.
If I don't remember anything at all, one thing that's going to resonate is not always about you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to stick with me for the longest haul. Yes. And not be me kill Jesus. That one.
No be no boss Jesus. Now somebody else. If you say we just the pay price, we just the pay price for him, so it's all good. We can't take.
Die for you. Don't be we kill Jesus.
Jesus already took all of our burdens, and he already went to die. I should also go and die for something somebody already do for me. You don't do one for me. I beg you. I beg you. He died for my sins already. Let me enjoy life in peace.
Yeah,
please.
definitely. But thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I've enjoyed every bit
Thank you for having
of this
me.
conversation.
Thank you for having
you.
me. I appreciate you guys. You're welcome to our next fight night.
I will definitely make it.
Yes.
I'll be here. Thank you so much once again.
You're very welcome.
And thank you for watching and making a day with us. But till I come your way again, this has been Celeb Biz with Mauli Gavo. And my name, as always, is Amele Josu. Stay safe.
To Carlo Ancelotti, he has a formation called 4-4-2. You know, we play Obu at the right back. Then Simon will come as the playback striker. Then Grant will be the defender. That will pass the ball to the midfielder. But you know something? We have something called quantum cumulative numbers. That originated from radioactivity. That's the spontaneous disintegration of the atomic particles.
Congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
Hi there and welcome to Women, Power and Politics. My name is Sweetie Abochi, and on this show we engage some of the most influential women in leadership in Ghana and beyond. We are hoping to encourage a broader discussion of female participation in our quest for development. And this morning, on this particular episode, I'm privileged to be sitting with a lawyer by profession. Before she entered into politics, she served in various advocacy and public roles. I'm talking about none other but the Information Minister, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. Thank you so much for making the time.
Hello, sweetie. Thank you for having me.
And I must say again that you look lovely in that orange suit. Okay, so let's unravel you within the hour. We're going to talk about your personal journey. We'll talk about some of the barriers you had to break as a woman in politics, and then we'll focus on your crucial role as the Information Minister, the fourth female information minister for this country. Congratulations, I must say first.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so to set the tone, could you provide a bit of background and some key moments in your early life that maybe influenced you to become a woman of politics today?
Thank you so much. And once again, let me extend my warmest greetings to your viewers. I've been always excited to share my story because it's a story of an African child. Okay. And I think it resonates with a lot of people. And let some young women forget what they can become. I think some of us who have been given the opportunity need to share our stories. Absolutely. And that's why I'm always willing. If it's about background, the nuggets that I've gained along the path, if I can share that with people. Yeah. I was born in Moshizongo in Kumasi. Okay. I'm actually from Garu in the Upper East region. My mom is from Denogo, also in Garu. My dad is from Pialgo. Okay. Our village is called Azugori. But both parents are from the same district. So okay. I always say that I'm from Garu, which is absolutely correct. But I was born and raised in Kumasi. Moshizongo, to be precise.
That's like a town,
yes.
A Muslim Islamic town in Kumasi.
Yes, okay. Moshizongo is currently under Menchia North constituency and Menchia Sub-Metro. Okay. Yes, but it's within Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. I was born there in 1986 to a choba operator. My mom has been doing food business since I was born. She also inherited that career from her mom from her mom.
Let me chip in that, same as mine. My mom did that all her life.
Yeah, so our family, we've been cooking for decades, almost a century. We have a long-standing history of cooks for about 4 generations, and I haven't given it up because I still have a restaurant that is running to this day.
Okay.
My dad was a timber operator. Unfortunately, we lost him in 2022. May God rest his soul. But whilst he was here and before retirement, he was a timber operator and formerly worked in a lot of companies at Ahensa in Kumasi. So sometimes people are surprised at how fluently that I speak Chi, but it's also because of my background. I schooled in Moshizongo for primary school at Foundation of Jesus Preparatory School. Then I moved to Bokrom MAJSS Block B for my junior secondary education. Because when I completed primary school in '99, there was no public junior high school in Moshizongo.
Wow.
So you have to make the miles. So sometimes I reflect back and realize that if you were born within our environment, you needed a special motivation to go to school.
Yeah,
because no car is picking you up, nobody is sending you. I'm among the kids that you see making the long journey, trekking in and out. But for us young people, it was always exciting. I had a wonderful childhood, I must say. I was never hungry because we are cooks. We never had money.
Of course, you never
but the food is always there. And the chop bar was actually my bragging rights. Because when my friends are hungry, we'll go to my mom and collect some food. And everybody raised everybody, literally, yes.
What about the rest of your education? So where did you go to university, and then afterwards, and then you can talk about your profession as a lawyer before pivoting into politics.
So after junior high, I went to Kumasi Academy to study general arts, government, literature, Christian religious studies and French. So when I went to University of Ghana in 2006, I studied psychology major, English language minor, and also studied French. So those are the 3 key programs.
Did you have mentors?
Oh,
and how did they influence your life?
A lot of them. In fact, growing up, I did not anticipate that I'll end up in politics because I didn't have, I didn't know any lawyer. In Moshizongo, I didn't know any lawyer. Maybe until I came to Accra in 2005, I hadn't met any lawyer. Maybe I saw them on TV. I can't remember, but within close proximity, we didn't have exposure to people like that. But I watched TV a lot, and I saw a lot of beautiful women who inspired me. Among them, I would say...
You're inspiring a lot of them right now.
One of the pivotal points in my life to what I have become today was meeting Honorable Patricia Apieje, Member of Parliament for Asokwa constituency, and also Deputy Majority Leader. Before she went to Asokwa constituency, she contested on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party to be MP for Asanwase constituency when they first carved it out. And at that time, I was at the senior high school. And she was also once KMA boss. And we used to watch a telenovela, and they called her Rosalinda. So in Kumasi, she was the most graceful, collected elite. It's like when I thought of what a female leader
worthy of emulation.
Yes, she was all that I saw. So when she became a parliamentary candidate, she would visit us on campus, give us books, and you know we had these SHS belts that we put stuff inside. So she would give us some badges. You know, we used to buy some in town with the "I love you" on it and all those. Roses now, emojis, you know, and when I had one with her picture on it, that was a turning point for me, really. I was like, this is what I think I can become. And around that same time, Honorable Oboshi Kofi, former Minister for Information, now Presidential Advisor on Media, was one of the prominent women on TV. And she speaks so eloquently to this day. And she was someone that I really admired. Subsequently, I found many, like the second lady or spouse of the vice president, Haja Samira Baumia, who has been my boss and my mentor for over a decade, Honorable Elizabeth Ohene, the Chief of Staff. As I go up, I meet a lot of women within that bracket. And what people don't know is that they also feel proud that they get to mentor us. And if you've ever had the opportunity to be in their company, they will encourage you, they will empower you. If you talk about challenges, they will show you how to see the solutions.
Talking about challenges, as the fourth female information minister, it couldn't have come
maybe
easily.
The fifth.
The fifth?
Yes. The first person was Reverend Joyce Aye. Sometimes people forget that she's been education minister, she's been information minister before she went to the Chamber of Mines.
Okay. Then we had Oboshi Sai.
And then Grandma Elizabeth Ohene.
Yes.
So Reverend Joyce Aye, Grandma Elizabeth Ohene, Auntie Oboshi Sai, and Zita Okaikwe, and now myself.
Okay,
yes.
So you are the fifth.
Yes.
And it's not an easy feat. And as much as we're trying, there's still a lot of challenges when it comes to women empowerment. Would you say that aside your mentorship that's has propelled you to this level, would you say that women naturally need extra boost before they can attain positions of power? From your own
absolutely. From my experience, that's actually the truth. People forget that representation matters. The more women we see up there, the more young people are encouraged, or young women or girls are encouraged that I want to become this, and I don't think it should be difficult at all. When I was growing up, if I hadn't seen a woman in a scarf, hijab, occupying positions on TV, maybe in my head it's impossible. And as a minority tribe and minority religion, I may not anticipate that I qualify to be in such spaces.
Right.
But over the period when you see others, you realize that I don't have to change anything.
And when you hear their stories.
Yes, I can just be myself and serve in that capacity. Particularly at Information Ministry, we are like, you know,
the mouthpiece of the government.
Spaces that we work in are as if we are media practitioners, because you always have the spotlight. And being in the spotlight all the time will not afford you the opportunity to make mistakes and correct them. So the minutest details, people pay attention to them. The smallest mistakes will not be overlooked. So
because of the biases that already exist. Let me give you some statistics in that regard. Currently in Parliament, yes, there's women hold only 40 out of the 275 seats. In terms of local governments, there's just 7% in the district assemblies. I mean, women participation in the economy, they make up about 45%. And we know that there are laws that actually promote gender equality. So based on all that we've discussed so far, what would be your diagnosis of where we are right now in terms of women participation in leadership? I also want to add on the back that the Ghana Statistical Service released a report recently that said 1.9, nearly 2 million people are neither in employment nor in education. And out of that 1.9, I think, 1.2 million are women.
I will share two key diagnoses. One that we've been advocating strongly with regards to the amendment of the 1992 Constitution. And one also has to do with our socio-cultural setup.
Right.
Politics is expensive, it's not cheap. Historically, a lot of women have not earned the kind of revenue that will allow them to actively participate in politics. In Ghana today,
but why?
You are talking about 40 out of 275 in Parliament. These are women who have to go through primaries, pick nomination, pay for the nomination.
In fact, during the last primaries, that number is going to change because some of the women lost their seats.
Yes, but there are a lot more women who have also won the bid from their parties to represent. So I'm hoping that they get the note. The issue is that in terms of inheritance, in terms of leadership within the family units, if, excuse my language, you lose a parent and they say the person to inherit and manage the businesses and the money is the first male child, or let the men manage, and when there are dividends, they will find something for you to do. The kind of money that you will be given is not the money that can help you build yourself to become a politician. fundamentally, in terms of land ownership, possession, and all those things, it hasn't been like a smooth road for women. That aside, the few who fight the battle and are able to succeed and get to parliaments, they are the ones that stand the highest chance to be appointed to serve in the executive. Yes. And because of the 1992 Constitution, because Article 78, I believe, if my memory serves me right, requires that the President of the Republic, in whom all executive powers are vested, should appoint majority of ministers from Parliament.
Yeah.
So look at that. That alone eliminates a lot of people.
Yes.
So it makes a prerequisite for most of the appointments being the fact that the person is in Parliament. Yeah. The fewer that he can add who are not from Parliament, the President may be looking at specialized skills or technical areas. Yes. For instance, if you are appointing an AG, you want someone who has a track record of prosecuting cases successfully, for his skills in drafting, who has the eye to look at contracts, bills, and can supervise such a place. So it makes it difficult. But the opportunity, the opportunity for a president to say, I want to take the risk and appoint mostly women or half women, if they are not in Parliament, that is even impossible. Although people will say, oh, the president has all the powers to do everything. One observation that I've had over the period is also the fact that I went through Frederick Ebert Stifton Women in Politics School in 2012, representing the New Patriotic Party. And the resource persons that we found there are among some of the most intelligent women that I've come across. And I'll oftentimes ask one of our faculty members, you are teaching the female politicians. Why don't you step to the plate? Why are you not in politics yourself?
They themselves, yeah.
Yes, like to practice what you preach. And there was the space for people to insult me, the way they treat women in politics, the exposures, all they've accomplished for some people to be trolling them on social media. So I became even more determined to insert myself in politics, to change the narratives and make it more comfortable for others to come on board. Because it cannot always be about the noisemakers. It cannot always be about the loudest voices. It cannot always be about those who are vile, those who can insult.
But that's the game we play in terms of our political dispensation here. The men go through it.
So we should come in. The women, we should come in and do it our way.
Yeah.
When I go on set, I'm intentional about discussing issues. Even if you're a host and you want us to insult, I'll call you out on your own program.
Yeah.
Because we need the representation, we need the diversity of thoughts. We need so much for our women to have their voices and come out and participate fully in the democratic process.
Okay.
Imagine if there is a conversation about sanitary pads, about menstrual hygiene, about teenage pregnancy. It's on the front pages, and all the political panel are all men.
Yes.
The examples are not the same. The experiences are not the same in terms of believability, relatability. You realize that people are completely off.
Yes.
But because you are a woman, because you've experienced it, the examples that you will use, the context of the conversation becomes completely different.
Okay.
And when girls are watching from home, they are like, okay, that's spot on. I can relate to that.
Okay.
So we need the representation. And women coming into politics, I always say that you don't need to come in shouting because you've seen some other gender shouting and you think it's like a boxing ring. No, come and do it your way. People will catch along.
Will your way win you the votes and the seats that you need?
It will.
And let me just add that. I was reading a book just in preparing for this interview by Lois Frankel titled Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office. I also watched a TEDx talk from Chimamanda Ngozi, that writer and author, and as well as some clips from Maya Angelou. And they all talk about women want to be liked. It's an indoctrination. It's a way of letting society accept us. And if you fall into, or if you buy into the narrative that you want to act so that you are liked, you won't get far, which is literally the title of the book. Nice girls don't get the corner office. We'll take a break and then talk about your role as information minister. But how does this sit with you? Do you think that women should start changing the narrative of being liked and just go out there and do you no matter what circumstance you find yourself in?
I think already women have changed that.
Okay.
Already it has happened. Maybe we've not paid attention to it. Look, go to Bosomtwe girls. Now the drones, the robotics, the competitions, the girls are winning.
Yeah.
Maybe at first, if I wanted to go to secondary school, it's most likely that I will say, let me go and choose the arts. Maybe my eloquence will make me more likable, prim and proper, organized.
Yeah.
When there was this team of people driving from Accra to London, there was a woman who is an auto mechanic on board.
Mechanic, yes.
So I see those things and say women are changing the narratives already.
Okay.
They are doing things that traditionally a pretty girl will not do. They are branching out.
Yes.
In this day of technology and a lot happening, they are challenging themselves to do the big things. Women are mostly entrepreneurs. And mind you, majority of Ghanaians are entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship contributes significantly to our GDP. But in the past, when we talk about women entrepreneurs, it was all about the tabletops.
Trading in the market, selling something
now,
in the shop.
That is not the case. A lot of importers. You look at any of the blocks of organized labor, look at the TUC, look at other places and see women who are importing cables, who are importing products, who are into jewelry, who are into a lot of things.
Yeah.
If you don't go to the market and don't go out there, you would think that they are not changing it.
Okay.
But they are not waiting to be liked. They are hustling as hard as the men are hustling. And already I believe we are on that path. I am here as a female information minister. I'm not bullied. I'm not shaking. I don't hope to always look good to come on set or to go on a show.
You're doing it your way.
Yes, my way.
And on that note, let's take a quick break. And when we return, we'll focus on her crucial role as the information minister for this country. We'll be right back.
I congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
The Fantapim Old Boys Association MOBA presents the 9th edition of the MOBA Annual Engagement Series. Theme, Hen Nananom Botaimpa, 148 years of advancing educational excellence in Ghana. The future. Date, Wednesday the 25th of September 2024. Venue is the EcoBank Ghana Head Office Auditorium at Ridge. The time is 4:30 p.m. Panelists include Dr. Kenneth Shelton Akins, MOBA 1974, Innovations in Pedagogy and Curriculum Development. J. Kweku Beduado, MOBA 1984, Addressing Educational Inequality and Facilities. Dr. Kweku Innocent, MOBA 1994, Investments in Educational Infrastructure and Facilities. Jonas Menu Isamwa, MOBA 2004, Preparing Students for the Workforce of Tomorrow. The moderator is Abu Suleimana, MOBA 1985. Sponsors, Prudential Life Insurance, EcoBank Ghana Limited. Media partners, Joy FM, JoyNews, Asasi Radio, and Graphic Communications Group Limited. For more information, contact 050-318-6258 or 055-643-9873. Kwabuchi, Jane Shekan.
I congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
You're still watching Women, Power and Politics on the Joy News channel with me, Sweetie Abosh. I'm honored to be sitting with Ghana's Information Minister, Mrs. Fatima Abubakari, and the conversation has gotten very juicy. Thank you so much. You're waxing lyrical and I like it. But now let's pivot to your crucial role. We are here in your beautiful office. Now, one of your key roles as Information Minister is dissemination of government policies, programs and activities, and this revolves around ensuring transparency, effective communication, and fostering a well-informed citizenry. In the short time as you've been confirmed as Minister of Information, would you say you've lived up to expectations?
Absolutely.
How so?
This is because when I was nominated as the Minister Designate, I had already served 4 years as Deputy Communications Director at Jubilee House, and also almost 3 years as the Deputy Minister for Information here. So the transition was smooth. I've always been in management, been in the boardroom with the then minister and all management members. So I had an idea of the direction that we want to go. But of course, whilst implementing all the good policies that were already in place, I was also mindful to also introduce initiatives that I believe will expand the work here.
So which of these achievements are you most proud of, or which of these initiatives have been so successful that you can say this is what you have done under your, in your tenure so far?
First of all, the moment I was confirmed, I did a media walkabout. Visiting almost 30 media houses, meeting the management and meeting the people. The accounts have a saying, say, "Sumaya or pesa or neotina, and or chel nechiwadie."
Okay. My trees are a bit rusty.
Yes.
So.
if there is a deity that wants to stay with you, it will show you the things that it doesn't like.
Okay.
So that you do not breach, and when you don't breach, you will live together in harmony for long.
Okay.
And I believe as policy makers and leaders of the information sector, it's important to go and listen to the people.
Yes.
Know the challenges firsthand. You cannot invite just 2 or 3 people into a boardroom and say, let us cook something for the sector. It won't work because people have their own minds.
So what did you find?
So what I find wasn't something new.
Okay.
Key amongst them has to do with the economic condition of media practitioners in Ghana. The working environment, the conditions of service, the welfare policy systems, the maybe gender policy on gender, policy on sexual harassment, retirements, post-retirement arrangements, salaries, allowances, and so on and so forth, and even retooling, and especially for those in print, because we are moving digital, how sustainability of print businesses or newspaper businesses in times like this, when people don't want to wait till the next morning to see what's on the front pages because someone has already posted on social media, and the conversations will die down even before you publish. But in that light, what I'm proud of is that Ghana accepted to host the International Fund for Public Interest Media Africa and Middle East office. And some of the media houses have already applied and accessed the fund. I think it's something that we've done that will really help the sector. And also the fact that we have branched away from what people will perceive as just doing government propaganda to fixing fundamental problems in the sector, including capacity building.
Yes,
and in that light, media capacity enhancement program, we've already trained 140 journalists. And we are doing another cohort as we speak. We are about to do the announcement. It's just because the schools were in session, we are also looking at our locations where we can do the training when schools are not in session. Other than that, the paperwork, the working committee, the faculty, everyone is on standby for announcement for our 3rd cohort this year. So those are the things that I am proud of. And if you care to know, a week ago, we were in Kumasi to commission the first regional office for Ghana Publishing Company Limited. Something that I'm so proud of.
We are very proud of
we
it.
talk about SOEs not doing well, collapsing. And if you see Ghana Publishing of 2016 and you see Ghana Publishing of today, even here in Accra, and to think that this year they are expanding to 2 regions, we've already opened Kumasi and we are going to open Takoradi. It's something that I feel so proud of.
How soon?
Very soon. Yes, because the Kumasi, of course, you need to engage traditional authority. All the renovation works must be complete. And the recruits. For the Kumasi office, they transferred 40% of the workforce from the head office and recruited 60% of the workforce in Kumasi. And that's a good thing. It's helping with the local economy, giving opportunities to young graduates in the region. So those are some of the things that when I look back as a ministry, I say our SOEs are doing well. They are not surviving, they are thriving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your predecessor,
Yes.
now the Minister for Works and Housing, has been hailed for his ability to develop and implement some comprehensive communication strategies. In fact, I think he's the longest serving, continuous serving Minister of Information. Some blogs even describe what he's done as the transformative legacy of Kojo Nkrumah. Does that give you any pressure at all?
Not at all.
Why not?
I was always part of that story. He trained me. I can only build on what he left. In fact, we've heard a lot of stories about ministers and deputies.
Yes.
And our relationship was the exception to the rule.
Okay.
I think there was a time that at the Public Accounts Committee, I saw a deputy minister just walk in to come and give her side of the story, contrary to what her minister was sharing to the public. But from the day that I stepped in this ministry, our ministry has some dynamics that the public may not know. It's one of the warmest, like, nicest, coolest places that you can work. Although people think, oh, we don't have money, so nothing happens here. But the leadership, the cooperation of the management and staff, and it's also because of some of the cultures the Honorable Nkrumah introduced. When I came here, he gave me all the opportunities and exposures to host the press briefings, to host the regional ministers' State of the Regions report, to host the SIGA programs. He just pushed me and will watch some of my presentations and correct and say, I think you could have done this better. I think you should be more involved. You should do this and that. And our relationship has definitely moved from colleagues
so no pressure at all.
To family, not at all.
Okay.
I am confident in the foundations that were laid here. And I'm not reinventing the wheel.
Okay.
The blueprint is there. I just have to follow.
So you don't change the winning strategies?
No, not at all. So every program that was implemented under his reign here as Honorable Minister for Information has not changed.
Yes.
We are doing the same programs and also adding a few things that are required within this period.
So in terms of digitalization, I know there was this Bonsu platform in Ghana today. Are they still operational? I did a quick check just this morning. They were not active. Yeah.
The Bonsu access is not for the public.
Okay.
Bonsu is for the Public Relations Coordination Division.
Okay.
That deploys our PROs to the various ministries, departments and agencies, so that they can populate their upcoming events, their flags. If anything is coming up, we get the alerts here to make sure we're able to design.
Active and they are able to use it.
And the Ghana Today, last week they were doing some changes, trying to do a new design, because we are bringing on board ORMS, an online record management system, to populate the requests that come through the RTI. Yes, because the ministry at the Information Services Department, we have the Access to Information Division, ATID, and they are also the ones that recruit, train, and deploy information RTI officers to the various MDAs. We are moving from just people writing and having it go through all the system and being minuted for this minister and that minister to an online system where from the comfort of your office, you can just send the request, a digital request, and have it processed.
In fact, because we're talking about RTI, let's stay on that for a bit. Recently, members of parliament applauded you for your timely delivery or presentation of the RTI report to parliament. And although the highlight is the increased number of requests, which means that people are actually interested in getting information, I mean, all in the spirit of transparency and inclusive governance. But there are still some challenges in there. There are some institutions that don't have resource persons to manage the RTI units of this. What is the plan going forward to ensure that we are actually implementing this RTI law effectively?
Absolutely. We've been advocating for clearance to recruit the remaining officers for the MDAs.
Okay.
When we started the process, so far we've recruited over 300 RTI officers.
Okay.
But at places, and you know, the district assemblies are already 261.
Yes.
Then you come to the agencies and the ministries. So you need a workforce in excess of 600. So even if you have 350, you still have about 300
shortfall when it comes to deployment of RTI officers.
Okay.
What we did was to designate staff of those agencies as designated RTI officers.
Okay.
So that when we are doing our training, they bring their nominees, we train them, give them the tools to serve as designated officers until such a time we can recruit and replace.
Okay.
The challenge we've had over the period is that if an agency nominated the national service personnel and after the service the person is not retained, you've lost that capacity, meaning you need to go and find another person in the institution to train.
True.
If the person was at records and they've taken the person to another department, they don't treat the responsibility with the seriousness that they are supposed to do. The best way out is to recruit for all the agencies and train so that they know that they are permanent staff of this ministry and are there specifically to perform roles pertaining to the implementation of the RTI. And so
public
far,
awareness. Do you think the Ghanaian population understand that they have the right to information as much as those in the media spaces? Because mostly we are the ones requesting for information. Do you think the general public, they are aware enough about this?
I won't say that the sensitization is adequate. We have to continuously sensitize, although I am aware that even before the passage of the RTI Act in 2019, the RTI coalition, we have coalition of CSOs who came together to see to the passage of the Act. The RTI Commission has been moving from region to region to also embark on sensitization.
Okay.
The ATID, recently they were even in Central Region to embark on sensitization. But all those activities, mass media campaign requires the budget.
Yeah.
And sometimes due to some of those constraints, we leverage on other partners and other platforms to ensure that we share information to the public. And we call on the media. This is one of the good causes that you can take up as a social responsibility project and say, let me educate the populace that if you need any information from a public institution or an institution that is benefiting from public funds, you can put in an RTI request.
Okay.
If that message goes down, because I know even the media, when you go through the list of requests, you realize that a set of media houses have been taking advantage of the opportunity. Others don't apply at all. But they'll go and publish something that is not true, where there was the opportunity to just put in a request. And as of right, except where that request is exempt by law, you are entitled to it.
Sometimes I think the challenge is with the delays. We wrote to, I think, SNIT months ago, JoyNews I mean, requesting for information. Till date, we've not received that. And I know that the RTI Commission even fined Ghana Airports Company Limited because of refusal to submit information and all that. So the challenge, I think, with that is it would delay in their publishing. We just discussed how news will come on digital first, and so if you're a print media house, you stand the risk of bringing out news that nobody even wants. I remember when Media Foundation for West Africa was requesting information on the scholarship secretariat. They gave them a whole box of papers to go and sift through. So maybe if the implementation strategy was smoother, but like you said, you are working to ensure that
what is happening now is that people also don't know about the appellate regime.
Okay.
If you are supposed to be giving information within 14 days and you don't receive that information, don't give up.
Okay.
You should know that when the institution fails to give you, you can go to the RTI Commission for redress. If the RTI Commission fails to redress the situation, you go to the High Courts. We bring some of these acts so that we will challenge and continuously improve upon the implementation.
Right.
Because just as you said, someone will bring in a request and the data that they are asking for, there are boxes of information. The said institution also has its own day-to-day activities and responsibilities. So the onus lie on you requesting the information to say, I am determined to get it and get to the bottom of it. Okay. So don't be discouraged if you request for information and they bring 2 or 3 boxes or files for you to go through.
Right.
Because they may not be in the position to do the summary. But the moment you repeatedly use this resource, others will also be encouraged.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, the ORMS and allowing people to digitally apply. This year, we are talking about August this year. It will give a lot of comfort to those who don't want to go through the hassle of driving to this institution or that institution.
Okay.
So I'm confident that over the period the systems will improve.
Because you are talking about laws and bills, let's stay on the broadcasting bill for a brief moment and then we'll take another break. So you said it's set to be laid in Parliament this year?
We want to lay this year.
For education purposes, what is the significance of this broadcasting bill? What discrepancies or what clarity does it really seek to bring?
Okay, first of all, we don't have a law on broadcasting in Ghana, like as in a codified single document. We don't have that. What we have are sections of other laws, either the Constitution, based on the mandate of the National Media Commission, or the NCA Act, based on their powers to regulate the spectrum for electronic media, be it TV or radio, based on the Electronic Communications Acts, based on the Cybersecurity Act, among others. So you get bits and pieces from all sources. And it makes the implementation of laws under broadcasting difficult.
Because some of these roles overlap.
They overlap, and something will happen and agencies don't even know whose laws or whose acts supersede the other. So what we are trying to do is to get a single document that will solve all the challenges and the gray areas. For instance, if you have an issue, like if a radio station has an issue, the Constitution says that the National Media Commission is the one that can take complaints when there is a breach by a media house and vice versa. They are more or less like the supervisory agency for the media. For state-owned media, in fact, apart from bursary support, they are in charge of everything. We don't even appoint the heads of state-owned media. They see to all that. Then the same radio station or TV station will have spectrum challenges with National Communications Authority.
I see
that my radio, I've been taken off air, I have this issue. Meanwhile, the National Media Commission may not necessarily have an obligation towards NMC. So even getting the institutions to sit at the same table to sort some of those minute problems become a challenge. But if there is
that the biggest challenge now?
Not at all. I will pitch the biggest challenge to social media, exposure of minors and children to contents, and not having clarity on the protection of children or child rights.
But I mean, the biggest challenge, the amendment started in 2012, right? I mean, the biggest challenge, the delay in actually laying this bill in Parliament.
Okay, first of all, this is the first time we've actually held a draft broadcasting bill. A final draft. There's been series of consultations. It's been like the affirmative action bill. I know the gender minister is pushing so hard to have it go to Parliament. The draft broadcasting bill, when the idea came to, from the time that the idea came about that we need a bill to this time, if you look at what has happened within our media space in the last 10 years, so much has changed. If we were talking about a bill that you were anticipating in the mid-2000s, there was no X, maybe there was no TikTok, there was no Instagram, there was no this. Now times have changed. And when we see those quick changes in the sector, it means you need to bring the stakeholders back for their inputs. So about 16 stakeholders, they have to make inputs and review. We've had sessions with Facebook, we've had sessions with all the other key stakeholders, the associations within the media space, Prempa, GIBA, GJA, New Media. We keep going back to them until such a time that you will get the laws passed because of consensus building. Because if you insist on going the way it was, and then they see the draft and this association says, we are up in arms, we don't agree to the content, this is not what we want, we will never have it passed.
So broader stakeholder engagement,
absolutely.
That's what, so and that you get it right.
We've done that for so long. And I want to use the opportunity to also thank the Attorney General and also the Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Tuayeboa, Honorable Dame, and Honorable Tuayeboa. They've carried us through. We will go and come back. We want to change something. They will accommodate that back and forth for tens of times, if not hundreds.
Okay.
But finally, they gave us the final drafts, which we have also done a memo for cabinet.
So when do we expect this?
Cabinet, the committee has to sit. When you send a memo, they will refer it to a committee. The committee has to sit and approve before you can send it to the plenary.
So we don't have
it can be 2 weeks,
right
it can be a month.
Okay.
Yes, it can be 6 weeks.
Okay.
But we continuously advocate that they should put our work on the front line.
On that note, let's take another quick break. When we return, we'll talk about balance, how the Honorable Minister is balancing her work as an information minister and as a woman, as well as her opinion on certain issues of national interest. We'll be right back.
I congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
As the December 7th elections approach, peace is in your hands. It's time to #ChoosePeaceGH. Join JoyNews, Catholic Relief Services, and the National Peace Council for a national dialogue on sustaining peace beyond the elections, the role of the citizens. It's on Saturday, the 21st of September 2024 at 6 p.m. live on JoyNews at Joy 99.7 FM, at joyonline.com, and all our social media handles. Tune in, engage, and let's #ChoosePeaceGH together. Peace is not just a wish, it is a responsibility. #ChoosePeaceGH. This dialogue is brought to you with funding from the Netherlands, Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the Prevention of Violent Extremism through Social Accountability Project.
I congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
Women, power, and politics in our quest to broaden women participation, conversations about women participation in our quest for development. And Honorable Minister Fatima Abubakar has been doing justice to our cause. Thank you so much for the time.
You're welcome.
Now, before we get into how you're balancing your work and your personal life, recently there's been a number of reports that sort of speak about tragedy that the country is going through. There have been industrial actions upon industrial actions. There's teacher unions, CLOSAC, I remember just recently. And then there's that report I mentioned earlier about nearly 2 million Ghanaians not employed nor in education. Then there's transport operators and the cost of fuel, CD dollar depreciation, electricity tariffs going up and down. And then that Afrobarometer report that is saying that young people are slowly losing interest in democracy. They prefer military intervention. That is according to the latest Afrobarometer report that was released last week. In the face of all these things happening in the country right now, what would be your assessment of Ghana's position on our development trajectory in terms of the democracy we're practicing now? How are we faring, would you say?
First of all, let me remind us that Ghana remains an oasis of stability in the midst of a storm.
Okay.
I think one of the most significant things that the President of the Republic has done in recent years is to keep us safe.
How so?
To keep our borders safe.
Okay.
To keep us within the country safe. This is because, look at West Africa. Look at what is happening. Sometimes if we don't pay attention to geopolitics, we may not know what's happening in the world. Look at the state of Burkina Faso. It doesn't matter how some interests will glamorize military coup, but even the military dictators themselves do not have control of up to even 60% or 40% of the landmass in their countries. People don't have access. I left even Niger 2 months before the coup for a UNESCO program on media and migration.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, outside Niamey, you cannot travel 60 kilometers. If you are not there and you are not living it, you would think that the situation is better. If it was better, we won't see all the kids on our streets. When you are driving past Alisa, even in front of the police headquarters, you see all these kids, toddlers, leaving the comfort of their villages, their farms, and running into Ghana. If you go up north, it's even worse. And the priority of government has been to invest in security. Imagine if the monies that the president spent in buying about 4 naval ships for the Navy, if we set other priorities, because the Gulf of Guinea has always been safe, it is not known for piracy, wouldn't that have gone towards another social intervention? If the president hadn't invested about 3 helicopters in the police service and retooled them for security, wouldn't that money have gone somewhere else?
Are you saying that because of these...
I am saying that because of the times that we find ourselves in, security has become a priority. And where there is instability, the monies that we could have used to invest in other developmental areas will go to security. And security budgets are not small. So it doesn't matter how people glamorize coup d'etat. The conditions in those spaces are worse. Go to Mali, and if we don't understand economic or economics, the basic thing we should know is GDP. Which of all these military-led governments in West Africa has a better GDP or GDP growth than Ghana?
Some would argue that it is because of that we are asking for better systems. We are asking for the government to listen to our cry. We are asking that cost of living, which is skyrocketing now, should be examined. Some policies to stop the free fall of the city, so that the youth don't pick up arms and say that they want to offset the democracy that
let me give you context to what you are saying. Just a few weeks ago, the president launched the SME support program of about 8.2 billion Ghana cedis to support the SME sector, because SMEs contribute about 92% to industry.
Right.
So we have come to understand that every country and their dynamics. But in Ghana, in terms of productivity, in terms of contribution to GDP, over 70%. So we know SME
the value
absorbs,
that SME,
the value that SME holds. Look at the track record of this government in addressing SME issues.
But the question I'm asking is, the ordinary Ghanaian is unable to afford their basic needs. Tomatoes is selling for what? One big one for 5 cedis, 3 for 10 cedis. Fuel prices, they don't even announce it anymore. You buy fuel for what? 1,000 cedis to fill your tank. The next day you go, you need more than 1,000 cedis. The youth are not in employment. Are you saying that? And then, if it's a scale of preference, let me land my question, please.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, just like you said that government is prioritizing security because of the times that we are in, one of the priorities of government. Why are we pumping more than $300 million dollars into building a national cathedral if that money can go into health infrastructure, if that money can go into creating jobs or completing these one district, one factory initiatives, completing these Agenda 111 hospitals? I was at Agbogboshi, the new old onion markets recently. That place that was demolished under former Greater Accra Regional Minister Henry Korte displaced nearly 80,000 people because they said they wanted to build some modern hospital there. That place is just there. The land is regressive. They're defecating, they're peddling drugs there. So the question is, are we not misplacing our priorities? If we are prioritizing security, national cathedral, and other things that government deems important, but we, the populace, don't get the benefits of those things immediately, and we are struggling, how does that not feed into young people? We saw what happened in Kenya, picking up arms and saying that we don't want this government anymore.
Sweetie,
and that will be my final question.
For the avoidance of doubt, I don't think there is any government in our recent history that has prioritized hospital infrastructure more than this Akufo-Addo government.
Okay.
Just a few days ago, on one of your platforms, I granted interviews and reminded them that the hospitals that are above 70% that they can commission this year are up to 21. if they can commission oil and they can commission 10, if you go to the location right now, just yesterday I saw one picture in circulation at Antieku in Ablekuma area that was in circulation, and it is not even among the top grade A hospitals that are ready to be commissioned. The categories that are above 50% but less than 20, but less than 70% are 39. All put together, the number of hospitals that are roofed, that you can go and see physical structure done, is up to 60.
Okay.
I am saying this because the priorities are many, but they are not mutually exclusive. If you go to Trader today and see what government has done with Agenda 111 hospital, if you go to Ofuase, if you come to my constituency in Garu today, and if you see what government has done with Agenda 111 hospital, I feel so proud going to my village and know this is the first time we are having a state-of-the-art district hospital that is over 80%. I'm excited about that. It doesn't stop government from attending to other priorities because they are not mutually exclusive and they can be done at the same time.
Okay.
That being said, you were talking, and let me remind you that just last week, the president commissioned the Fomena Hospital.
Yes.
The president commissioned the Kumawu Hospital.
Yes.
It is the president who went to commission the Wa Regional Hospital. It is the president who went to commission the Tepa Hospital.
Okay.
All the Irojects, Vamed projects, and all other projects that were legacy projects, all the way from President Kufuor's era. This government has commissioned most of them.
Okay.
I went to Seria, at Seria Junction, in 2017. The Ashanti Regional Hospital that was there. When I went there, I didn't even see a 3-inch block. There was nothing. Sand and some steel trestles that were standing there. That hospital is complete. My brother lives right by the hospital. I get there every day and see what government has done at that place. And I feel so proud. We were talking about how policemen and security agencies were packed. You look at the accommodation and look at the environment within which they live. You feel sad about it. We went to Kwabenya to commission over 500 housing units for the Ghana Police Service right behind the Atomic Police Station. And let me remind you specifically on the cathedral.
Yes.
What the vision and the explanation that I heard from the Board of Trustees, at least I have heard Reverend Kusi, I've heard Dr. Joyce Aye. The point was that government will assist with seed capital, and then Christendom will also mobilize through fundraising. To this day, anytime I go on Instagram and check the National Cathedral page, I see churches making donations. If it is in the interest of the population, which is largely Christian, that we have a single interdenominational edifice for national events, for national consciousness, also for tourism potentials, among others. Even as a Muslim, I didn't have any problem with that.
We do have to wrap
What
up.
I am saying is that if through fundraising, the Christian community were unable to mobilize as much, and government in the interest of the collective says, let us put in additional support to make sure we finish the projects. I don't think it is something that we say the cathedral money, it should have gone to this sector, when we know that if we dig, irrespective of whatever investment government has made in cathedral, government is still investing in agriculture, still investing in health, education, tourism, security, gender, children and social protection, and all our programs, LEAP, NHIS. You had the recent payment by NHIS for some selected hospital for dialysis.
Yes.
Over 500 million.
So this is Women, Power and Politics. And I hope you've enjoyed the show. We're back again on your screens next week with an intriguing conversation with another influential woman in Ghana.
I congratulate you and commend you on your bold initiative to improve the lives of the women.
For me, I use both gas and charcoal. Even comparatively, I use charcoal more than the gas itself.
Ebi so gas and boy dentist and I tell the umbo to biti.
Bidin de nke besra ban say on hye mo kena ma we because bidin de so mo gu bidin adwuma kom na be kunye.
The two factors that we can control is the cedi depreciation, and the most important factor that we can control is the government margins and levies on the product.
We are also looking at discussing with the Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Energy the possibility of considering some of the taxes and some of the margins on the LPG to see if we could either reposition some of them or we could remove some of them so that it gives relief to consumers.
What makes a nation great is the strategic balance of power between the citizenship and the leadership. Every decision you make, whether you're a leader or a citizen, is based on the quality of information you have, your understanding of the various perspectives of the issue, and how timely you get that information. So when you wake up to the AM show, you're waking up to the most current information and comprehensive conversations to help you make an informed decision. But we're also people who care about the development of this country. And so we care about you, asking the questions that you care about. And that's why you should wake up to the AM show.
Journalism must be balanced. Well, we go beyond that. We say journalism must be fair and objective. In Ghana, the media operates in a polarized space. There is pressure on us to pick a side. But at JoyNews, we operate in a layer above the noise. The only master we serve is our audience.
Now more than ever, you can watch all JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. JoyNews, independent, fearless and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander,
that misrepresentation,
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when.
that's when you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Carol.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe. Cut out the noise,
The anger.
the hostile opinion,
The spin around the issues.
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander,
that misrepresentation,
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when.
that's when you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills-Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on the probe. Start your week right on the probe.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander, that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know.
That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills-Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted.
cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander, that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know.
That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Here on the Joy News channel, your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the JoyNews channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. The misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for JoyNews, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the JoyNews channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. The misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us. That's when.
That's when you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know.
That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here most priority.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when.
that's when you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on the probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. The misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander, the misrepresentation,
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
that's when
you will know.
what's really happening. That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is JoyNews, fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
cut out the noise,
The anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander, the misrepresentation,
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
that's when
you will know.
what's really happening. That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is JoyNews, fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening. That's when you will know.
That's when you know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe. the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander, that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
hello there. I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander, that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of the program, give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on the probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on the probe.
Cut out the noise.
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander. That misrepresentation.
That seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know.
What's really happening?
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on the probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on the program.
noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander, the misrepresentation,
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
that's when
you will know.
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they start your week right on The Probe.
cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
You can take away the misinformation and fake news.
the slander, the misrepresentation,
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
that's when
you will know.
what's really happening.
that's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Mental health issues can affect anyone. Stop the stigma. Going through mental health challenges, don't be silent. Speak up. Seek help. There is care out there for you. I'm Caroline Mills Davis, and I support mental wellness in Ghana.
Hello there, I am
Emma. But we have some strong examples of that there, and that worries me a lot.
Well, still ahead on Al Jazeera. Fleeing for their safety, hundreds of Venezuelan opposition activists arrive in Colombia's capital, Bogota. We take a closer look at what they're calling unprecedented persecution.
I'm Catherine Soy at a butterfly farm in Malindi, Kenya, where farmers are harvesting butterflies and exporting the insects to markets in the US and Europe. I'll tell you why.
More in the way of dry skies as well as hazy sunshine, but there's still some heavier rain to be found further south across western parts of India and into the northeast. West Bengal seeing some heavy falls there on Monday. Southern parts of Bangladesh as well. Nepal seeing that heavier rain on Tuesday. But it'll be amber alerts for Konkan and Goa that could cause some flooding thanks to that rain on Tuesday. Showers to the south of that, much drier with more in the way of sunshine across the north. And it's looking largely dry and sunny across the north of China. Central areas as well, seeing those quiet and calm conditions. It's down in the south. We've got that seasonal band of rains bringing very heavy rain to the likes of Hong Kong, Taiwan. Japan will see a legacy of showers and some stronger winds, but the storm has moved out east. Sunshine for the Korean peninsula. Some wetter weather, however, for eastern areas of China. You can see that pulling into Shanghai, but we are likely to see more in the way of drier skies here on Wednesday. That's your weather update.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Lee. Please welcome.
A minister from Bangladesh with 360 homes in Britain.
During lockdown, we spent 200 million just on new homes here in the UK.
Has vanished. Al Jazeera investigates the minister's millions.
Welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Hezbollah has launched a barrage of rockets towards northern Israel. The group says it targeted multiple sites, and Israel says it carried out around 400 attacks on the southern parts of Lebanon since Saturday afternoon. The US and the UN have warned against further escalation. An Israeli airstrike has killed 7 Palestinians in a school sheltering families in Gaza City. At least 16 Palestinians have been killed in attacks across the Strip since dawn. Heavily armed Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank, giving staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The office entrance has been welded shut, and the military has ordered its closure for 45 days. Well, there has been reaction at the United Nations to Israel's shutdown. Gabriel Elizondo reports from New York.
World leaders are beginning to arrive here at UN headquarters in New York for the UN General Assembly. One of them is the President of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He gave a press briefing to Irish journalists, but I was there and able to ask him about his reaction to Israel closing Al Jazeera's office in Ramallah. My question to you, sir, is what is your reaction to that?
I strongly condemn it. I think it's outrageous. And I would go more to say as well as that it tells you a very, very great deal their refusal to allow Al Jazeera to operate in Israel, for example. And also, I know very, very much, I pass on my sympathy to you and your colleagues about your colleague in Al Jazeera who has been killed in Gaza.
We were also able to ask the spokesperson to the Secretary General for his reaction as well.
We're very concerned for a number of reasons. One, it's another example of journalists not being allowed to do their work in this conflict, right? And journalists are the eyes and ears of the people in order to see what's going on the ground. We know, and we've talked about the lack of journalistic access to Gaza. We're worried about what the impact is here.
More than 130 heads of state are expected here at UN headquarters in the coming days. Israel's war on Gaza will certainly be front and center in many of the discussions, but now, particularly, the situation in Ramallah and press freedom. We will continue to press world leaders for their reaction. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
51 people are feared to have died in a coal mine explosion in eastern Iran. It happened in South Khorasan province near the city of Tabas. President Masoud Pezeshkian has ordered an investigation. About 70 people were reportedly working there at the time. Sonia Gallego reports. Well, we'll have to bring that report back another time, but let's move on to Sri Lanka, which has just elected its first leftist president. Anura Kumara Dissanayaka has promised to root out corruption, improve the lives of all, and bring back those who say they were robbed of the country. It's an astounding change of fortunes for someone who polled just 3% at the last election in 2019. Manel Fernandez looks at what's different this time around.
Excitement reached fever pitch as the man who won Sri Lanka's presidential election arrived at the Election Commission. Plain speaking, and outside the country's dynasty politics, Anura Kumara Dissanayaka of the votes the last time he contested the presidency. This election, he struck a chord with voters. He promised them he would root out corruption, punish wrongdoers, repatriate stolen wealth, and ensure a better future for all.
It's people's support and their mandate that gives a government strength and guidance. Therefore, in order to come out of the mess this country had fallen into, we felt the need to restore rule that has the people's mandate.
People fed up with the failure of successive governments to focus on their needs, mismanagement, corruption, and unsustainable debt were ready to try an alternative. AKD had a message.
Everyone should unite to rebuild this country. We will give you the support and leadership from our side.
Earlier in the day, counting took longer than expected, as neither of the main candidates secured 50% of the vote. This meant a second round to count the preferences marked by voters.
The people have spoken, choosing a candidate who's pledged change and a country free of corruption over those considered part of a system that brought Sri Lanka to its knees. Voters will be hoping that Dissanayaka keeps his promises. Manel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
In Germany, the Social Democratic Party is set to defeat the far right in the eastern state of Brandenburg election. Exit polls suggest that Chancellor Olaf Scholz's party is projected to come first with 32% of the votes. The far-right Alternative for Germany is expected to finish second, garnering 29% of the votes. Now, protesters have taken to the streets of Sao Paulo in Brazil to sound the alarm on climate change. They're rallying against fossil fuel producers and the farming industry, which they say is responsible for causing criminal wildfires. Major sugarcane and soybean growers often burn crop stubble after harvest. Activists say the practice causes fire outbreaks and also pollutes the environment. Hundreds of Venezuelan political dissidents have fled to neighboring Colombia in fear of what they call unprecedented persecution. That's after President Nicolas Maduro claimed victory in July's elections, a result that's been disputed by the opposition and also questioned by foreign observers. Al Jazeera's Alessandro Rampietti spoke to some of those in the capital, Bogotá.
23-year-old student leader Angelica Angel says she started receiving threats the day after she voted in Venezuela's presidential election. She claims security forces followed her and intimidating messages were left on her phone. Incumbent President Nicolás Maduro claims he won the election despite evidence presented by the opposition to the contrary, sparking protests and a government crackdown.
The governor of Merida State ordered the creation of a Justice and Peace Commission to investigate those protesting or not willing to accept the results of the elections. That night I received calls with screams in the background. Then someone told me I was first on the list and they were going to investigate me for terrorism, so I fled.
Angelica says she was targeted for participating in the opposition effort to collect the voting tallies that she says prove opposition candidate Edmundo González won the election.
Like Angelica, hundreds of political activists, human rights defenders, journalists, and even simple electoral witnesses were forced to cross into Colombia in search of protection.
The Together We Can Foundation says they have welcomed 178 Venezuelan dissidents since the elections. All share similar stories of being hunted down by Venezuela's security forces. Most insist their identity remain hidden.
We need to be careful because our family members are still there and they risk being arrested or tortured by the criminal regime. We all know what they are capable of.
Earlier this month, opposition candidate González fled to Spain, where he was granted political asylum. He says he was forced to sign a letter recognizing Maduro's victory. But the Venezuelan government insists González signed it voluntarily and that there's no crackdown on dissenters in the country.
If you signed under duress, how is it that one of your daughters still lives in Venezuela peacefully with her family? We all have a place in Venezuela, but there is no place for violence or fascism here.
But back in Bogotá, Angelica says she will not give up.
I don't think I can choose to get involved or not. I simply have to do it, because I don't think it's human to let people in your country starve or be tortured simply for thinking differently.
Maduro's crackdown on protesters has left at least 24 dead and over 2,000 detained, with more foreign governments refusing to accept Maduro as the election winner unless the government releases detailed voting data to prove it. Alessandro Ampietti, Al Jazeera, Bogotá.
Butterfly farming has taken off along Kenya's coast. The insects are being cultivated and then collected to export to Europe. But some farmers there say they're not earning what they should be earning. Catherine Soy reports from Malindi on the southern Kenyan coast.
This forest in Malindi once stretched from southern Somalia to northern Mozambique. Now only patches of it remain. The largest is Arabo kosokoke, that sustains a rare species of birds and insects. From here, Abbas Sharif is catching butterflies. He and other farmers trap the insects and breed them for sale. They are part of a government project to generate money and conserve the forests.
The community used to go to the forest to destroy the forest. But when we started the butterfly farming, we could go inside the forest, we catch the butterflies, and we sell the pupas.
The best pupae are sold to markets in the US and Europe for exhibitions and research. But Halima says the business isn't doing well because of mismanagement.
We're getting some money, but it's not what we expect. I've been doing this 20 years, but my profit margin is still very low, despite being told the product is moving and business is good.
The project has brought in millions of dollars to Kenya since it started 3 decades ago. Other farmers say they have nothing to show for it, a claim the government rejects.
This is a business. When it comes to business, it's the farmers that are willing to deliver to the National Museums of Kenya, who trust and are willing to work with the National Museums of Kenya. So those farmers, we have confidence in them, and they have also confidence and trust in the National Museums of Kenya.
Thursday is market day. Pupae prices vary depending on the species. The rarest fetches $1.
This is the main collection point. The farmers bring their harvests here, and what the workers are doing now is sifting through the pupae and packaging the product. The insects are heading to Holland, and we've been speaking to farmers who say that this project has really helped because they are able to provide for their families.
The surplus pupae are brought to this garden for tourists, students, and other butterfly lovers. Many farmers say they are doing their part to protect the forest, but they want more from a project that they believe is thriving. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Malindi, at the Kenyan coast.
Well, that's it from me, Sarah Khairat. I'll be handing over to Neve Barker, my colleague, after Al Jazeera investigations.
With Americans more divided than ever, are we watching the end of the American era? The U.S. wants to keep the war in Ukraine going until Russia's will is broken, but is that strategy working? What if there is no day after in Israel's war on Gaza?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
An uprising in Bangladesh, with protesters calling out corruption by the political elite, resulting in the Prime Minister fleeing the country.
Breaking news story, the Bangladesh Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned.
But before the upheaval, Al Jazeera was already on the trail of one of those accused. We went undercover into his network.
My clients, they're very untouchable people.
To investigate allegations of a hidden fortune.
I have a very penthouse, nice penthouse.
Evading scrutiny.
We got a big project of 30 gallon.
Enjoying his riches in London.
I love suits. This Super 200 costs 6,000 pounds.
But with growing anger about his wealth, we go on the trail of the minister's millions. Long before the uprising, Al Jazeera's I Unit had a tip-off that a Bangladeshi minister on a $13,000 salary had amassed a property empire in Britain. The I Unit set up an undercover team to investigate the allegation. By 2023, the year before the protests in Bangladesh, our undercover reporters reached the minister's inner circle and were invited into his $14 million London home.
Hello. Hello. How are you? Hello, Mr. Lee. Please, welcome. Yeah, it's a very private house. Because I need a very secure house. Okay, security. How many floors in total? Okay, 5 floors. This is our cell. Welcome. Yeah. Oh. This is my new rules.
Saiful Chowdhury is from a powerful family in the port city of Chittagong. He is a close confidant of the Prime Minister. In 2014, he became a Member of Parliament and Junior Minister. And in 2019, Sheikh Hasina promoted him to head the Land Ministry.
My father was very close with Prime Minister, actually. I'm also. She's my boss.
Chowdhury's wealth comes from business and his stake in one of Bangladesh's largest banks, UCB. But Bangladesh's strict currency rules, designed to protect the economy, prevent citizens from taking more than $12,000 a year out of the country.
Our foreign currency reserve has gone down drastically. If someone were to take money out of Bangladesh without the specific permission of the central bank, this is certainly a crime under Money Laundering Act.
The I Unit set out to investigate the minister's overseas wealth. First, we needed to establish how much property the minister owned in Britain. The results were surprising. Chowdhury set up a string of companies in the UK. Between 2016 and 2021, he bought 265 homes across Britain. He was buying from major developers like Berkeley Group.
Your minister is in business. He's in the property business. He's making a killing from the housing crisis.
But the buying spree didn't stop there. In 2021, Chowdhury purchased this plush London property for nearly $16 million. Chowdhury's properties are buy-to-lets, which he rents out to generate profits. Then in 2022, he bought 89 homes. Our analysis shows he owned an estimated 360 homes, totaling over $250 million.
And here's an extremely rich and extremely well-connected politician, and he's buying up hundreds of housing units in the UK. This guy who is supposedly an elected democratic politician of an extremely poor country.
As a prominent politician from Bangladesh, a country that ranks highly on international corruption indexes, Mr. Chowdhury would have faced stringent checks when dealing with estate agents, banks, lenders, and lawyers. Anti-money laundering laws consider high-ranking politicians and government officials to be a high corruption risk. Their wealth could be stolen state funds or bribes paid to obtain government contracts. They're known as politically exposed persons, or PEPs, and require extra scrutiny. So how did the minister pass these tests? To find out, we deployed an undercover team to view one of his rental properties.
Our client, he has over 300 homes just in London alone.
This is a sales agent for letting agency Moving City.
He comes to London, buy a few homes, and then he jets off. During lockdown, we spent 200 million just on new homes in the UK.
We checked whether Chowdhury had declared his overseas assets on his Bangladesh tax returns and electoral filings. He hadn't.
The Constitution is very clear. As a minister, they cannot have any other source of income. Yes, a politician, MP or MP candidate must declare their global asset position. So the income or asset they have in the country and abroad.
Hello, sir. Hello, how are you? Very well, thank you.
As we had hoped, the agent offered to introduce us to his boss.
Thank you very much.
Ripon Mahmood is an estate agent, originally from the minister's hometown of Chittagong. He works discreetly with wealthy clients like Saifuzzaman Chowdhury.
So my clients, don't get me wrong, they're like, how can I say it? They're very untouchable people. And they trust you, they build the trust, and you invest by 10 million happening.
Ripon Mahmood is on his way to a London hotel to meet our undercover team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are posing as wealthy overseas investors looking to move $100 million out of China into the UK property market.
Ripon, first to meet you.
Yeah, call me Billy.
Billy?
Yeah.
Really good to meet you.
Keen for business, the agent gave us the next clue about our target, Mr. Chowdhury.
A good friend of mine, Mr. Sia. So this guy, they're exactly what you want me to do with you. Exactly, pretty much I done for him.
He's from Dubai. China.
Nah.
Also foreigner.
Yeah, of course, he's a tap and foreigner. He's a sitting minister. He's a powerful minister. He's smart. What he does, he doesn't go big project. When he go big project, authority get a lot. Big money, big numbers, everybody get a lot. You know what I'm saying? So he gets 10 million. You know what I'm saying? And you have to look, I didn't buy cash. Bank lend money.
While Ripon was managing the minister's business in London, elections loomed in Bangladesh. Chowdhury enjoyed the limelight as a leading figure in the Hasina government, promising to root out corruption. Meanwhile, our team in London made a breakthrough. We heard the minister had US assets. He had purchased 9 luxury apartments, 5 in prime New York locations, and another 4 across the river in New Jersey. After more meetings, Ripon admitted to us his client was Minister Chowdhury.
I got one of my biggest clients coming to town tomorrow. He's coming from Bangladesh. He's a land minister.
And he's a client of yours?
Yeah. I set everything up for him, like from 4 years ago. Every year he invests to me about over 100 million.
We needed to get to the minister before he returned to Bangladesh. But first, Ripon said we should meet Chowdhury's advisors.
Okay, how are you? Oh, hi. No worries. Yeah, how are you? Very well, very well. Good to see you. Yeah. Fantastic here. Yeah.
So, we met the minister's lawyer.
You should be a suit. Oh, good to see you. My friend. You're Ollie. Huh? Hi.
Subir Desai is a partner at Charles Douglas Solicitors in Mayfair. He is also the firm's money laundering reporting officer, responsible for ensuring the company complies with regulations.
This one, you can do this one.
Here he is enjoying dinner with his client, the minister, and Ripon. Since 2021, his firm has done legal work on over 100 loan transactions for Chowdhury's companies, working on refinancing properties. Next, Ripon introduced us to Rahul Mard, a private wealth manager at DBS, one of the biggest Asian banks. Ripon said Rahul's bank had faced challenges in onboarding Mr. Chowdhury, the banking term for screening new clients before accepting them.
Mr. Chowdhury, yes, we couldn't onboard you. You get them taken. Some Singapore bank, red line. They are very strict. We couldn't onboard him because he's sitting a lot.
But by January 2024, DBS made 19 loans to the minister's companies, helping finance his empire. Finally, Ripon introduced our undercover team to Paresh Raja, CEO of bridge finance lender Market Financial Solutions. The Mayfair lender's businesses made hundreds of loans to the minister.
What you're seeing here is a kind of network. Clearly, that is having an impact on the minister's reach.
Ripon's network also includes the developers that sold to Mr. Chowdhury, who bought nearly a quarter of his properties, over 80, from Berkeley Homes, one of Britain's top builders. We sent in a new undercover reporter to meet Ripon at a Berkeley sales event to find out how a minister and politically exposed person could have bought so much property from them.
So I work with them very, very closely. I know Chowdhury and I'm there. There's so much to do about it. I still lost a friend. That's but so they're not how I you go to that, they'll say it's time. So for me, I put them in such a way they can't say that.
Our undercover meeting revealed yet another clue about the minister.
So I work with a few times. One of them is the minister of Asia. So we got 300 years. I'm going for Dubai as well.
We followed up the Dubai lead and discovered even more of the minister's properties. Analyzing a leak of Dubai property data reveals the scale of his buying. The minister is listed owner of a luxury apartment at the Dubai Wharf Culture Village. His wife, Rukmila Zaman, bought property in this high-end development. By 2020, the minister was the listed owner of another 54 properties in the city's most exclusive developments. Having met the network of advisors and established the minister owned hundreds of properties in the UK, America, and Dubai, we finally met the minister himself at his London home.
That's beautiful.
Would he reveal to us the secret of how he had built his vast overseas empire?
I love this house. Mr. C, he believed in real estate. That's his business, all the profit he invested in Dubai, London.
How many properties you have in London?
I have a business here. I have a good portfolio. And I also have a portfolio in Dubai. I have the best property in downtown. I have near Dubai Mall in Opera, I have a very penthouse, nice penthouse in Dubai. But I also bought a villa with private lagoon and everything. It's very nice. I have a property in Singapore, Malaysia. I have a property in New York, Manhattan. Very nice.
Okay, I'll get some air though.
He explained how a discreet fixer on the ground is essential.
All the properties you buy in London, UK, or through Ripon.
He's my main friend. He's my brother. I don't deal with anybody else. I trust him.
He admitted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina knew about his secret wealth.
She knows I have a business here.
We asked how he had financed his spending spree. Remember Paresh Raja, who we met earlier?
The Paresh is strong. He's a strong guy.
Do you know him well?
Of course. Yeah, right. He lent me so much money.
Oh, so you did work with him, okay, yeah.
Paresh gave him about $100 million. Oh, I have been giving me $100 million line.
Okay, that's fine.
For Paresh is a banking section. Mr. C is very strong. Alive. Anything problem, he just jump in.
The politician then turned to more important matters.
I like your shoe.
You like the shoe?
Yeah, nice shoe. What brand is this?
Tailor-made.
I also make it tailor-made. I also order in Harris, custom-made. Takes 4 months. I probably have £3,000 each.
Ooh. Each?
Each. £3,000.
What shoes are there?
Each. And the crop. Baby crop. Belly crop. Half.
That's hard, yeah?
Full belly crop is £6,000. So half belly crop with cuff skin, £3,000. Very nice. 4 months.
Every time you come, you spend about $200-300.
I love suits. Super 200, Super 180, Super 200 costs £6,000. Canal. In Bond Street, I just go and they send it to my house.
The suits, the shoes, the rolls, the houses. But how did he get the money here? Remember, you can only take $12,000 a year out of Bangladesh.
So how did you invest the money here, transfer the money from Bangladesh here?
I have a business in Dubai. So I have a trading real estate business in Dubai. So I bring money from Dubai to here, and then I took a loan from here.
But where did the money in Dubai come from? Ripon explained.
But his Dubai companies are more work with his Bangladeshi companies?
Yeah, trading
also things.
Those remarks may be of interest to the authorities in Bangladesh. We raised our cover story with him that we needed to move $100 million cash from China. He offered to help.
I have one connection in Dubai. I can ask him whether he will accept any cash in China, then he will pay in Dubai.
And he knew his way around underground banking.
My guy in Dubai can give you money. I have to ask him. How much is cash? Then he pays you in Dubai. If I tell him, look, at Dubai, I'll pay you 100 million. You arrange 100 million. That's not an issue. But my suggestion to you would be slowly bring the money outside China. And slowly, yes, but through different channels, not official channels.
Thank
Thank you so much indeed.
Later, after reflecting, Chowdhury backtracked.
See, it's not gonna work on you. No, I can't. No way. No way. He's just talking to a friend. As a friend. Because I don't think so. If it is not through proper channel, I don't think he can't get involved. Yeah. There's no way. That central bank will flag up. Or whenever you get a time, come to chit-chat in my house. Definitely.
With a standing invitation to see the minister again, in the cab, Ripon finally revealed the true scale of the minister's global wealth.
I I manage everything for him. No, actually, he got 20 million stock. New York, San Francisco. But Dubai, he got 195. So 195 million. He invested in Dubai, real estate. London got about 300 plus million.
Our tip had paid off. We had discovered the total value of the minister's hidden assets. Nearly $700 million. But we had one final surprise in store. New company accounts showed that by 2022, Chowdhury had personally loaned a staggering £47 million, equivalent to $62 million, to himself. None of this was ever declared by Chowdhury to the Bangladesh tax authorities. Something that one lawyer said could also be a problem for him in Britain.
If a person, particularly a pet, has made false declarations on their tax returns, that can be a real problem here. If there is any suspicion that a person is dealing with what's called the benefit from criminal conduct and is bringing that benefit here, then that potentially is an offence of money laundering, even if the potential criminal conduct has happened in another country.
We had our last meeting with Ripon, where he had a warning for his client if he didn't protect his newfound wealth.
I told him, I keep telling him last 3 years. I said, 300, 600 million pound, 700 million pound asset, are you mad? He can talk to me about Rolls Royce, shoes. You see how excited he is? Shoes, this, that, and that. He's like a kid. What's the matter with you? Last 3 months, I had a golden. You gonna get, sorry for my French. So he's gonna give, and you're gonna give him time.
As the Bangla protests reached boiling point, the people wanted to find out where the country's looted riches had gone. Their Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, had fled the country. Her government fell. Regime loyalists were detained. Protests erupted outside UCB Bank. Shareholders accused Chowdhury of looting it. Soon after, the central bank dissolved UCB's board in order to protect the interests of depositors and the bank. Bangladesh authorities also ordered banks to suspend the transactions of Chowdhury's personal and business bank accounts. Anti-corruption watchdogs say Chowdhury's case rings alarm bells.
This really has to be a wake-up call to the UK about the loopholes we have, the weaknesses of our regulation, and the fact that if we're really serious about closing down London as a centre for corrupt elites, we have to have far stronger regulation and enforcement.
And Western countries should take a tougher stand against capital flight.
The wealth of the developing poor countries must remain in those countries for the well-being of the people of those countries.
Chowdhury's future is uncertain. His exact whereabouts unknown. But the eye unit obtained a recording of a recent call.
আপনি কই এখন আপনি কি বাংলাদেশে
আমি নিরাপদে আছি আল্লাহ
কিন্তু বেরোতে পারেন নাই
পেরেছি
ওয়াও কোথায় আপনি এখন
ভাই বেরিয়ে গেছে আল্লাহ
Bangladesh is now investigating Chowdhury for the illegal acquisition of hundreds of millions of dollars.
That didn't want the average person to know what the truth was about climate change.
Scientists dismissed as prophets of doom.
We knew where the temperature was going to go.
By leaders seeking the profits of industry.
They were publishing reports saying this is not an urgent problem.
Could we have changed the course of the climate emergency?
Our air is polluted. Our skies are red.
Dying Earth, lost futures. On Al Jazeera.
Soup kitchens in Argentina are showing the impact of President Javier Milei's intensive austerity.
Millions of people in Argentina depend on food banks and soup kitchens like this one. It's just an example of the economic hardship that people are facing these days.
Margarita Barrientos runs 3 soup kitchens in Buenos Aires.
Milei does not care about poverty. They don't know the reality. I requested some milk and they take it as an attack.
The government says there are signs of economic recovery in the country, but among those coming here, those signs are not visible, and many fear their situation will get even worse.
Israeli forces seek to silence the truth in the occupied West Bank, storming and shutting down Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. The truth must be protected and heard, and the stories of real people must be told. This is not just an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the world's right to know. Journalism is not a crime. Attacking journalism is.
Global concerns of a full-scale war after Hezbollah and Israel engaged in some of the fiercest fighting since October. I'm Neve Barker. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, dozens of Palestinians are killed in Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip. Among the targets were schools where people are sheltering. The UN joins world leaders in condemning Israel after its troops raid and shut down Al Jazeera's office in the occupied West Bank. And celebrations in Sri Lanka as a leftist president is elected for the first time in its history. Thanks for joining us. We begin with the cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel. The Lebanese armed group says it's entering a battle of reckoning in the new phase of fighting with Israel. It launched a series of rockets deep into Israeli territory, as far south as the port city of Haifa on Sunday. Israel has vowed to increase its attacks against Hezbollah, quote, until it understands. Zena Hodder begins our coverage from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
Hezbollah unleashed a sustained assault on northern and central Israel early on Sunday. It used bigger weapons, medium-range missiles that struck some 50 kilometers south of the border. It was one of the fiercest exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah in nearly a year of fighting. Hezbollah said it targeted an airbase and a military complex near Haifa, Israel's third largest city. There was damage to civilian areas. It's not clear if that came from shells used to intercept rockets.
And yet, today it has demonstrated that it can still act militarily in a meaningful way with significant consequences for the security of Israel.
Hezbollah has raised the red flag of revenge, showing Israel it has not broken the will of an organization that has acknowledged suffering severe blows after a series of Israeli attacks in the past week.
We felt a bit of shock in the first hours, but we quickly overcame it and returned to our position. The front will never cease, no matter how long it will take, and the residents in northern Israel will not return to their homes, and we are ready for all options.
A message of defiance, while Hezbollah gave military honors to one of its top commanders, Ibrahim A'il. He was heading a meeting of leaders from the elite Radwan unit when Israel hit their location, killing civilians as well.
Friday's strike was the third time Israel targeted Beirut's southern suburbs in the past year of fighting. In July, Israeli forces killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, and in January, they killed the deputy leader of the Palestinian movement, Hamas.
Hezbollah has also reiterated it won't step down from its demand that Israel ends its war on Gaza before a potential resolution can be reached. All the while, Israel continues its threats.
Hezbollah is starting to feel some of the Israeli Defense Forces' capabilities. These moves will continue until we can safely return the residents of the north to their homes.
Israel has been targeting Hezbollah's capabilities, but it's clear the group hasn't been paralyzed. Instead, the conflict has widened and could further intensify. Zena Hodder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, many across Lebanon are fearful of an all-out war with Israel, especially those in the capital, where Israel's carried out a number of attacks targeting Hezbollah members and killing civilians. Torsten Jamari has more from there.
There is a lot of fear and anxiety across the capital, Beirut. Ordinary Lebanese are worried that the recent developments and escalations that have been going on between Hezbollah and Israel only means that they will be caught in the middle, given the airstrike that took place in Dahia on Friday, and the number of civilian casualties we saw from that strike is only adding to people's fears here. Many people I've spoken to say they really have nowhere else to go. The severe economic crisis in this country is impacting their ability to be able to afford to move elsewhere into Lebanon. So a lot of people don't have much choice but to stay where they are. And given the current situation and how things are progressing, there is a lot of anxiety here about what could come next. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
And Hamda Salhoud has more on the Israeli reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel.
The Israeli military says they are going to intensify their attacks on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. It comes after Hezbollah had fired nearly 150 rockets at several different locations across northern Israel on Sunday morning. We've heard from a wide variety of Israeli officials, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But previously, throughout the last week, he had only released short statements, around one sentence each, saying that there was a new objective to the war and that it related to returning those evacuated Israelis back to those northern towns and settlements. But in this statement, Netanyahu outlined that Hezbollah is now feeling the capabilities that Israel has and that they are not going to stop until that war goal is achieved. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant echoing that sentiment, saying that this has been, quote, the toughest week on record for Hezbollah, saying that they are now understanding the types of capabilities Israel has and that there are still a wide variety variety of them that they have not used. Now, the Israeli Army Chief of Staff, Herzi Halevi, while releasing a video statement on Sunday, has said that they are going to continuously be striking Hezbollah until the message is clear and until the goal is also achieved. Israel says it's in a new phase of the war, that the center of gravity is shifting, and that they will continue to intensify their airstrikes. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera, Amman.
In addition, the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon has issued a statement on the cross-border conflict, saying, with the region on the brink of an imminent catastrophe, it cannot be overstated enough. There is no military solution that will make either side safer. And President Joe Biden says the US is doing everything possible to avert a war in the Middle East. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby says there is still time for a diplomatic solution between Israel and Hezbollah.
We believe that there are better ways to try to get those Israeli citizens back in their homes up in the north and to keep those that are there safely than a war, than an escalation, than opening up a second front there at that border with Lebanon against Hezbollah. We still believe that there can be time and space for a diplomatic solution here, and that's what we're working on.
Well, in Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 8 Palestinians in overnight strikes across the Strip. In the last few hours, Israeli warplanes hit a house in the Jabalia refugee camp in the north. Rescue workers are still searching for survivors trapped under the rubble. The Israeli military also shelled a home in the early hours of Monday in Deir al-Balah, killing 5 Palestinians. And 3 people died in an overnight strike at a home in Al-Nusrat refugee camp. Earlier on Sunday, the Israeli military struck a school housing displaced Palestinians in Al-Shati refugee camp. That's west of Gaza City, killing at least 7 people there. Many others, including children, were wounded in the attack.
We got displaced and came to the school. I left my house after it was targeted, and my husband and 2 children were martyred. We came here thinking it was safe, but then they target us. Where are we supposed to go if at school we are not safe? We got displaced 7 or 8 times, and I'm all alone with my 2 remaining children.
These places are supposed to be classified safe by the Israelis and safe places for people to stay in. But then suddenly, while we're sitting, we found the whole school being destroyed from around us, and the classes we are staying in are collapsing over our heads. As you can see, these classes got destroyed, and it's not like it was by mistake. No, this is genocidal targeting aimed to destroy the people of Gaza.
Hannah Mahmoud is in Deir al-Balah with the latest on those strikes.
More deadly air attacks carried out by the Israeli militaries at overnights and early hours of this morning and throughout the day have already caused further civilian casualties, more enforced displacement for families, and sheer level of destruction that is quite visible right now everywhere you go in the central area and further the southern part of the Strip and northern part of Gaza. Just at earlier hours, the Israeli military attacked a school in the western part of Gaza. That's a Shati refugee camp, particularly in an area that is at the northern western part of the city where 6 people reported killed and several other injured inside the school. This is an evacuation center, an UNRWA school. That's the United Nations for Palestinian Refugees. Facilities across the Gaza Strip have turned into shelters and evacuation centers for displaced families. At earlier hours, the Israeli military just warned the house next to a larger evacuation centers in Jabalia refugee camp, and just given how it closed the house to this particular evacuation center. Yet again, it's a school, it's an UNRWA school. People were forced into further internal displacement, seeking shelters everywhere. The total number of people killed from overnight attacks and throughout the day has risen to 16 people. And again, we're looking at the same exact patterns of casualties. Women and children make up the vast majority of people arriving to the hospital, either already dead or in critical conditions. But there are no signs of slowing down these attacks despite what's going on in the northern front and the evolving events unfolding in Lebanon right now. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from the central area of the Gaza Strip, Palestine.
There's been global condemnation after heavily armed Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's Ramallah bureau in the occupied West Our colleagues were given just 10 minutes to gather their belongings and leave. Doors to the office have been welded shut, and the military has ordered the bureau to close for 45 days. Al Jazeera, in a statement, says it is an affront to press freedom and the very principles of journalism. Fintan Monahan reports.
Israeli troops moved in before sunrise. Their mission? To silence Al Jazeera's reporting in the occupied West Bank. Many wore masks and were heavily armed. In the hallway, the soldiers confronted Al Jazeera's bureau chief, who carried nothing but a microphone.
This is a decision that was made by one of the Israeli generals. He is ordering us to immediately leave the office and take our personal belongings and cameras. The army says we have only 10 minutes to take our belongings and leave the office so they can shut it down.
The office will be closed for 45 days.
Israeli forces also tore down banners of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. She was killed by Israeli forces in 2022 while reporting in the Jenin refugee camp. Banners like this stood as a reminder of Israel's past attacks on journalism, memories it is now seeking to erase.
Transparently vengeance for Al Jazeera's crime of reporting the truth about what Israel is doing in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israel is carrying out endless atrocities, and nobody has done a better job of reporting on them than Al Jazeera has. And I think this is a transparent effort by Israel to essentially punish Al Jazeera for that crime, and also to ensure that there's even less coverage of that reality and less of it comes out to the rest of the world.
Media rights groups have condemned Israel's restrictions and attacks on journalists. Al Jazeera has been a constant presence in Palestine, giving voice to a people who are rarely heard in the international media. These voices often challenge Israel's narrative, something it appears it is no longer willing to accept.
Their whole strategy in Israel is to produce a narrative about Israel, about Palestinians, about Zionism, about the Arab-Israeli conflict, about terrorism, about all of these issues that are swirling around the region. And that narrative says that the Israelis are good guys and the Palestinians and the Arabs and Muslims are bad guys, and they're a threat. And this is a narrative that the Israelis have succeeded in disseminating all over the world.
Israel's shutdown of Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank follows its expulsion of the network's reporters from Israel a few months ago. As Israel struggles with growing criticism of its war on Gaza, it is now seeking to control what people can see and prevent its critics from being heard. Fintan Monahan, Al Jazeera.
And there's been reaction at the United Nations to Israel's shutdown of Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. Gabriel Elizondo has this from New York.
World leaders are beginning to arrive here at UN headquarters in New York for the UN General Assembly. One of them is the President of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He gave a press briefing to Irish journalists, but I was there and able to ask him about his reaction to Israel closing Al Jazeera's office in Ramallah.
My question to you, sir, is what is your reaction to that?
I strongly condemn it. I think it's outrageous. And I would go on to say as well as that it tells you a very, very great deal, their refusal to allow Al Jazeera to operate in Israel, for example. And also, I know very, very much, I pass on my sympathy to you and your colleagues about your colleague in Al Jazeera who has been killed in Gaza.
We were also able to ask the spokesperson to the Secretary General for his reaction as well.
We're very concerned for a number of reasons. One, it's another example of journalists not being allowed to do their work in this conflict, right? And journalists are the eyes and ears of the people in order to see what's going on the ground. We know, and we've talked about the lack of journalistic access to Gaza. We're worried about what the impact is here.
More than 130 heads of state are expected here at UN headquarters in the coming days. Israel's war on Gaza will certainly be front and center in many of the discussions, but now, particularly, the situation in Ramallah and press freedom. We will continue to press world leaders for their reaction. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
Al Jazeera's Theresa Bow spoke to the Norwegian foreign minister on Israel's shutting down of Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. He says there have been many instances where Israel has undermined journalism.
It worries me quite a bit that journalistic activity is being undermined by governments, because we have seen in the Gaza war one of the most extreme figures of dead journalists on top of everything else. And just like humanitarian workers and aid workers, it's important to have a take particular care to allow journalism to work. So I think this is worrying. To undermine the very practice of journalism, that concerns me everywhere it happens. It's not only in Gaza and the West Bank, but we have seen some strong examples of that there, and that worries me a lot.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. It's been a difficult few weeks for Britain's new government. We look ahead to the ruling Labour Party's annual conference in Liverpool.
Hello there. Astronomical autumn may have kicked off, or fall as it's known, across North America, but we're seeing more in the way of sunshine and warmth across the southwest of the U.S. Places like California. Los Angeles is seeing the temperature peak up to 32 degrees Celsius there on Monday. But further north, we're seeing more in the way of wet and windy weather starting to work its way into western parts of Canada, and it is looking rather wet for eastern areas of Canada, thanks to a rash of severe storms stretching down into those southeastern states. It's looking pretty wet here, but still some heat still clinging on to the very south, places like Texas as well as Phoenix, Arizona, 40 degrees Celsius there on Tuesday. Largely quiet across southern parts of North America. That's not the case across Central America and the Caribbean. We're watching a circulation in the Caribbean Sea. This could turn into a storm possibly into next week, working its way into the Gulf of Mexico. And there's something of a disturbance off the west coast of Mexico that's going to bring some very rough seas, some very heavy rain to western areas on Tuesday. We could see some flooding, not just here, but across Central America as well.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You're with Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. An Israeli airstrike has killed 7 Palestinians in a school sheltering families in Gaza City. At least 16 Palestinians have been killed in attacks across the Strip since dawn on Sunday. Heavily armed Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank, giving staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The office entrance has been welded shut, and the military's ordered its closure for 45 days. Hezbollah's launched a barrage of rockets towards northern Israel. The group says it targeted multiple sites, and Israel says it carried out around 400 attacks on southern Lebanon since Saturday afternoon. The US and the UN have warned against further escalation. David Desroches is a professor of the National Defense University. He predicts there will be an increase in Israel using unconventional methods of warfare against Hezbollah.
I think we're about 40% of the way to an all-out escalation. I think that it's increasingly probable that we'll see short targeted incursions, either heliborne forces, seaborne forces, or even ground-based forces moving in and out to seize specific facilities. Those will probably be underground command and control and missile storage facilities that the Israelis will destroy and then withdraw. I think also that the unconventional attacks attacks against leaderships and targeted attacks against leadership and logistic facilities will continue. Well, I don't think you'll see pushing along the way people look at it in a conventional war, like say the Soviet army moving on Berlin in 1945. But what you're likely to see is a move in to hit targeted logistic command and weapons facilities that the Israelis would go in, probably avoid Hezbollah fighters, and then leave them without any ability to support themselves or supply themselves. And that would probably, if executed properly, would leave the Hezbollah fighters with no option but to move to a place where they can continue to fight with logistic support. So I think the initial incursions would be facility and equipment oriented rather than personnel oriented, with the exception, of course, of the leadership, which is always in danger.
In Gaza, heavy rains have flooded tent encampments in the Strip where displaced Palestinians are sheltering. People are struggling to cope and are living in makeshift shelters with little or no basic supplies. The UN says Israel's war has forced nearly 2 million people, that's nearly the entire population of the Strip, from their homes. Tarek Abu-Zoom reports from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
I'm right now in one of the biggest encampments here in the central areas of Gaza, where Palestinians right now are trapped by the rainwater. Let me show you the scene at the moment. You can see how the rainwater stands between these flimsy tents. We can see that the winds completely tore these flimsy tents. Families are trying to repair what has been damaged, and now they are unable even to move freely, struggling certainly in order to find blankets, mattresses, pillows, and in some certain cases they were forced to sleep on the ground. Now, those Palestinians are suffering because basically the military has destroyed Gaza's basic sewage network system, and at the same time there is no clear drainage water system here in the Strip, and that's why here winter is compounding the misery of Palestinian people. Now we can see water has been flooding these tents, going through as families are unable to move it out of these flimsy tents. We can see children right now are trying to just move out of these areas, but the situation is incredibly very grim because those people have been told by municipalities and UNRWA to move to other locations, but they do not know where to go, simply because families have been losing their houses and now they are ended up living in that very drastic conditions, and what winter is yet to come. Tarek Abu-Zoom, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Palestine.
In other news, 51 people are feared dead after a coal mine explosion in eastern Iran. It happened in South Khorasan province near the city of Tabas. It's believed to have been caused by a leak of methane gas. Sonia Gallego reports.
The bodies of the dead miners brought to the surface. Those who survived the blast try to identify the remains. Others are missing, trapped hundreds of meters underground. It is already one of the deadliest mine disasters to have happened in the country in years. 70 people had been working in the Tabas Parvadeh 5 mine, operated by the privately owned Mandanju company. Authorities blamed the explosion on a leak of methane in the mine, a gas that's commonly found during mining. Those who managed to escape described their harrowing ordeal.
We were in the workshop, then suddenly we saw smoke coming, and after that we couldn't breathe. I raced from the workshop and escaped, but some of friends were not able to leave.
Deadly blasts caused by gases are usually avoided by using ventilation and other preventative measures. Authorities say the explosion is now the focus of an official investigation.
We are examining the cause of the incident, determining the guilty parties, and we will also examine if safety measures were provided to the miners. This is what we will be focusing on.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian offered condolences to the victims' families and said that the accident should serve as a reminder that safety systems should be set up to prevent such disasters from happening in the first place. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera.
A series of Russian strikes on the Ukrainian region of Zaporizhia has led to evacuations and left a number of people with injuries. The 6 strikes by guided missiles injured at least 5 people. Residential buildings and vehicles were also damaged. Zaporizhzhia has been regularly targeted by the Russians. It houses a nuclear power station, which has also come under shelling in recent months. Tunisians have been protesting against President Kais Saied, accusing him of tampering with the upcoming presidential election. Tensions escalated after an electoral commission disqualified 3 opposition candidates. Critics accuse Saied of using his power to secure another term in office. Tunisia has moved towards a democratic system after the 2011 uprising that ousted then-President Zine al-Abidine Ben Ali. But the country continues to face challenges with regular crackdowns on political opponents. Sri Lanka has just elected its first leftist president. Anura Kumara Dissanayake has promised to root out corruption, improve the lives of all and bring to book those he says robbed the country. It's an outstanding change of fortunes for someone who polled just 3% at the last election in 2019. Manel Fernandez looks at what's different this time round.
Excitement reached fever pitch as the man who won Sri Lanka's presidential election arrived at the Election Commission. Plain speaking and outside the country's dynasty politics, Anura Kumara Dissanayake turned up in the most modest of vehicles among many of the candidates.
We announced that Anura Kumara Dissanayake has been legally elected as per the 1981 Presidential Elections Act.
It's been a long road for AKD and his party, which polled just 3% of the votes the last time he contested the presidency. This election, he struck a chord with voters. He promised them he would root out corruption, punish wrongdoers, repatriate stolen wealth, and ensure a better future for all.
It's people's support and their mandate that gives the government strength and guidance. Therefore, in order to come out of the mess this country had fallen into, we felt the need to restore rule that has the people's mandate.
People fed up with the failure of successive governments to focus on their needs, mismanagement, corruption and unsustainable debt were ready to try an alternative. AKD had a message.
Everyone should unite to rebuild this country. We will give you the support and leadership from our side.
Earlier in the day, counting took longer than expected, as neither of the main candidates secured 50% of the vote. This meant a second round to count the preferences marked by voters.
The people have spoken, choosing a candidate who's pledged change and a country free of corruption over those considered part of a system that brought Sri Lanka to its knees. Voters will be hoping that Dissanayake keeps his promises. Manel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Germany has narrowly avoided having a far-right political party winning an election in another of its states. The ruling Social Democrats have been re-elected in the state of Brandenburg with 30.9% of the vote. The far-right, Alternative for Germany, got 29.2%. It comes just weeks after the AfD became the first far-right group in Germany's post-war history to win a state election. That was in the state of Thuringia. The UK's ruling Labour Party is holding its annual gathering less than 3 months after a landslide victory in the parliamentary election. But it's been a tough few weeks for the new government. Among other things, there's been anger over its plans to go about saving money to plug a supposed $29 billion hole in public finances. Jonah Hull reports from Liverpool.
Keir Starmer's political honeymoon was never going to last long. Voters want change and they expect Starmer's Labour Party to deliver it. But not this sort of change. A cut to winter heating subsidies for pensioners was one of the government's first attempts to plug a hole in the public finances.
He's done nothing, he's doing nothing for us. He's just taken everything away from us. Definitely disappointed. Yeah, he just hasn't considered what he's doing at all.
Now we're expecting a budget to come out that's going to have a detrimental effect on everyday people, you know, yeah. And we're thinking, like, what's that going to look like for us over the next few years?
The gloomy message hammered home by Labour is that the party inherited an economy in tatters, and fixing it means more pain to come.
That's what we've inherited. Not just an economic black hole, a societal black hole. And that's why we have to take action and do things differently. And frankly, things will get worse before they get better.
The response has been a plunge in consumer confidence and with it a sharp fall in Starmer's own popularity.
It's going to be a rocky road to help inspire the wider country that they have a plan to get the economy growing, to fix public services, to get Britain back on the world stage. There's no shortage of challenges, and what they need is a dose of inspiration, not more doom and gloom.
On top of that, this is the sort of newspaper headline that will really turn stomachs at what ought to be a massive celebration for Labour, its first annual conference after the election victory in the summer. Senior figures, including the Prime Minister, revealed to have accepted gifts, including clothing and hospitality, while carving out budget cuts seen to largely affect the poor. It's a bad look for the government that promised to return politics to public service. Keir Starmer's first big challenge came after 3 children were killed in Southport by a knife-wielding attacker wrongly claimed on social media to be a Muslim asylum seeker. The Prime Minister won acclaim for his handling of nationwide rioting that followed. But the riots in turn revealed the ugly face of a country in crisis, parts of which already feel let down. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, Liverpool.
You're up to date. That's it for me, Neve Barker. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com. The news continues after Dying Earth. Stay with us for that.
As world leaders gather in New York for the UN General Assembly, the escalating situation in the Middle East, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and climate change will be top of the agenda. Can a consensus emerge, or will political agendas prevail? Stay tuned for regular updates on Al Jazeera.
What are you gonna do about all this land disappearing?
Oh, Lord. It's gonna be a big change.
In 50 years, home will be underwater. Yeah, all these coastal areas are gonna be flooded over. I've lived here my whole life. Over here in southeast Louisiana, we face many coastal problems because of the constantly eroding land. There's not going to be land. We'll have levees, which are basically land masses that are formed in like a wall to keep high sea levels out. But some people still live outside the lock systems. They're starting to leave their land that they've been on for hundreds of years. Literally, it's ancient land. Whenever land goes, everything goes with it.
We turn now to the dangerous new storm threats across the South. Tornado watches
that human activities are responsible for climate change.
Is the danger this summer?
We'll see a lot more fires. The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived.
The rate of temperature increase is without precedent. We're facing a future that we don't understand, we can't predict fully.
A lot of places are simply not going to be comfortable to live in. All human settlements have to face this problem. They grew up in a climate which is going to be much different from the climate we're going to get in the future. You can see the intense rainstorms. You can see the incredible heat waves where people are dying.
Large populations will have to move all over the world because of sea level rise. We're going to see more categories.
I was working in the early 1970s as an astrophysicist, but it had very little direct connection with what was going on Earth, and ultimately that's where I wanted to focus. How could the science that I knew be applied to solving problems that are really important to humanity as a whole? How warm the planet will get, and whether the conditions under which human beings and other species thrive will remain close to what they are today, or are things just going to spin out of control? Okay, so we start with driving forces. Those are what are the emissions going to be? And it's not that easy. If you think about it, what are we going to be doing 30, 50, 100 years from now that's going to cause human-made emissions? How's the political system going to respond? How's the human psyche going to respond? There you get in an area which is really impossible to predict. And the question then becomes, how do you fix up between these events? How do you recover from a hurricane before you have time to really fix the damage? The question, I guess we might as well drink, that I'll pick up next time is, why do we do nothing? Thank you.
Louisiana is really one of the more climate-sensitive places really on the planet. We are very vulnerable to climate change because this is a low-lying area that is in the path of a lot of hurricanes. As the ocean gets warmer, we are seeing an increase in the intensity of hurricanes. 2 of the 3 largest hurricanes to hit Louisiana in the recorded histories have hit this decade in 2020 and 2021.
Whenever a hurricane comes, you only got so much time till it comes in. During the hurricane, as it was hitting, I was watching people's houses breaking in half, the roofs getting torn off. The back fences came down, trees started falling, the house was shaking, and then I could look outside my window and I watched my neighbor's porch fall. I thought I was gonna die. The next day, everything looked destroyed. We had seen an RV flipped over, and after we went to go check, see if anybody was inside, it was one of my neighbors. It was an old man. He had passed away. We didn't have no cell service, so we just had to wrap up the body and try to keep it as preserved as possible until we could contact authorities and after they could contact the family. It makes me feel kind of sad, but it's kind of like lost history.
Everything was in balance, or relatively so, until we started burning so much fossil fuels.
When you burn fossil fuels, it releases carbon dioxide molecules which stay in the atmosphere for a very long time, and they reflect that outgoing radiation back down to Earth. There's more energy coming into the planet than is going out of the planet into space. And so the planet has no choice but to heat up. The more fossil fuels we burn, the hotter the planet will get. That's it.
Places that are now hot and dry are going to wind up being hotter and drier. Places that now occasionally get heavy rainstorms, those storms are likely to be even heavier. If we don't get a hold of it now, get the problem under control, we'll just have hell to pay later.
I began my work in the environmental community. And the first big issue I took on was air pollution. But while I was investigating it, I ran across the climate change problem in the literature, in an EPA report on the environmental impacts of coal. And I was so astonished that we as human beings would be warming up the planet. And it turned out nobody was working on it. Nobody's trying to make it a public issue.
This frame is really of some significance because this was given to me with a nice inscription by Senator Tim Wirth of Colorado from July 28, 1988. The purpose of this bill was to establish a national energy policy to reduce global warming. This was a leading edge, this bill, to begin to address climate change.
You ask people what climate change was all about, they wouldn't have a clue. We were starting from scratch, zero. I spent most of my time talking to scientists so that I could understand the problem on the one hand and ask them to come forward to be outspoken.
I got a call from someone named Rafe Pomerantz, who was a well-known environmental activist, who was looking for maybe companionship on the road to trying to solve a very difficult problem. He was very good at working behind the scenes and convincing senators to hold congressional hearings on climate change.
So Michael became one of the prominent scientists to be outspoken on the issue.
There are very few things in life that I ever get frightened about, and this was one of them. How is it that human beings actually could come eventually to control where Earth's climate is going?
The typical scientist was saying, I can just tell you information, but I'm not going to talk politics or talk about what should change. And people like Oppenheimer decided to speak out, which is really brave.
I think if you look at some of my congressional testimony, you'll notice that I got it just about right.
I would predict that we would see the effects of climate change relatively near in the future, perhaps in a couple of decades.
I was very clear when I spoke to senators, there's going to be big problems unless we start cutting emissions now.
But moving the politics of climate change is a huge task because you have an enormous portion of the economy that is dependent on the use of fossil fuels. So all those interests created a fictional story about the issue in order to diminish any political chance of action.
That didn't want the average person to know what the truth was about climate change.
Exxon is now, and was then, one of the largest oil-producing companies in the world.
We know that Exxon scientists in the 1980s were fully aware of the gravity of the problem. Their predictions were very good, very accurate.
It was very well understood that CO2 had a major role maintaining the atmospheric balance of temperature. We knew where the temperature was going to go. It was only a question of how fast it was going to get, not if.
But they mapped it all out. They knew how it would affect their company. If society wanted to do something about this, fossil fuels would have to go at some point.
They were not interested in the long-term concerns of the planet. They were really interested in the short-term profits. We never published anything about what we found.
So Mobil is going to have a two-sided attitude toward climate. If you feel uncomfortable about Mobil's position, let us know.
They were not only funding and saying it wasn't a problem, they were publishing report saying this is not an urgent problem.
Don't drive a big car, they say. But big cars are safer.
Is there a global warming problem? Thousands of scientists say no.
To this day, we suffer from that propaganda. It's something that many people still believe in. The science is critical to understand it, but the politics of it are essential to solving the problem. But the politicians become dependent on all these interests and companies for money to run their elections.
They really stopped us from taking action.
Keeping America competitive requires affordable energy.
How do you get a country that's an oil country to negotiate not selling more oil?
America is addicted to oil.
The economy of the Louisiana oil industry is a very, very precious one. Almost everybody worked for the oil industry, and if anything would have happened to it, there would be so many people going without jobs. If you live in Louisiana, young people like me have opportunities to sign on early to go into the military, mostly oil. My plan for the future is to work for the oil industry. I feel bad, but there's nothing really much that we could really do to stop it as a single person.
Everybody has other things to worry about. Do I have enough money to send my children to college? Can I afford the insurance on my house? Climate change can seem, well, yeah, it's important. Yeah, it's a big risk, but we don't have to deal with it right now. The day inevitably comes when you can't push climate change off because it's starting to be such a big factor that you can see it in your own life.
It's traumatic because the areas that I once knew and once called home are gone, and after all our family's docks and everything for our shrimp boats and all that are down there, and once the land starts to eat away, the roads are going to eat away, and after we're going to have to start moving further and further up. The person that makes me happy is my girlfriend, Carmen. She's one of a kind. She's special. She listens to me and she understands me. She knows what I've been through. I got diagnosed with chronic anxiety earlier this year and post-traumatic stress disorder. Sometimes I could just start to stare off. It's something called like a 1,000-yard stare, and then I'll start to have flashbacks. I've seen a lot and I've been through a lot. I kind of always get worried whenever something bad happens. Good morning, Mr. Russell. How you doing today?
All right.
You ready to go catch some crabs?
Oh, yeah. I already got the boat fueled up.
Oh, one less thing we need to worry about. My grandfather used to go and catch crabs and shrimps. But because of all the hurricanes, nobody wants to live there because it's outside the levee system. It's not protected. So they get flooded off.
The rest too small. Okay, that one's too small.
All the elders that live down the bayous, they live there their whole life, but they're just not gonna be around to fully see it take effect. It's the youth that's gonna be around whenever it happens.
We just had an IPCC report come out, so we're really lucky to have a scientist here to talk to us and talk about some of the impacts. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Rose Abramoff.
So, I'm an activist, but I'm also a scientist. I was fired earlier this year for holding up a banner at an earth science conference. The banner said, "Out of the lab and into the streets." And we held that banner for about 30 seconds, and for that, I was fired. Thank you. I'm telling you this story, though, to explain why more of us scientists aren't out here in the streets with you. It's because we are, by and large, compelled by our institutions to remain neutral, even in the face of environmental devastation. And for over 40 years, most of us have complied. So on behalf of the scientific community, I apologize for our cowardice.
On the ground and hold on.
Somebody, sometime, is going to have to grapple with big problems like climate change. And if we don't, we just push off the responsibility into the future on other generations, including our own children. And that isn't just a matter of science. That's a matter of what are your morals? What are your ethical standards? What do you think about your fellow human beings?
Equality on the back shoulder.
And so, two options await us in the immediate future: climate crisis or climate revolution. Let's choose revolution.
We need the earth. Floods, fires, droughts. No surprise. Those
I have 7 grandchildren, and they will all be living on a much warmer planet, and with all the consequences.
So that they can have the livelihood and health that they deserve.
So each generation is going to continue to experience more intense impacts and have to live with them.
Northern India and Pakistan were afflicted with a severe heat wave, unlivable temperatures.
And that makes me very sad and upset. We pushed about as hard as we could.
We have 100-year floods now occurring every 5 years. Our air is polluted. Our skies are red from fires.
Go home and shut up! We will not be silent!
You know what I think I want to do whenever I get older? I think I might become a shrimp boat captain. See the water pump into the front of the boat? Look, you see the mud he's pumping up? That's all mud. You see the back end of the boat's coming up too. In the future, I imagine a pretty good future with a stable house, living with Corman, but I most probably won't be living in southern Louisiana. I might move up to like middle to northern Louisiana. My home will be underwater, at least to its roof, if not a little bit more. Yeah, would you like to maybe come? I know how to run a boat, and I feel like I'd be good at it.
It's the human habit to create a mess and then move on to somewhere else. But humanity's going to make it stand here. It's not going to have an escape route to some other place in the universe.
These changes will be rapid, costly, and largely undesirable. The viability of many ecosystems is at stake, as is perhaps the viability of civilization as we know it. Since the consequences of ignoring climate change will be severe, it's time to act now.
Mostly I feel sad that people didn't listen. If I knew this, others knew it also, and they chose to ignore it. I feel a strong sense of disappointment. We tried our best to get people's attention on it, so I overestimated the potential for change. It's a lot harder than I expected it would be.
In the early days, when I became aware of the climate issue, my wife, Lenore, gave birth to our son, Ethan. And I just thought quite a bit about the world that he was going to be living in. And I remember walking on a bridge near our house back in those days, you know, sort of wondering, well, what's it going to be like for him?
By 50 more years from now, like in 2080, the water's gonna be almost up to New Orleans. All these coastal areas are gonna be flooded over. It's gonna be abandoned, left underwater. Yeah, something sad to think about.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
So what do you think we're gonna do?
We're gonna have to move.
The whole world is at threat. But who pays the price?
When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, more than 1,200 poor black people lost their lives. Not a single rich American lost their life.
The real cost of the climate emergency.
The most vulnerable people who are suffering are poor people, but even rich people are going to be affected by the impacts of climate change.
Dying Earth after the hurricane on Al Jazeera.
New UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer will aim to inspire party members at the annual Labour Party conference in Liverpool. But with tax rises on the horizon and disquiet over the policy in Gaza, is the UK getting set for tough times ahead? Full analysis on Al Jazeera.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
Global concerns of a full-scale war after Hezbollah and Israel engage in some of the fiercest fighting since October. I'm Neve Barker. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, dozens of Palestinians are killed in Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip. Among the targets were schools where people are sheltering. And celebrations in Sri Lanka as a leftist president is elected for the first time in its history. Plus,
I'm Alessandro Rampietti in Bogota, where hundreds of Venezuelan opposition activists have arrived, fleeing the government's persecution following the contested presidential elections there.
thanks for joining us. We begin with the cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel. The Lebanese armed group says it's entering a battle of reckoning in the new phase of fighting with Israel. It launched a series of rockets deep into Israeli territory as far south as the port city of Haifa on Sunday. Israel has vowed to increase its attacks against Hezbollah, quote, until it understands. Seda Hodder begins our coverage from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
Hezbollah unleashed a sustained assault on northern and central Israel early on Sunday. It used bigger weapons. medium-range missiles that struck some 50 kilometers south of the border. It was one of the fiercest exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah in nearly a year of fighting. Hezbollah said it targeted an airbase and a military complex near Haifa, Israel's third largest city. There was damage to civilian areas. It's not clear if that came from shells used to intercept rockets.
And yet, today it has demonstrated that it can still act militarily in a meaningful way with significant consequences for the security of Israel.
Hezbollah has raised the red flag of revenge, showing Israel it has not broken the will of an organization that has acknowledged suffering severe blows after a series of Israeli attacks in the past week.
We felt a bit of shock in the first hours, but we quickly overcame it and returned to our position. The front will never cease, no matter how long it will take, and the residents in northern Israel will not return to their homes, and we are ready for all options.
A message of defiance, while Hezbollah gave military honors to one of its top commanders, Ibrahim A'il. He was heading a meeting of leaders from the elite Radwan unit when Israel hit their location, killing civilians as well. Friday's strike was the third time Israel targeted Beirut's southern suburbs in the past year of fighting. In July, Israeli forces killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, and in January, they killed the deputy leader of the Palestinian movement, Hamas. Hezbollah has also reiterated it won't step down from its demand that Israel ends its war on Gaza before a potential resolution can be reached. All the while, Israel continues its threats.
Hezbollah is starting to feel some of the Israeli Defense Forces' capabilities. These moves will continue until we can safely return the residents of the north to their homes.
Israel has been targeting Hezbollah's capabilities, but it's clear the group hasn't been paralyzed. Instead, the conflict has widened and could further intensify. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, many across Lebanon are fearful of an all-out war with Israel, especially those in the capital, where Israel's carried out a number of attacks targeting Hezbollah members and killing civilians. Tulsa Jabari has more from there.
There is a lot of fear and anxiety across the capital, Beirut. Ordinary Lebanese are worried that the recent developments and escalations that have been going on between Hezbollah and Israel only means that they will be caught in the middle, given the airstrike that took place in Dahya on Friday, and the number of civilian casualties we saw from that strike is only adding to people's fears here. Many people I've spoken to say they really have nowhere else to go. The severe economic crisis in this country is impacting their ability to be able to afford to move elsewhere into Lebanon. So a lot of people don't have much choice but to stay where they are. And given the current situation and how things are progressing, there is a lot of anxiety here about what could come next. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
And Hamda Salud has more on the Israeli reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel.
The Israeli military says they are going to intensify their attacks on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. It comes after Hezbollah had fired nearly 150 rockets at several different locations across northern Israel on Sunday morning. We've heard from a wide variety of Israeli officials, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But previously, throughout the last week, he had only released short statements, around one sentence each, saying that there was a new objective to the war and that it related to returning those evacuated Israelis back to those northern towns and settlements. But in this statement, Netanyahu outlined that Hezbollah is now feeling the capabilities that Israel has and that they are not going to stop until that war goal is achieved. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant echoing that sentiment, saying that this has been, quote, the toughest week on record for Hezbollah, saying that they are now understanding the types of capabilities Israel has and that there are still a wide variety of them that they have not used. Now, the Israeli Army Chief of Staff, Herzi Halevi, while releasing a video statement on Sunday, has said that they are going to continuously be striking Hezbollah until the message is clear and until the goal is also achieved. Israel says it's in a new phase of the war, that the center of gravity is shifting, and that they will continue to intensify their airstrikes. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera, Amman.
The UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon has issued a statement on the cross-border conflict, saying with the region on the brink of an imminent catastrophe. It cannot be overstated enough. There is no military solution that will make either side safer. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden says the US is doing everything possible to avert a war in the Middle East. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby says there's still time for a diplomatic solution between Israel and Hezbollah.
We believe that there are better ways to try to get those Israeli citizens back in their homes up in the north and to keep those that are there safely than a war, than an escalation, than opening up a second front there at that border with Lebanon against Hezbollah. We still believe that there can be time and space for a diplomatic solution here, and that's what we're working on.
Earlier, we spoke to Nabil Khouri, a former US diplomat. He says that while the US doesn't want to see further escalation between Israel and Hezbollah, it should do more to apply pressure on Israel for diplomatic solutions to the conflict.
I think it's very unlikely that anything really positive will happen in these negotiations that have been going on now for the past 10 months. You have William Burns and others shuttling between Doha and Cairo, but all they're working on is the relatively minor detail of a ceasefire and a prisoner swap. And the Israelis, at least this current right-wing government, insists on only a temporary ceasefire. And wants to continue fighting Hamas. And now they have shifted the focus to their northern front. And now they want to confront Hezbollah in an all-out war. I think the Biden administration definitely has been trying not to have an all-out war. However, they're backing up Israel, telling them that in case they get in an all-out war, the U.S. will have their back, and continuing unconditionally the flow of weapons and all kinds of military and intelligence assistance. Prime Minister Netanyahu pockets all these assurances and then continues doing what he's doing, which is building up to an all-out war. So the Biden administration contradicts itself by doing the things that will produce the result that it says it does not want.
In Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 8 Palestinians in overnight strikes across the Strip. In the last few hours, Israeli warplanes hit a house in the Jabalia refugee camp in the north. Rescue workers are still searching for survivors trapped under the rubble there. The Israeli military also shelled a home in the early hours of Monday in Deir al-Balah, killing 5 Palestinians. And 3 people died in an overnight strike on a home in al-Nusrat refugee camp. Earlier on Sunday, the Israeli military struck a school housing displaced Palestinians in al-Shati refugee camp west of Gaza City, killing at least 7 people. Many others, including children, were wounded in the attack.
We got displaced and came to the school. I left my house after it was targeted, and my husband and 2 children were martyred. We came here thinking it was safe, but then they target us. Where are we supposed to go if at school we are not safe? We got displaced 7 or 8 times, and I'm all alone with my 2 remaining children.
These places are supposed to be classified safe by the Israelis and safe places for people to stay in. But then suddenly, while we're sitting, we found the whole school being destroyed from around us, and the classes we are staying in are collapsing over our heads. As you can see, these classes got destroyed, and it's not like it was by mistake. No, this is genocidal targeting aimed to destroy the people of Gaza.
There's been global condemnation after Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank on Sunday. They gave staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The office entrance has been welded shut, and the military has ordered its closure for 45 days. There's been reaction at the United Nations to Israel's shutdown of Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. Gabriel Elizondo has this from New York.
World leaders are beginning to arrive here at UN headquarters in New York for the UN General Assembly. One of them is the President of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He gave a press briefing to Irish journalists, but I was there and able to ask him about his reaction to Israel closing Al Jazeera's office in Ramallah. My question to you, sir, is what is your reaction to that?
I strongly condemn it. I think it's outrageous. And I would go on to say as well as that it tells you a very, very great deal, their refusal to allow Al Jazeera to operate in Israel, for example. And also, I know very, very much, I pass on my sympathy to you and your colleagues about your colleague in Al Jazeera who has been killed in Gaza.
We were also able to ask the spokesperson to the Secretary General for his reaction as well.
We're very concerned for a number of reasons. One, it's another example of journalists not being allowed to do their work in this conflict, right? And journalists are the eyes and ears of the people in order to see what's going on the ground. We know, and we've talked about the lack of journalistic access to Gaza. We're worried about what the impact is here.
More than 130 heads of state are expected here at UN headquarters in the coming days. Israel's war on Gaza will certainly be front and center in many of the discussions, but now, particularly, the situation in Ramallah and press freedom. We will continue to press world leaders for their reaction. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
Well, Al Jazeera's Theresa Bow spoke to the Norwegian foreign minister on Israel shutting down Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. He says there have been many instances where Israel has undermined journalism.
It worries me quite a bit that journalistic activity is being undermined by governments, because we have seen in the Gaza war one of the most extreme figures of dead journalists on top of everything else. And just like humanitarian workers and aid workers, it's important to have a take particular care to allow journalism to work. So I think this is worrying. To undermine the very practice of journalism, that concerns me everywhere it happens. It's not only in Gaza and the West Bank, but we have seen some strong examples of that there, and that worries me a lot.
The Committee to Protect Journalists has released a statement on the closure of our bureau in Ramallah, saying the CPJ is deeply alarmed by Israel's closure of Al Jazeera's office in the occupied West Bank, just months after it shuttered Al Jazeera's operations in Israel, after deeming it a threat to national security. Israel's efforts to censor Al Jazeera severely undermine the public's right to information on a war that has upended so many lives in the region. Al Jazeera's journalists must be allowed to report at this critical time and always. Still ahead on Al Jazeera, a coal mine disaster in eastern Iran leaves dozens dead. Many are feared trapped. And an Algerian artist tells us why some centuries-old art and craft traditions are facing a slow death.
Hello there. An icy blast of weather brought some heavy snow to eastern parts of South Africa. We'll get there in just a moment, but first to the Middle East and Levant. And it's a very quiet picture across southern parts of the region, very dry apart from a few showers creeping into western parts of Yemen and the southwest of Saudi Arabia. Lots of pleasant weather to be found across the Gulf. The temperatures are sitting in the high 30s for Doha and Dubai. It's a little bit cooler to the north of this with some unsettled weather across the Black Sea. That's going to bring some rain to the Caucasus and eastern and northern areas of Turkey, with a chance of some showers across the Levant. Now, we're seeing some unusual rain across the north of Africa thanks to some wild weather working its way across the Mediterranean. We could see some flooding for the likes of Tunisia as well as northern areas of Libya thanks to that heavy rain that's pushing its way slowly east on Tuesday. Now, that central band of rain across Africa has shifted its way further south, so we're seeing more in the way of wet skies for Gabon as well as areas of Angola. And the snow could still fall across eastern parts of the Cape, but it's more in the way of wetter weather of concern for KwaZulu-Natal on Tuesday.
Unlock exclusive offers with Be In. Up to 25% off. Or a free Be In box. Get ready to watch the champions of a thrilling season featuring the European leagues, Asian and European 2026 World Cup qualifiers, the best of tennis, Formula One, and more. Subscribe now.
You're with Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli airstrikes are again targeting numerous towns across southern Lebanon. Israel says it carried out around 400 attacks on southern Lebanon since Saturday afternoon. The US and the UN have warned against further escalation. An Israeli airstrike has killed 7 Palestinians in a school sheltering families in Gaza City. At least 16 Palestinians have been killed in attacks across the Strip since dawn on Sunday. There's been global condemnation after Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank on Sunday. They gave staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The office entrance has been welded shut and the military has ordered its closure for 45 days. Now, Sri Lanka has elected its first leftist president. Anura Kumara Dissanayake will be sworn in shortly. He has promised to root out corruption, improve the lives of all and bring to book those, he says, robbed the country. It's an astounding change of fortunes for someone who polled just 3% in the last election back in 2019. Manuel Fernandez looks at what's different this time round.
Excitement reached fever pitch as the man who won Sri Lanka's presidential election arrived at the Election Commission. Plain speaking and outside the country's dynasty politics, Anura Kumara Dissanayake turned up in the most modest of vehicles among many of the candidates.
We announced that Anura Kumara Dissanayake has been legally elected as per the 1981 Presidential Elections Act.
It's been a long road for AKD and his party, which polled just 3% of the votes the last time he contested the presidency. This election, he struck a chord with voters. He promised them he would root out corruption, punish wrongdoers, repatriate stolen wealth, and ensure a better future for all.
It's people's support and their mandate that gives the government strength and guidance. Therefore, in order to come out of the mess this country had fallen into, we felt the need to restore rule that has the people's mandate.
People fed up with the failure of successive governments to focus on their needs, mismanagement, corruption and unsustainable debt were ready to try an alternative. AKD had a message.
Everyone should unite to rebuild this country. We will give you the support and leadership from our side.
Earlier in the day, counting took longer than expected, as neither of the main candidates secured 50% of the vote. This meant a second round to count the preferences marked by voters.
The people have spoken, choosing a candidate who's pledged change and a country free of corruption over those considered part of a system that brought Sri Lanka to its knees. Voters will be hoping that Dissanayake keeps his promises. Manuel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Introducing Alan Kadigama, he's a political economist and a senior lecturer at the University of Jaffna in Sri Lanka. He joins us from there. Warm welcome to Al Jazeera. So what does it mean for Sri Lanka to now have a Marxist-leaning president who only has 3 JVP MPs in parliament and won just 3% of the vote back in 2019?
Yeah, this is a major change for the country. And this is a change that people have been looking for almost 3 years. The parliament that ruled the country and the president, in a way, were illegitimate because of the huge protests that chased away the previous government. And so people have been looking for this change. And even though Anura Kumara Dissanayake and the NPP coalition that he leads only won 3 seats in the last parliament, there's been a wave of support which has led to this historic victory. It's historic also because this is the first time that somebody outside the Colombo elite, it's been successive families that have been ruling this country. And for the first time, we have an outside party coming to power. Now, while the JVP, which is the major constituent of this coalition, led two insurrections and has a radical Marxist past. In order to come to power, they have shed much of that. They've moved much more to the center, and now they could be characterized more as a center-left party. They are trying to woo the middle classes, and it is that strategy that has brought them to the helm of state power. But they're going to have a lot of challenges. The economy in particular. Sri Lanka is going through its worst economic crisis since...
Well, let me ask you about that, because one of Dissanayaka's policy promises is to reverse tax hikes and welfare cuts. All of these things, of course, introduced by the previous government in the wake of the economic collapse and a multi-billion-dollar loan from the IMF. Is this fiscal responsibility, do you think, on the part of this new president?
He definitely needs to give relief to the people because poverty has doubled, malnutrition is on the rise, and the IMF program and the stringent austerity measures have been at the center of this. And I think a reason for this change is also that people are fed up with the way in which the economy is moving forward. In fact, I would say the IMF program has created a new crisis, a crisis that has led to further contraction of the economy. And the IMF program has been mainly about trying to repay Sri Lanka's creditors, because 2 years ago, Sri Lanka, for the first time in its history, defaulted on its debt, and much of that debt is owed to international bondholders. Just last week, even after election campaigning ended, the previous president was trying to make a deal with these bondholders. Extremely unethical, because a new government was going to come on board. The IMF agreement, in terms of the debt relief that it allows for, is very minimal. Even when Sri Lanka exits this IMF program in 2027, 4.5% of Sri Lanka's GDP would be to service external debt. That would be about 30% of its revenue, or 30% of its exports. So that is just not sustainable. So renegotiating this IMF program is critical if Sri Lanka is to have a sustainable future.
And what now for those who have been voted out of office, the likes of Ranil Wickremesinghe, for instance? Do they continue being a political force in the country going forward?
Ranil Wickremesinghe and the government he led of the Rajapaksas has been completely discredited. Ranil Wickremesinghe only got 17% of the vote, despite having state power at his disposal as president. The son of the former president, Namal Rajapaksa, got a thumping defeat. So they have been completely discredited. Yet Sri Lanka is facing a parliamentary election in the next few months. So there is going to be stiff competition there again.
OK, Sri Lanka very much at the crossroads. Alain Kadagama, good to have you on Al Jazeera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, hundreds of Venezuelan political dissidents have fled to neighbouring Colombia in fear of what they call unprecedented persecution. That's after President Nicolas Maduro claimed victory in July's elections, a result that's been disputed by the opposition and questioned by foreign observers. Al Jazeera's Alessandra Rampietti spoke to some of them in the capital, Bogotá.
23-year-old student leader Angelica Angel says she started receiving threats the day after she voted in Venezuela's presidential election. She claims security forces followed her and intimidating messages were left on her phone. Incumbent President Nicolás Maduro claims he won the election despite evidence presented by the opposition to the contrary, sparking protests and a government crackdown.
The governor of Merida State ordered the creation of a Justice and Peace Commission to investigate those protesting or not willing to accept the results of the elections. That night I received calls with screams in the background. Then someone told me I was first on the list and they were going to investigate me for terrorism, so I fled.
Angelica says she was targeted for participating in the opposition effort to collect the voting tallies that she says prove opposition candidate Edmundo González won the election. Like Angelica, hundreds of political activists, human rights defenders, journalists, and even simple electoral witnesses were forced to cross into Colombia in search of protection. The Together We Can Foundation says they have welcomed 178 Venezuelan dissidents since the elections. All share similar stories of being hunted down by Venezuela's security forces. Most insist their identity remain hidden.
We need to be careful because our family members are still there and they risk being arrested or tortured by the criminal regime. We all know what they are capable of.
Earlier this month, opposition candidate González fled to Spain, where he was granted political asylum. He says he was forced to sign a letter recognizing Maduro's victory. But the Venezuelan government insists González signed it voluntarily and that there's no crackdown on dissenters in the country.
If you signed under duress, how is it that one of your daughters still lives in Venezuela peacefully with her family? We all have a place in Venezuela, but there is no place for violence or fascism here.
But back in Bogotá, Angelica says she will not give up.
I don't think I can choose to get involved or not. I simply have to do it, because I don't think it's human to let people in your country starve or be tortured simply for thinking differently.
Maduro's crackdown on protesters has left at least 24 dead and over 2,000 detained, with more foreign governments refusing to accept Maduro as the election winner unless the government releases detailed voting data to prove it. Alessandro Ampietti, Al Jazeera, Bogotá.
In other news now, and 51 people are feared dead after a coal mine explosion in eastern Iran. It happened in South Khorasan province, near the city of Tabas. President Masoud Pezeshkian has ordered an investigation. 33 bodies have been recovered so far. 17 others remain trapped underground. Rescue operations are continuing. The explosions believed to have been caused by a leak of methane gas.
We were in the mine, working. Suddenly there was smoke rising. Then I noticed I had difficulty breathing. I jumped off from the workshop and I scrambled until I reached somewhere safe. My friends remain in there.
I was not where the explosion happened. I don't know what happened exactly. I just went there to help.
Now, for centuries, traditional arts and crafts have survived in the narrow alleyways of the Casbah in Algiers. But artisans say a lack of interest and patronage is bringing their way of life to an end. This is the story of Bulashab Nasser, who fears he could be the last of generations of leather workers.
هذه المهنة في الحقيقة هي مهنة عائلية ورثناها على جد بابا ومن بعد بابا ومن بعد بابا ومن بعد احنا صافي احنا الجيل الرابع فيها. ومن بعد عبر هذه السنين اكتسبنا خبرة، كانت عندنا معلومات سابقة وزدنا اكتسبنا بالممارسة تكتسب خبرة ونزيدوا نتعلموا. لهذا كل حاجة ندبغوا بها فيها قاعدة. القاعدة هذه تقول لك كل حاجة اللي يعني دير ينطاش في الحوايج وما تروحش، حب يقول دبغت. كل حاجة عندنا حتى مثلا أعشاب، خاطر هذاك الأزرق ثاني كي نزيدوا له مثلا زعفران يعطينا الأخضر، كي نزيدوا له البيطراف يعطينا الفيولي يعني البنفسجي. كان عندنا تقريبا واحد 12 ولا 13 خاطر كانوا عمومي كذلك. الور هادو هما المحلات عندهم تقريبا من بداية القرن ال19. كان يعني كيش يقولوا بابا يعني جدي انا ما خدمناش عند الاستعمار الفرنسي، احنا عندنا حرفتنا نمارسوها ونخدموا الناس، يعني نخدموا ونخدموا والحمد لله رب العالمين. وانا كملت فيها على خاطر حبا فيها. تسمى في كل جيل يضيف لهذا الصنعه يعني اشياء. هذا الحرفه في الحقيقه راهي هي سيت اون باسيون نخدم بها، اما باش نعيش بها ما نقدرش نعيش بها. هذه الصنعه اللي تشوف فيها راهي زايله لا محاله، كما كاع الصناعات كل الصناعات اللي راحت. خاطر البنات ما علمتهم تبقى مرأة في المجتمع الجزائري، ربما تعلم ولادها ربما فهمت، بصح بالنسبه للذكور ما كاش. وحنا عائله كبيره بزاف وعندنا بزاف الذكور بصح ما يجوش يتعلموا. انا نقول لك بالك اخر العنقود. شوف القصبه عندها تاريخ، عندنا القصبه وعندنا روح القصبه. كل حاجه تمت بصله القصبه تعتبر من روح القصبه. حنايا كنخدموا حاجه نديروا فيها كتاوه عنده رمزيه عظيمه، عنده اون غرون سيمبوليزاسيون. عندنا كي دخلت فرنسا حولته الى كنيسه وقتلت فيه 4000 معتصم، وصباح الاستقلال حولوه الى مسجد. القصبه سميت قصبه كيما القصبه، فيها دي زيطاج يعني فيها طوابق، يعني البناء الاسلامي والبناء تاعنا يعني اللي عنده علاقه مع شخصيتنا، لان هذه هي المعالم تمثلنا وتمثل شخصيتنا وتمثل بلادنا، لهذا نديروها في كل المنتوجات تاعنا. والانسان كي يدي معاه كما نقولوا منتوج تاعنا يذكروا بالقصبه تيذكار، والحمد لله رب العالمين. وهذيك المعالم كاع تمثلنا وتمثل شخصيتنا وتاريخنا.
You're up to date. That's it for me, Niamh Barger. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com. Much more on all of our top stories. Stay with us, though, because the news continues here after the listening post. Stay with us for that. Bye for now.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
This week we begin with the place that used to be called Twitter and the X Factor, Elon Musk, what he's done to the platform and how his foray into U.S. politics has revealed who he really is. Israel's unprecedented weaponizing of pagers and walkie-talkies in Lebanon, the disturbing ways that story has been reported. And Dark Secrets and Lies, part 2 of our report on the human cost of cobalt mining in Africa. After news emerged of a second attempt on Donald Trump's life, Elon Musk just couldn't help himself. He tweeted, "And no one is even trying to assassinate Joe Biden or Kamala Harris." Musk deleted that post. He called it a joke, but it typified the way the world's richest man is using the platform he has on X, which used to be called Twitter. His output can be impulsive, sometimes conspiratorial, occasionally dangerous, and designed to boost Trump. Since he acquired X almost 2 years ago, Elon Musk has loosened moderation on the site, allowing it to turn into a right-wing echo chamber where hate and disinformation can run rampant. He's clearly in his element there. He posts obsessively to almost 200 million followers, often promoting fringe, racist, and misogynistic ideas. In the process, Musk has muscled his way into the U.S. election debate. And wielding influence behind the scenes, in the shadows, the way most tech billionaires do, is just not his style.
The world's richest man, Elon Musk, is trying to control American politics.
Critics have been accusing X of becoming a haven for extremist and hateful content.
But one of the things about Elon Musk's tweets is that it suggests like a deeper instability.
Elon Musk is the wealthiest human of all time, but he is an adolescent in terms of his approach to the world. So there are lots of reasons not to take Elon Musk's tweets very seriously. That doesn't mean they don't have effect on the world.
Twitter has a certain excitement to it. A thought occurs to you and suddenly you put it out there, you're getting all of this feedback. It can be addictive. And I think Elon Musk is drawn to that more than to money or any conventional sense of power.
Elon Musk's juvenile approach to the world of social media was on full display in his tweets long before he endorsed Donald Trump for president 2 months ago. And he stepped it up since by constantly tapping into right-wing talking points, scaremongering on immigration, obsessing over the so-called woke mind virus, and pushing false and sexist content, some of which focuses on Kamala Harris and her supporters. Musk has become a one-man echo chamber for conservatives, and with close to 200 million followers, one of the primary purveyors of disinformation on his platform. And then there was this post from this past week, immediately after the second assassination attempt against Trump.
He said nobody's even trying to assassinate Biden or Harris, which I don't think is entirely true. I think we just don't hear about it. The Secret Service doesn't broadcast all of the plots that it stops. But he deleted that tweet, partially because it seemed like an incitement to violence. And that maybe wouldn't have mattered quite so much if Elon Musk didn't have the millions of followers that he does, if he weren't as powerful as he is and as influential. So this really kicked off a storm. And then Elon Musk was like, oh, it was a joke. I was making a joke. Can't anybody take a joke?
It's very easy to see how that could be a call for violence, and also hint at this sort of conspiratorial nature that because Donald Trump is being targeted, that there's some greater grand conspiracy against him and against his followers. He'll retweet people who are known to have associations with white nationalism, with neo-Nazis, people who have spread mis and disinformation and conspiracy theories in the past. He is algorithmically boosting those ideas on the platform.
The whole incident really illustrates how comfortable he is with saying things that I think most people in his station would not even consider saying publicly. He sort of sees this and thinks, you know, I would say this privately to my friends, so I'm going to tweet it out.
Which may have something to do with the culture of big tech mavens, the entitlement some billionaires seem to have when it comes to weighing in on politics. Elon Musk is part of a generation of men in tech, along with Peter Thiel of Palantir and PayPal, and others who have bought their way to influence and power.
If we have her as a president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think we're in massive trouble. Frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country.
And by going all in on Donald Trump, interviewing him on X, retweeting cartoonish posts that make his allegiance clear, Musk is operating out in the open, unlike most of his peers in Silicon Valley.
His social circle, the so-called PayPal mafia, Peter Thiel, David Sachs, who are conservative figures, are also at PayPal and are also his friends and investors. But most Silicon Valley billionaires, the movers and the shakers, prefer to be moving in silence. They like to be influential, but they tend to do their work behind the scenes. Musk is a little bit different. He really likes publicity. He has a real appetite for celebrity that he is now using in a way that maybe the rest of his cohort isn't interested in.
But he's not the first Silicon Valley billionaire to do this.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
Peter Thiel is notable for being the most vocal Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. Leaders of the venture capital world also support Trump, maybe not as vocally, because they don't have as big a public following as Thiel or Musk. And because Elon Musk is so wealthy, sometimes we assume he's a leader. In fact, he's a follower. Much of what he's saying has been circulating pretty widely for 15 years in various corners of the internet. So he's not an original thinker. He is like a 12-year-old boy who has just discovered some really fun, funny, goofy, troublesome stuff, and he loves causing trouble.
Blackmail me with money? Go f*** yourself.
Owning the means of information to shape public debate has been a strategy for wealthy people for a really long time. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Mark Benioff owns Time. What Musk identified is that owning a media company is one thing, but owning a social media company is possibly even more powerful.
Particularly in the US, where free speech is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment, in a way it is not in other countries. Like Brazil, which was X's third largest market, where users must now use VPNs to get on their accounts, since the courts have blocked X over disinformation issues, and Musk's refusal to hire representatives there. Or Australia, which is working on a new combating misinformation law that could cost Musk billions in fines if he does not clean up the platform, which he only seems to do when it suits his politics. And X was recently cited by the European Union under its new social media law and threatened with a fine, again, over disinformation. None of those legal measures are without controversy. Allegations of government overreach, concerns over the precedent set. But, unlike the U.S., those governments are taking action.
Porque não é porque o cara tem muito dinheiro que o cara pode desrespeitar.
And increasingly, a lot of policymakers in these countries are saying, you know, actually, this is a political winner for me. No one likes Elon Musk, and he's coming in representing this sort of American tech imperialism, and I can take a stand against him. So Musk and X are getting the political pushback that's been building for years as people have grown more frustrated with US tech platforms in general. It's interesting to note that this hasn't happened in America. And the reason has to do with the United States' Constitution's protections on speech.
Next month marks the second anniversary of Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter. When moderators were quickly fired, hate speech made a comeback, advertisers fled, and the company's value nosedived, taking Musk's reputation as some kind of visionary down with it. Throw in his antics on what is now X, the toxic tweets and jokes that could be mistaken for incitement, and Elon Musk has proven that you can be the richest man on the planet and still be completely out of your league when it comes to the world of politics.
I honestly have never seen anybody burn down goodwill so fast. It's sort of incredible. Elon Musk, you know, really excited people because he had these projects that seemed like they were going to bring us into the future, right? Electric cars, rockets, like all of the sort of sci-fi things that people get excited about. So there was this shine that he had to him. And over the last 10 years, that vision seems to have contracted significantly. You know, going from I'm going to put somebody on Mars to I'm going to run another social media network is not that exciting.
We have a media ecosystem in the 21st century that rewards the controversial, rewards the extreme, rewards the audacious, that rewards charlatans, troublemakers, bad boys. And so Trump and Musk are bad boys, but they're not serious people, and they have tremendous power. And I think we need to be really concerned about the world we have created and whether we're able and capable of thinking and talking and learning like grown-ups to face these issues.
This past week produced a stunning escalation in the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, one that Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah said amounts to an Israeli declaration of war. The attack also introduced us to some deadly new weapons in cyber warfare. Ryan Coles is here with the details.
The attacks in Lebanon this past week were aimed at members of Hezbollah, but injured nearly 4,000 civilians and killed more than 30 people in one of the most dangerous displays of cyber warfare we've seen. The devices used to set off a series of coordinated explosions across the country, and even in parts of Syria, were pagers and walkie-talkies, old-school, low-tech means of communication that Hezbollah used to avoid the kind of surveillance that smartphones enable. While Israel has not directly commented on this operation, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant spoke after the second day of the attacks and said the center of gravity of Israel's war is shifting to the north, along the border with Lebanon. Among regional and security experts, there is zero doubt that Israeli intelligence agencies are involved in this attack. Media reporting, both within Israel and around the world, has cited Israel's track record in operations like this. And sources in the Netanyahu government had indicated moves were being made to step up operations against Hezbollah. Just how Israeli security forces executed these attacks is being pieced together, and the theories span global networks of telecoms hardware production, from Japan to Taiwan to Hungary, international supply chains, and the various points at which Israeli operatives could have infiltrated those systems. The remote detonations were carried out using batteries designed to overheat to the point of explosion, chemicals being placed in the devices along with small metal balls to maximize the casualty count.
Thanks, Ryan. And we'll have more later on some of the disturbing ways that this story has been covered. But first, part two of our look at cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC. Cobalt is used in the batteries of smartphones, laptops, and electric cars. It is a crucial mineral in the global push to transition to renewable energy. In our previous episode, in the first half of this report, we looked at how the mining sector in the DRC is split in two between big industrial mines and the unregulated sector called artisanal mining, and how both can be difficult and sometimes dangerous to report on. Now we are turning our attention to when journalists do manage to get access to those mines, the kind of coverage that comes out of that. We also look at the global supply chain of cobalt, which big tech companies that are making billions off of the mineral insist are ethical, despite the evidence that suggests otherwise. The Listening Post's Nick Muirhead now with more on big tech's dark secret, cobalt mining in the DRC.
This is one of the thousands of unregulated, unmonitored mines in the DRC. It's crawling with children, working like modern-day slaves.
In an explosive report in 2017, Sky News in the UK showed that child labour was being used extensively in an artisanal mine in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC.
An army of children are at the heart of the mining production.
Companies like Apple said that they would stop purchasing cobalt from artisanal mines and get their supply only from the industrial regulated sector. But, according to a report in the New Yorker 4 years later, as soon as the media attention died down, the practice of buying artisanal mine cobalt continued.
Tech and EV companies will have us believe there's this thick wall between commercial industrial mining with heavy equipment and then this artisanal activity. And the ground truth, the reality is, it's all coming into the formal supply chain.
Quand les minéraux quittent le puits.
When the ores leave the shaft, you can trace it to a point. But then it gets taken to stalls outside the big mines and is bought by traders who go on to sell it to other larger companies.
Ils vont revendre dans des grandes entreprises.
And it's at that point that what was dug by a child and what might have been excavated by some heavy machinery is mixed together, and from that point forward, it's impossible to discriminate.
What we found interesting is that big tech entities that make billions of dollars have such difficulty with traceability. Obviously, supply chain mapping is a difficult exercise, but if an organization like Amnesty is able to map out this route, which is much harder because we don't have access to a whole host of confidential information, really the onus is on them. And that's why it's not enough for companies to say, well, you know, we are not able to really understand what's happening at the point of extraction.
Being at the center of global demand is a story that the Congolese know all too well. The first time it happened was with the invention of the automobile in the late 19th century. The cars needed tires, rubber tires. Belgium's King Leopold II was the colonial ruler of what was then ironically called the Free State of Congo. During his reign, the Congolese were tortured, mutilated, and murdered in the millions to force them to meet the demand. The violence of that era is not being repeated in the DRC today, but the current global demand for cobalt is being driven by necessity. To slow the climate crisis, the world needs to transition to renewable energy, which is unlikely to happen without cobalt. The DRC sits atop an estimated 3.4 million metric tons of it, almost half of the known supply.
The Congo is blessed with enormous resource wealth, blessed but also cursed, because throughout history, this resource wealth has attracted imperialists and pirates and pillagers, kings of state and kings of industry to plunder those resources for their enrichment.
You cannot understand or really grasp what's happening in the Congolese mining sector today without taking stock of the Congolese colonial history. Today, the world is undergoing another global transition. We're trying to move away from fossil fuels, and once again, the Congo has the resources that are critical for the world to make that transition.
Who happens to have more of the world's cobalt than anywhere else? Congo. And so it's just the new story. Instead of a King Leopold, you have King Tech, but it's the same dynamic of foreign powers needing a treasure
On our last day in the DRC, we finally get permission to go to the mines. I've been assigned 2 minders. They're seated behind me, but we're not allowed to film them. We are told that they are here for our protection, but undoubtedly they're keeping an eye on us as well. Again, accidents along the way delay our journey. This one was fatal. So by the time we reach the mines, the diggers are done for the day, and we would not get to see the mine in full operation.
The process of getting to the mines is cumbersome, the system inefficient, and some of the delays seem deliberate. You get a sense as you go through each step that there is little desire, if not a reluctance, to help journalists get here.
Which is unsurprising. Many of the connected elite here have grown very rich from cobalt, and they don't want negative coverage jeopardizing their income.
We traveled along collapsing dirt roads. Children are everywhere, digging for cobalt in a...
Because when journalists do get this far, many come back with stories of blood batteries or blood cobalt.
Ah, so this is cobalt. This is what people in this region are digging and dying for.
But despite the exploitation and hazardous working conditions on these mines, cobalt does not meet the definition of a conflict mineral. There is no fighting in this part of the country. So characterizations that suggest it is oversimplifies a complicated issue.
Vous savez, les médias parfois mettent les titres sensationnels.
The media can be sensationalist, and coining the blood cobalt isn't correct, because no one is being murdered. No one is holding a gun to these miners and forcing them to produce cobalt.
Il n'y a personne qui a une arme et qui force les gens à produire le cobalt.
Nos collègues occidentaux savent que
Western journalists can be superficial at times. Their research isn't always as thorough as it should be. There's always a kernel of truth in their reporting, but it's not 100%. I do pity our Western colleagues because they're not given enough time to conduct a thorough investigation. It's always for 2 or 3 days, which doesn't allow them to speak to different people or communities and cross-check information.
Au moins, vous pouvez recouper l'information.
It's really important to make sure that the story that is being told is the story that emerges from Congolese people, meaning it's very dangerous to fall into the trap that you hear around blood cobalt that are really portraying Congolese people as victims, as subjects to those dynamics in a way that's very dehumanizing. And ultimately what Congolese people are saying is really the energy transition shouldn't be at the cost of our land, our air, and we should benefit from it.
An estimated $6 billion worth of cobalt is extracted from the DRC each year, and yet artisanal miners earn just a few dollars a day. It is evident that in the DRC, it is the ruling class that benefits disproportionately from the country's mineral wealth. But the real money is in big tech. In 2022, Apple's annual revenue was nearly $395 billion. Microsoft turned over $198 billion, and for Tesla, it was $81 billion. But inherent in those figures is not only corporate exploitation, but also consumer complicity.
Parce que c'est anormal que Elon Musk avec Tesla.
It's abnormal that Elon Musk from Tesla, Bill Gates from Microsoft, Tim Cook at Apple are earning billions each year, but are not sharing this prosperity with the people who live where cobalt comes from.
Ça doit être de l'équité.
There has to be distributive justice. Those companies need to invest back into the country, because so many of the problems in this sector are linked to poverty. And with a better share of the wealth, those problems could cease to exist.
All of us have to rethink our consumption habits, because each time we consume, we are contributing to those demand-side forces that have unleashed this violence on the people of the Congo. All of us are participating in this unwittingly. When you bought your smartphone, or I bought mine, or anyone listening to this conversation bought their smartphone or their laptop or their electric vehicle, we didn't think to ourselves, aha, now when I plug in today, some child in the Congo is going to die. But that's the relationship that's been forced on us by tech companies, because these companies have not seen fit to take responsibility for the people in the heart of Africa and treat them with respect and dignity. And we should be upset about that.
In 1904, this image started circulating around the world. It shows a Congolese man looking at the severed hand and foot of his murdered 5-year-old daughter. It was his punishment for failing to produce enough rubber. The image exposed the horrors of King Leopold's reign, and he was forced to give up the Congo. And while the demand for rubber didn't ease, its procurement became more ethical. The images coming out of the DRC today don't show the same kind of atrocities, but they do tell a story of suffering and exploitation. And while the coverage may be rare, in today's interconnected world that the Congolese helped to build, we can't say that we didn't know.
And finally, back to the Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Over the past year, we have been documenting the role that news outlets can play at times of war. Their inability or unwillingness to distinguish what is legal from what is not, to consider whether a war is genocidal or not, and what kind of attack constitutes an act of terror. Imagine for a moment that the tables were turned and that Hezbollah was blowing up the pagers and walkie-talkies of Israeli army soldiers, killing a few dozen people and wounding or injuring 4,000 Israeli civilians. Would the National Review, based in the U.S., call such an attack amazing? Would the New York Times have described it as eye-catching? Would the New York Post joke about it on its front page and describe thousands of civilian casualties, Israelis, as terrorists? Those things would never happen because Israelis are not Arabs. They're not Muslims. And therefore, Israelis do not get dehumanized the way their declared enemies do. Sometimes it really is that simple.
Israeli forces seek to silence the truth in the occupied West Bank, storming and shutting down Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah. The truth must be protected and heard, and the stories of real people must be told. This is not just an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the world's right to know. Journalism is not a crime. Attacking journalism is.
"300 years ago, Vivaldi's The Four Seasons celebrated the natural world and stages of the year. Now his music has been recomposed by artificial intelligence using projected 2050 weather data to reflect the global climate emergency, culminating in a disturbing live performance in South Korea. Dystopia of Soul on Al Jazeera."
Hard-hitting interviews.
They say that your government has repressive policies.
Respect of human rights, it is most important task for my government.
Facing realities.
What you're saying is that you were restricted by the Israelis in terms of your movements at the time.
That's right. We were totally restricted.
Thought-provoking answers.
How much of a threat do you think Mpox is right now to Africa?
It seems to be spreading more easily.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Israel strikes targets in southern Lebanon after some of the fiercest exchanges of fire with Hezbollah since October. I'm Nick Barker. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip killed dozens of Palestinians. Schools where people are sheltering are among the targets. Widespread condemnation after Israeli troops raid and shut down Al Jazeera's office in the occupied West Bank. And Sri Lanka's new president sworn in, the first leftist to be elected in the country's history. Thanks for joining us. It's 05 GMT. That's 8 a.m. in Lebanon, where the Israeli military is again carrying out numerous strikes across towns in the south. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah sites. Over the past week, the two sides have exchanged some of their heaviest fire since October. There are fears that the escalation in violence could spark a wider conflict in the Middle East. The Israeli military has promised to step up its attacks on the Lebanese group, and Hezbollah says it's entering a battle of reckoning against Israel. Well, on Sunday, Hezbollah launched a series of rockets deep into Israeli territory as far south as the port city of Haifa. Sena Hoda begins our coverage from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
Hezbollah unleashed a sustained assault on northern and central Israel early on Sunday. It used bigger weapons, medium-range missiles that struck some 50 kilometers south of the border. It was one of the fiercest exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah in nearly a year of fighting. Hezbollah said it targeted an airbase and a military complex near Haifa, Israel's third largest city. There was damage to civilian areas. It's not clear if that came from shells used to intercept rockets.
And yet, today, it has demonstrated that it can still act militarily in a meaningful way with significant consequences for the security of Israel.
Hezbollah has raised the red flag of revenge, showing Israel it has not broken the will of an organization that has acknowledged suffering severe blows after a series of Israeli attacks in the past week.
We felt a bit of shock in the first hours, but we quickly overcame it and returned to our position. The front will never cease, no matter how long it will take, and the residents in northern Israel will not return to their homes, and we are ready for all options.
A message of defiance, while Hezbollah gave military honors to one of its top commanders, Ibrahim A'il. He was heading a meeting of leaders from the elite Radwan unit when Israel hit their location, killing civilians as well.
Friday's strike was the third time Israel targeted Beirut's southern suburbs in the past year of fighting. In July, Israeli forces killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, and in January, they killed the deputy leader of the Palestinian movement, Hamas.
Hezbollah has also reiterated it won't step down from its demand that Israel ends its war on Gaza before a potential resolution can be reached. All the while, Israel continues its threats.
Hezbollah is starting to feel some of the Israeli Defense Forces' capabilities. These moves will continue until we can safely return the residents of the north to their homes.
Israel has been targeting Hezbollah's capabilities, but it's clear the group hasn't been paralyzed. Instead, the conflict has widened and could further intensify. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
And Hamda Salud has more on the Israeli reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel.
The Israeli military says they are going to intensify their attacks on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. It comes after Hezbollah had fired nearly 150 rockets at several different locations across northern Israel on Sunday morning. We've heard from a wide variety of Israeli officials, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But previously, throughout the last week, he had only released short statements, around one sentence each, saying that there was a new objective to the war and that it related to returning those evacuated Israelis back to those northern towns and settlements. But in this statement, Netanyahu outlined that Hezbollah is now feeling the capabilities that Israel has and that they are not going to stop until that war goal is achieved. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant echoing that sentiment, saying that this has been, quote, the toughest week on record for Hezbollah, saying that they are now understanding the types of capabilities Israel has and that there are still a wide variety of them that they have not used. Now, the Israeli Army Chief of Staff, Herzi Halevi, while releasing a video statement on Sunday, has said that they are going to continuously be striking Hezbollah until the message is clear and until the goal is also achieved. Israel says it's in a new phase of the war, that the center of gravity is shifting, and that they will continue to intensify their airstrikes. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden says the U.S. is doing everything possible to avert an all-out war in the Middle East. National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says Israel and Hezbollah still have time for a diplomatic solution.
We believe that there are better ways to try to get those Israeli citizens back in their homes up in the north and to keep those that are there safely than a war, than an escalation, than opening up a second front there at that border with Lebanon against Hezbollah. We still believe that there can be time and space for a diplomatic solution here, and that's what we're working on.
In Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 8 Palestinians in overnight strikes across the Strip. In the past few hours, warplanes bombed a house in the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza. Rescue workers are still searching for survivors under the rubble there. The Israeli military also attacked central Gaza. It shelled a home in Deir al-Balah, killing 5 Palestinians, and another in al-Nusrat refugee camp, killing a further 3 people. On Sunday, the Israeli military bombed a school housing displaced Palestinians in al-Shati refugee camp west of Gaza City, killing at least 7 people. Many others, including children, were wounded.
We got displaced and came to the school. I left my house after it was targeted, and my husband and 2 children were martyred. We came here thinking it was safe, but then they target us. Where are we supposed to go if we're not safe? We got displaced 7 or 8 times, and I'm all alone with my 2 remaining children.
These places are supposed to be classified safe by the Israelis, and safe places for people to stay in. But then suddenly, while we're sitting, we found the whole school being destroyed from around us, and the classes we are staying in are collapsing over our heads. As you can see, these classes got destroyed, and it's not like it was by mistake. No, this is genocidal targeting, aimed to destroy the people of Gaza.
There's been global condemnation after Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in occupied West Monday. They gave staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The office entrance has been welded shut, and the military has reported it's closed for 45 days. Gabriel Alazar has reaction from the United Nations to Israel's closure of Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah.
World leaders are beginning to arrive here at UN headquarters in New York for the UN General Assembly. One of them is the President of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He gave a press briefing to Irish journalists there, him about his reaction to Israel closing Al Jazeera's office in Ramallah. My question to you, sir, is what is your reaction to that?
I strongly condemn it. I think it's outrageous. And I would go much to say as well as that it tells you a very, very great deal, their refusal to allow Al Jazeera to operate in Israel, for example. And also, I know very, very much, I pass on my sympathy to you and your colleagues about your colleague in Al Jazeera who has been killed in Gaza.
We were also able to ask the spokesperson to the Secretary General for his reaction as well.
We're very concerned for a number of reasons. One, it's another example of journalists not being allowed to do their work in this conflict, right? And journalists and ears of the people in order to see what's going on the ground. We know, and we've talked about the lack of journalistic access to Gaza. We're worried about what the impact is here.
More than 130 heads of state are expected here at UN headquarters in the coming days. Israel's war on Gaza will certainly be front and center in many of the discussions. But now, particularly, the situation in Ramallah and press freedom. We will continue to press world leaders for their reaction. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera, United Nations in New York.
Okay, let's go back to our lead story now. Those Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon, part, of course, of an escalation in violence in recent days. Imran Khan is in Marjayoun in southern Lebanon. So, Imran, seeing on our screens here from dawn in southern Lebanon. What's the latest that you're seeing and hearing there, Imran?
Well, around 6:30 a.m., about GMT, we heard a number of strikes. I actually counted 10 just in the vicinity around me. The Israeli army says it mounted intensive strikes this morning as Israeli fighters launched dozens of airstrikes in scattered areas in southern and eastern Lebanon. Now, in Tyre, which is about 80 kilometers from Beirut, strikes hit Hosh, Kasamiya and Bouzuria. We've seen the pictures from there. They seem to be very large strikes. Also, towns across the Lebanon border, including Zalbeida and Al-Taiba. Now, in the Bekaa region, in the east of Lebanon, the Israeli army say they hit Al-Nabi, Tariya, Shamstar, and Budai. Those are a very concentrated ring of towns in the Bekaa. The Israeli army, a spokesman, has actually been. He's issued an urgent warning to villagers in Lebanon. He says, if you're inside or near a building used by Hezbollah to store weapons or combat equipment, you must evacuate the building and move away from it immediately. Anyone who is near Hezbollah elements or weapons is putting himself at risk. This is another day of incredibly intensive strikes. This is the third day of intensive strikes, much more than we've seen. Hostilities broke out since the Israeli army is now very definitely looking for as many Hezbollah targets as they can in a concentrated space of time.
And Imran, in response, Hezbollah says it's entering, quote, a battle of reckoning against Israel. Any indication of what they mean by that?
Well, they mean escalation, and that's the pure and simple thing to this. Just yesterday, 115 rockets were launched from Lebanese territory into Israel, 50 kilometers inside Israel. Hezbollah say they targeted an airbase in Haifa and also Israeli positions in Nazareth. They used longer-range rockets than we've seen before. So Hezbollah is also in a defensive position, but it's also reacting to everything that's going on right now. So this is very much an all-out rocket war so far, but the fear is that that could turn into a limited ground invasion or a full-on ground invasion from the Israelis in the coming days or even weeks.
Imran, given that possibility of a ground invasion, that of course being the fear, what remains of pockets of the local populations there in southern Lebanon?
Well, let me just take you through where I am at the moment. Marjioun is technically the area. This is a village called Ibn Saki. It's probably about 30% full. People are now on a daily basis looking at their phones, reading the news, and just listening to these dangerous airstrikes going around us and deciding whether to stay or whether to leave. People are leaving. People are scared. Now, Hezbollah has been clear since October the 8th. If there is a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, these attacks will stop and the residents of Israel will be able to go back to the north. But there doesn't seem to be any kind of diplomatic solution in place at all. And so, therefore, people are now leaving here, and those Israeli residents can't go back to their villages in the north.
All right, that is the very latest picture from southern Lebanon with Imran Khan there. Many thanks. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. How prepared is the Philippines for another major disaster? The budget for dealing with such events has gone up, but activists say costs should be borne by corporates. Plus,
I'm Catherine at a butterfly farm in Malindi, Kenya, where farmers are harvesting butterflies and exporting the insects to markets in the US and Europe. I'll tell you why.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
What is the possibility, do you think, of a wider regional war breaking out?
Scaring to death the children and the elders who don't understand why this chase is going on.
Critical debate.
They started first with banning women their rights to education, and now they're silencing their voices in public.
Inside story.
What are the effects already on the Libyan economy? How worrying is it?
On Al Jazeera.
With Americans more divided than ever, are we watching the end of the American era? The U.S. wants to keep the war in Ukraine going until Russia's will is broken, but is that strategy working? What if there is no day after in Israel's war on Gaza?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
News from Al Jazeera.
On the go and need to know? Al Jazeera's all-new mobile app is there for you.
This is where we dissect, analyse and help define major...
Well, let's bring in our guests now, joining us from...
Al Jazeera's mobile app, available in your favourite app store. Just search for it and tap download. The new app from Al Jazeera. News at your fingertips.
You're with Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli airstrikes are again targeting numerous towns across southern Lebanon. Israel says it's carried out around 400 attacks since Saturday afternoon. The US and the UN have warned against further escalation. In Gaza, Israeli forces have killed 8 Palestinians in overnight strikes across the Strip. Warplanes bombed a house in the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza. Rescue workers are still searching for survivors under the rubble. There's been global condemnation after Israeli soldiers stormed Al Jazeera's bureau in the occupied West Bank on Sunday. They gave staff just 10 minutes to pack their belongings and leave. The military has ordered the office closed for 45 days. Now, the Committee to Protect Journalists has released a statement about that, saying it is deeply alarmed by Israel's closure of Al Jazeera's office in the occupied West Bank, just months after it shuttered Al Jazeera's operations in Israel, deeming it a threat to national security. It goes on to say Israel's Al Jazeera severely undermine the public's right to information on a war that has upended so many lives in the region, and that Al Jazeera's journalists must be allowed to report at this critical time and always. Theresa Bo spoke to the Norwegian foreign minister about the move. He says there have been many instances where Israel has undermined journalism.
It worries me quite a bit that journalistic activity is being undermined by governments, because we have seen in the war one of the most extreme figures of dead journalists on top of everything else. And just like humanitarian workers and aid workers, it's important to have a take particular care to allow journalism to work. So I think this is worrying. To undermine the very practice of journalism, that concerns me everywhere it happens. And it's not only in Gaza and West Bank, but we have seen some strong examples of that there, and that worries me a lot.
In eastern Iran, at least 51 people are feared to have died in a coal mine explosion. It happened near the city of Tabas in South Khorasan province. President Masoud Pezeshkian an investigation. About 70 people were reportedly working in the mine at the time. Now, the first leftist politician to be elected president in Sri Lanka's history has just been sworn in. Kumara Dissanayake won the presidential election on Saturday with 42.3% of the vote. He's promised to root out corruption, improve lives and bring to justice those he says robbed the country. Manel Fernandez joins us live from Colombo. So Manel, this is quite a reversal of fortunes for Dissanayake. What immediate challenges await him?
Continuing to ensure that the stability post-economic and political upheaval stays, that there isn't, wobbles of the economy. 2 years ago, in fact, where I am standing in front of the Presidential Secretariat building, which is where President Anukumara Dissanayake just took oath as the 9th Executive President of Sri Lanka, just over 2 years ago, there was complete chaos. You had crowds overrunning these buildings. The fences were toppled because the public of Sri Lanka took to the streets demanding system change. And Anukumara Dissanayake had a platform for this election of, pledging to bring that change and trying to put the framework in that slowly moves towards fulfilling those promises is going to be his biggest challenge, with a view to ensuring that the economy does stay stable and slowly rebuilds.
All right, Manel, many thanks for that. Manel Fernandez, Colombo there. The Philippines is the country most at risk from natural disasters. Storms have hit the country this year, killing dozens of people. The government has increased its change budget to reduce the economic impact of weather events, but environmental activists say major corporations that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions should also pay their fair share. Barnaby Lowe reports from Marikina City.
It has been weeks since floods triggered by Typhoon Gemi subsided.
But Virginia Montes hasn't moved back furniture and appliances that had to be taken to the third floor of her home. She had the space built after Typhoon Ketsana in 2009 flooded nearly her entire home.
The water reached that small window over there, and the floor above it now wasn't there at the time. That's actually our bathroom window.
Virginia says it took her years to save up for construction, but because floods have become a regular feature of their life, she feels it's necessary. For those who can't afford to add another floor to their houses, the government of Marikina City, a suburb of the Philippine capital, has a system in place.
So the flood warning system in Marikina City works in 3 stages. There are several of those posts along the river which measure the water level. Now, when it rises to 15 meters and the first siren sounds, that means people should prepare to evacuate. At 16 meters, they're encouraged to start leaving their homes. And at 18 meters, everyone is mandated to start heading to one of the 50 temporary shelters.
2009's Typhoon Ketsana led to the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Law. It requires local governments to allocate 5% of their annual budget for disaster response and prevention, among other things. Marikina City has invested in a command center, life-saving equipment, and flood mitigation projects, all of which, according to the mayor, are necessary spending that can cut economic losses in the aftermath of a storm.
It greatly affects lives, properties. It's a necessity now, an urgent necessity that we need to address.
The national government's budget for climate change and disasters has also increased to around 2% of the GDP, costs that activists say shouldn't be shouldered solely by taxpayers.
These are not natural occurrences that nobody is responsible for. And it's been established that there's a number of companies that were involved in really aggravating the climate crisis.
Some of these companies involved in quarrying activities on mountains around Marikina River, blamed by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for the floods, as he flew over deforested areas in the wake of Typhoon Yagi. Barnabilo, Al Jazeera, Marikina City, the Philippines.
To Germany now, where the Social Democrat Party is set to defeat the far right in the eastern state of Brandenburg election. Exit polls suggest that Chancellor Olaf Scholz's party is projected to come first with 32% of the votes. The far-right Alternative for Germany is expected to finish second, garnering 29% of the votes in that state. Now, a series of Russian strikes on the Ukrainian region of Zaporizhia has injured at least 5 people and prompted authorities there to issue evacuation orders. Residential buildings and vehicles were damaged. Rescue teams are on the scene, and Russia has regularly targeted Zaporizhia, which houses a nuclear power station. Protesters have taken to the streets of Sao Paulo in Brazil to sound the alarm on climate change. They're rallying against fossil fuel producers and the farming industry, which they say is responsible for causing criminal wildfires. Major sugar and soybean growers often burn crop stubble after harvest. Activists say the practice causes fire outbreaks and pollutes the environment. Now, butterfly farming has taken off along Kenya's coastline. The insects are being cultivated and then collected for export to Europe. But some farmers say they're not earning what they should. Catherine Soy reports from Malindi in southern Kenya.
This forest in Malindi once stretched from southern Somalia to northern Mozambique. Now only patches of it remain. The largest is Arabo kosokoke, that sustains a rare species of birds and insects. From here, Abbas Sharif is catching butterflies. He and other farmers trap the insects and breed them for sale. They are part of a government project to generate money and conserve the forests.
The community used to go to the forest to destroy the forest. But when we started the butterfly farming, we could go inside the forest, we catch the butterflies, and we sell the pupas.
The best pupae are sold to markets in the US and Europe for exhibitions and research. But Halima says the business isn't doing well because of mismanagement.
We're getting some money, but it's not what we expect. I've been doing this 20 years, but my profit margin is still very low, despite being told the product is moving and business is good.
The project has brought in millions of dollars to Kenya since it started 3 decades ago. Other farmers say they have nothing to show for it, a claim the government rejects.
This is a business. When it comes to business, it's the farmers that are willing to deliver to the National Museums of Kenya, who trust and are willing to work with the National Museums of Kenya. So those farmers, we have confidence in them, and they have also confidence and trust in National Museums of Kenya.
Thursday is market day. Pupae prices vary depending on the species. The rarest fetches $1.
This is the main collection point. The farmers bring their harvests here, and what the workers are doing now is sifting through the pupae and packaging the product. The insects are heading to Holland, and we've been speaking to farmers who say that this project has really helped because they are able to provide for their families.
The surplus pupae are brought to this garden for tourists, students, and other butterfly lovers. Many farmers say they are doing their part to protect the forest, but they want more from a project that they believe is thriving. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Malindi, at the Kenyan coast.
Hundreds of travellers have been stranded in South Africa after an unusual snowstorm hit the KwaZulu-Natal province. The blizzard left key highways impassable to motorists. Officials say at least 2 people have died of hypothermia after being trapped on the road for up to 12 hours there. OK, that's it for me, Neve Barker. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com. Much more on all of our stories. Weather is next. Then Inside Story looks at Israel's military plan almost a year into its war on Gaza.
Hello there. An icy blast of weather brought some heavy snow to eastern parts of South Africa. We'll get there in just a moment, but first to the Middle East and Levant. And it's a very quiet picture across southern parts of the region, very dry apart from a few showers creeping into western parts of Yemen and the southwest of Saudi Arabia. Lots of pleasant weather to be found across the Gulf. The temperatures are sitting in the high 30s for Doha and Dubai. It's a little bit cooler to the north of this with some unsettled weather across the Black Sea. That's going to bring some rain to the Caucasus and eastern and northern areas of Turkey with a chance of some showers across the Levant. Now we're seeing some unusual rain across the north of Africa thanks to some wild weather working its way across the Mediterranean. We could see some flooding for the likes of Tunisia as well as northern areas of Libya thanks to that heavy rain that's pushing its way slowly east on Tuesday. Now that central band of rain across Africa has shifted its way further south, so we're seeing more in the way of wet skies for Gabon as well as areas of Angola. And the snow could still fall across eastern parts of the Cape, but it's more in the way of wetter weather of concern for KwaZulu-Natal on Tuesday.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
Ideals the French Republic has long proclaimed, but just what is modern France? In a 4-part series, The Big Picture takes an in-depth look. France in Focus. Episode 3 on Al Jazeera.
Almost a year into its war on Gaza, Israel is fighting on multiple fronts. So far, it doesn't seem to have achieved any of its stated war goals. Does the military have a clear plan, or is it solely intent on degrading its enemy's capabilities? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. Israel targets the Al Jazeera media network yet again, this time in the occupied West Bank. During a pre-dawn raid on Sunday, the military issued an order to close the channel's bureau in Ramallah for 45 days. The Israeli government has already banned Al Jazeera from reporting within Israel. And with no let-up in its bombardment of Gaza, the military is also expanding operations in the occupied West Bank and across the border into Lebanon. There are also reports Israel is planning to issue mass evacuation orders in northern Gaza, similar to what it did in the first week of the war back in October. What's the objective behind this plan? Does Israel intend to reoccupy Gaza permanently? We'll go to our guests in a moment, but first this report from Ferdi Akar.
Heavily armed Israeli soldiers faced resistance from only cameras and microphones when they tried to silence Al Jazeera's reporting in the occupied West Bank.
This is a decision that was made by one of the Israeli generals. He is ordering us to immediately leave the office and take our personal belongings and cameras. The army says we have only 10 minutes to take our belongings and leave the office so they can shut it down.
The office will be closed for 45 days.
The closure of Al Jazeera's bureau in Ramallah follows the ban imposed on the network's operations within Israel back in May. It's the latest crackdown on foreign media and comes as the Israeli government is facing growing criticism.
Israel has no right, legally speaking, to close any office in any place in Area A or B. Yet they did it. And that means that Israel has practically eliminated any role or any authority of the Palestinian Authority, and we are back to the situation of full occupation.
Every week, hundreds of thousands of Israelis have protested in major cities, demanding Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agree on a Gaza ceasefire deal and bring home the roughly 100 captives still held in the Strip. But the Prime Minister has rebuffed pressure at home and abroad, instead insisting on Israeli control over all of Gaza's borders. Now he faces pressure from within his coalition to carry out what could amount to ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. The so-called General's Plan, proposed by senior military officers, would see the Israeli army besiege northern Gaza from the Netzarim corridor upwards. About 300,000 Palestinians are clinging on to what remains of the area. Those who don't comply with the forced evacuation orders will be given the choice to surrender or die. Last month, Netanyahu ordered the military to prepare to take control of aid distribution in the north of the Strip, fueling fears that Israel is planning a long-term occupation, which would possibly include the construction of illegal settlements. Israeli forces are battling Hamas in sites across Gaza, exchanging fire with Hezbollah and Lebanon, and carrying out major raids in the occupied West Bank. And the government, under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, does not appear willing or able to de-escalate during one of the biggest crises in Israeli history. Ferdi Akar, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of this further with our panelists today who are joining us. From Doha, we have Daniel Levy, who's the president of the US Middle East Project and a former Israeli negotiator. In Modena, Italy, is Meron Rapaport, an award-winning Israeli investigative journalist. He recently reported on those indications that Israel may be planning to close off northern Gaza. And also here in Doha is Ilan Pappé, an Israeli historian and author of The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I want to try and, in this programme, to get at what is the real plan of Netanyahu? What is Israel's aim now, almost a year into this war? But first, I must start a little bit close to home. Al Jazeera's office in Ramallah has now been closed, and I'd like your reaction to that. Daniel, why do you think they've taken this step now?
Because they can. Unfortunately, this pulls together three strands that we have seen, not just throughout the last year, but for an awfully long time, which is criminality met only by impunity, firstly. Secondly, the media, and this is more of a phenomenon of the recent period, how much Israel has targeted the media. It doesn't want the story to get out. The story gets out anyway. Whether or not that's linked to a more destructive campaign in the West Bank, we shall see. They have announced that there's a rolling campaign of destruction that's going to go on. Those are my ways of describing it, not theirs. And thirdly, that it's all Israel, right? So when they pass legislation that bans Al Jazeera in Israel, as far as they're concerned, Ramallah, the West Bank, the entire Palestinian expanse is the one-state reality of Greater Israel, which they have created.
So, Ilan, let's follow up on that, because under the Oslo Accords, the Palestinians didn't get a state, but they got control of certain areas. Ramallah, where the Al Jazeera Bureau is, right bang in the centre of Ramallah, is Area A. It's supposed to be under full Palestinian control. The licence for Al Jazeera's office was issued by the Palestinian Authority. Has Israel any legal right to close the Al Jazeera office? And if not, does it prove that there is total occupation now and apartheid in the West Bank?
Well, I think the Oslo Accord should not be regarded as a binding document. The Oslo Accord is a statement of what Israel can and cannot do. And as Daniel commented, there's very little it cannot do. It is not the first time that Israel operates in Ramallah as if it is the occupying power in Ramallah, and therefore, of course, it's a sham to say that there is an independent Palestinian authority there that controls every aspect of life. As far as the Israeli security forces and the army is concerned, they can go in and out whenever they want and do whatever they want. So I think it's less about violating the Oslo Accord and much more about the second thing that you said that already was now just stated by the International Court of Justice, that we are not just talking about occupation. We are long beyond occupation. This is now an area annexed to Israel, integrated into Israel, ruled through various means of control, but it is totally at the mercy and under the mercy of Israel and under its control.
Meron, you are the journalist on the panel, so I'd like your reaction. Of course, Israel always claims it's a democracy, it has freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Really?
Of course not, as regard the Palestinian, and I join what Ilan and Daniel said about the non-existent Oslo Agreement and its implication. Israel is acting in the West Bank freely. But I think what has to be mentioned here is that Israel is really, from the beginning of the war in Gaza, is leading a campaign against media. Not only more than 100 Palestinian journalists were killed in Gaza, but Israel prevents international journalists from coming into Gaza. And this is on purpose. They don't want the world to see. And if that means shutting down the Al Jazeera offices in Ramallah, so be it.
Okay. Well, if they don't want people to see things in Gaza, is that also, Daniel, the case in the West Bank? We've seen the biggest operation by Israel since 2002 this month in the West Bank. Both you and Ilan are at a conference organised by Georgetown University here in Doha. I was there earlier on speaking to some people, and there were worries among people I spoke to about what Israel has planned next for the West Bank. Do you have fears too?
Yes, and we're already in the throes of that. We've already seen not significant operations from a security perspective so much as significant operations in terms of the level of destruction and scorched earth, including of vital infrastructure that have been conducted in parts of the northern West Bank, in Tulkarm, Jenin and elsewhere. And the declaration, they're not hiding this, is that this will spread to other parts of the West Bank. What we have here, I think, is an intention for this to be an ongoing open war in Gaza, very likely in the north, which we may discuss, in the West Bank, and whether it's displacement of Palestinians from Gaza or Palestinians in the West Bank, whether it's making the conditions unlivable for Palestinians. This is all part of the plan, and I think closing down of the Al Jazeera offices aligns very neatly with that. And it is also a message to the world, where there was an overwhelming majority at the United Nations General Assembly, of course not including the US, one of the few states to vote against, adopting the measures called for and the articulation of the International Court of Justice regarding the illegality of the occupation, regarding third-party responsibilities. Israel, I think, is saying, as ever, and snubbing its nose to international law.
Ilan, I mean, we know life is already incredibly hard for Palestinians who are living in the West Bank. Do you fear that Israel may be trying to bring some of the Gaza conditions to the West Bank?
Yes, I do feel that. I think we have here, first of all, an important political force within the Israeli government of neo-Zionist, messianic politicians who hold important positions in the government, who regard the current situation as a window of opportunities to implement their messianic and fanatic ideas of having a greater Israel from the river to the sea with as few Palestinians as possible. So I think a part of what we're seeing, even if it sounds incremental and yet not totally drastic, has people with a vision behind it, where the West Bank is the next station after Gaza for implementing these kinds of messianic ideas. Alongside them, you have the policymakers in the army, in the security service that already in the past did not offer anything else but when force is not working to use more force. And the dehumanization of the Palestinians in the West Bank is not different from the dehumanization of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And there will be no moral inhibition in the way that they will try to crash any resistance that they will encounter, whether in the refugee camps or in the cities themselves. So I'm afraid that the more than 700 Palestinians who died already since the 7th of October is not the final number, and the destruction we've already seen is not the final picture of what Israel can and intend to do also in the West Bank. And we have to remind, and I'm sure your viewers are, because they're watching Al Jazeera, they know that Israel, the settlers and the army are already perpetrating ethnic cleansing operations in the south of Mount Hebron and in other parts, and few thousand Palestinians have already lost their homes. And this is all done in this kind of gradual, more partial kind of operation compared to Gaza. But I think the purpose, the intention, and the ideology behind it are the same.
So, Daniel, do you think there is a possibility with this current Israeli hardline government that they might actually try and push Palestinians out of the West Bank and out of East Jerusalem, possibly push them into Jordan? I mean, that seems a very far-fetched idea, or would have done a year ago, but is it now a possibility?
It is a declared intention on the part of the government that Palestinians should have a choice, either get on board with being second-class citizens, non-citizens in an apartheid reality, or find your home elsewhere. I don't think at this stage that we should look at that as a far-fetched scenario. It doesn't mean that loading people on trucks tomorrow, although that's a terrifying prospect which we should also not make light of. I think at the moment it's about degrading conditions, making things as hard as possible for Palestinians. That is the direction of travel, whether it gets more dramatic. We've seen that effort in Gaza. But what we also see alongside that, even though Israel has the international backing, even though this is not just Israel's war, but America's war, we also see the resilience of the Palestinian people, and one shouldn't make light of that either. Even if you have a PA leadership, which has long preemptively given up on Palestinian rights, you have a very resilient Palestinian society that resists and that holds its ground and that shows steadfastness. So it's not going to be easy.
OK, well, turning to you, Meron, because you've done some interesting reporting and presented a scenario with regard to Gaza. Now, we heard Ilan talk about the messianic ideas of some in the current Israeli government. Tell us some of the proposals, not by government members, but some of the proposals that are being floated by prominent figures in Israel about what to do in Gaza and your view on a possible scenario.
There's one major plan that was presented by ex-General Gil Island, who was the head of the National Security Council, and he suggested that Israel will declare northern Gaza a closed military area, tell the 300,000 at least, maybe more, Palestinians that are still there to leave within a week. And once afterwards, those who will remain there will be a blockade, a total blockade, even to make them die of hunger. Now, he is saying that this goes according to international law because it gives the civilians time to leave Gaza. He doesn't mention if they can return. And this plan was adopted by many ex-generals. And today we even heard that even Netanyahu said in a closed meeting that he is considering this plan. Now, what I asked, and I didn't get an answer, but it's a not so hypothetical question. What will happen if some or more, most of the 300,000 Palestinians will refuse to leave, will stay? Will they be starved to death? Will they be decimated, as one of a professor who supported the plan suggested? This is a question that I think Israel does not have an answer, and I'm afraid this is a scenario that quite easily may happen.
Daniel, how would that sort of scenario, cutting up Gaza, sealing off northern Gaza, making people leave northern Gaza, even starve and surrender policies, or starve or surrender policies? Remember, that was what the West was so critical of Assad in Syria and of the Russians in places like Mariupol. How will this be seen if Israel proceeds with these sort of policies by Western governments and the US?
First, James, let's just acknowledge that the deeply racist colonial mindset underpinning this kind of thinking, which Meron has explained to us. Some academics have written papers on this. You've got the former head of the National Security Council, who Meron quoted, and he goes into greater depth in his article. But what we see here, this whole language that we've seen throughout of claiming Israel is a civilization against the brutes. This is the language of 19th century racist settler colonialism propagated with 21st century technology. I'm not saying Israel's the only racist state, but most countries, when they're saying that stuff, don't do it transparently. They code it. Israel apparently doesn't feel a need to do so, which hints at the answer to your question, James, which is we're now almost a year and after the criminal acts conducted against Israeli civilians on October 7th, after those acts, Israel immediately didn't wait a day even to stated its intention to violate international law, to withhold food, fuel, water, electricity from the Palestinian civilian population. It made clear that it would make no distinction with that civilian population, and it's gotten away with it. I think we would be naive if we would expect that the American-led reaction, and America runs a heck of a lot of diplomatic, political, military, and economic cover for Israel. We would be naive if we were to expect that reaction to be differently. So are we going to see not only the mobilization we've seen thus far, but are we going to see others mobilizing to prevent it? But again, I would say Israel has not won in Gaza. This will not be easy to implement. In fact, Israel is stuck in a operation that is a war now of attrition, which does not bode well for it. It struggles now with reservists showing up when they are called up. Hamas has not been penetrated and infiltrated as Hezbollah has, as we've just seen. Israel has not succeeded in delinking a northern front from a Gaza front. So these schemes may exist, and horrors will continue to be visited upon Palestinians in Gaza. But Israel's ability to win this, the idea that this strategically will serve Israel in the long term, the idea that it can get away with it versus the Palestinians, I think those things should be questioned. And I think the answer to that question will not work in favor of Israel. It's not thus far restored its deterrence in Gaza. I don't think it will. And that might be part of the reason we're seeing some of the actions in Lebanon.
Well, talking about Lebanon, Ilan, because we've talked about the West Bank and Gaza already, as an eminent historian of Israel, I think you'd probably agree, Israel traditionally was very wary of a multi-front war. But does the current leadership of Israel actually want that prospect?
Well, the current government of Israel, first of all, has a prime minister who wants a war, he needs a war, and he believes that without a war, his own political career is in tatters. So definitely the main policy maker of Israel wants a war. It doesn't even is afraid of an escalating war that might be a regional war. Secondly, I already mentioned his neo-Zionist messianic allies also want a war. The military probably wants to have a more controlled situation. As Daniel mentioned, they think totally unrealistically that they can win in one front and the other front will wait for them. It's already been proven a total failure. So yes, you have here a political and military leadership that wants a war, but wants it to be very much on the terms that Israel is used in the past for winning wars. And this is where Israel is going to fail, and is going to fail dismally. In the past, there were three conditions that that the Israeli military commanders and leaders believed in. The first principle was that you have to take the initiative. That's already lost. The second principle is that the war has to be fought in the enemy's territory. That is not happening. And thirdly, that you cannot survive a long war. And that's a very long war. So,
okay.
In fact,
can I bring in Daniel at the end of the conversation now, Daniel? And I'm leaving it as a footnote, but it seems it is a footnote, which is diplomacy. We're talking about all of these military options. Diplomacy, Prime Minister Netanyahu goes to the UN in the coming days. Other world leaders will be there. The UN is pushing for restraint in diplomacy. Briefly, do you see any chance of a diplomatic opening at this time, given everything that we've discussed?
Netanyahu does not have an outcome that is not militarily driven, nor zero-sum, and therefore that leaves no space for diplomacy on Israel's part. Unfortunately, the US has closed off avenues of diplomacy on their part by mirroring, shadowing every Israeli move by moving its own battleships so that it puts itself deep in moral hazard, that it could get pulled into this war just when it is October, last month before a US election. I'm not saying that's what's driving Israel's intentionalities here. Look, I want to make one point on this. Israel has clearly degraded the Hezbollah capacity in some ways. It may feel that it can now move forward with that. But the question is, how much of a hit will the Israeli home front take in response? Because the idea that the axis of resistance is on its last legs and is almost defeated, I think is for the birds. I think we've seen that already. And there is a strategic patience on that side. Yes, they've taken a hit, but there's a strategic patience on that side, and Israel is not going to win in this way. And eventually, sadly, it seems they will learn the hard way.
So, Meron, how dangerous do you see this moment, not just for Israel and the Palestinians, but for the region?
It's a very dangerous moment, there's no doubt. I think it's not clear still if Israel really wants a full-blown war with Hezbollah. With Lebanon, it's not clear. There are contradicting signs here, but it's quite possible that this is Israel's intention, and therefore we are on the verge of a very, very serious development that may endanger the whole Middle East, not only Palestinians, Israelis, also Lebanese, and maybe far beyond that. This is a very critical moment. The Americans have just moved away, are looking to the other side, and we are basically, talking the people of the region, are left alone. And this is not a good sign and a good moment.
Well, thank you very much, the three of you, for joining us on this rather depressing conversation today on Inside Story. Daniel Levy, Meron Rappaport and Ilan Pape. Comprehensive coverage from across the region continues around the clock on Al Jazeera, with detailed analysis too on our phone app or at aljazeera.com. What did you make of today's discussion? What should we focus on next time? Let us know on Facebook at facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or tweet at us on X, where you'll find us at AJ Inside Story. Until next time, from me, James Bays, and the team here, please stay safe and well. Bye-bye for now.
World is at threat, but who pays the price?
When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, more than 1,200 poor black people lost their lives. Not a single rich American lost their life.
The real cost of the climate emergency.
The most vulnerable people who are suffering are poor people, but even rich people are going to be affected by the impacts of climate change.
Dying Earth after the hurricane on Al Jazeera. Pivotal moments in US politics.
I accept your nomination.
Decisions made from the White House affect millions around the world. Stay with Al Jazeera for live coverage of every twist and turn, with special programming and correspondence across the country.
Both parties are looking for any small group they can get to put them over the top.
God bless the United States of America, our great country.
The US elections on Al Jazeera.
300 years ago, Vivaldi's The Four Seasons celebrated the natural world and stages of the year. Now his music has been recomposed by artificial intelligence using projected 2050 weather data to reflect the global climate emergency, culminating in a disturbing live performance in South Korea. Dystopia of Soul on Al Jazeera.
In the end, to live with anger.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the JoyNews channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee. But we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it, because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority. Start your week right on The Probe. Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the Joy News channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the news